was raining heavily. A lightning bolt hit him. He flew away from it. The protagonist was sitting on a chair and was surprised when he was addressed. The man looked at him and asked how he purified drinking water. Rick smiled and replied that he did it with a special purifier developed by the government. The employer made a note and noted that they would move on to the next question. Looking at the document, he asked why the protagonist chose their company. Rick was puzzled and began to think about the answer, after which he heard that they looked at his resume. He did not indicate any talents or anything else. Putting his hand on the table, the man turned to him and clarified whether the protagonist himself thought it was a waste of time. The protagonist looked at them silently. His face was dumbfounded. The man tapped his finger on the table. Putting his fist to his face, he said that Rick came to an interview at a large company and at the same time he doesn't know how to do anything. They posted this vacancy because they were obliged by the law against discrimination against the untalented. Again hitting his finger on the table, he noted that only in reality things are different. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that this barrel organ about the untalented was happening again. He imagined a dark portal and told that after the world learned about the dungeon, people discovered unprecedented potential in themselves. In his imagination, a crowd of people appeared and noted that they called this power, talent, and it, in turn, led to a sharp leap in civilization. Someone said that the discovery of talent was a blessing for humanity. He himself believed in it. Rick imagined how he was bound in chains and added that until he realized that he had no talent. The man crossed his arms and said that their company was profit-oriented, and that untalented people like the protagonist were useless to them, while the guy said that he had no talent, so at least he should have a conscience. The protagonist bowed his head and asked if they were aware that they were currently engaging in real discrimination. The man was taken aback by what he heard. Rick picked his ear and listened to them shout at him that they were tired of people like him, and that he couldn't have a position without talent. The protagonist raised his head. Looking at his employers, he asked if it was a crime to expect human treatment. He calmly asked for an apology. The guy, with a smirk on his face, asked if Rick should apologize for wasting their time. The protagonist stood up from his chair and noted that they would not apologize. He showed the recorder and emphasized that he had recorded everything. He stated with a satisfied look that there was obvious discrimination against the untalented and an admission of posting non-existent vacancies. Adjusting his glasses, the guy offered to defuse the situation. Rick hit him on the arm. He stated with a serious look that he would see what the Human Rights Commission would say about everything they had said. The guys were scared by what they had heard. He left the company building. Adjusting his tie, the protagonist cried out that he had no talent, but that did not mean he had no pride. Looking at his phone, he read that his request to the Human Rights Commission had been considered. He looked up. Rick stepped on gum. Trying to clean the sole, the protagonist cried out that if people chew gum, they should throw it away somewhere. A stream of water flew into his water. Holding his head, the man asked for forgiveness. The dumbfounded guy looked at the sky and asked what day it was. By evening, the protagonist returned home. He went to the window. Wiping the vomit off the floor, he said that the alcoholics had dirtied his entire window again. Holding a rag against the wall, Rick asked his mother how she was. Sitting on the floor, he asked with a smile on his face how they were feeding them at the hospital, to which he received the answer that it was her fault that he was in trouble, if only his uncle had returned her money. The enraged protagonist screamed that he had told her not to mention that fool in front of him. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that if he were not one of those who repay debts, he would have already returned it. He probably fled abroad by now. Holding his head, the guy said that he was not angry and apologized for yelling. He smiled and asked not to worry. Because he had a higher education and an excellent resume, he would succeed. Looking at the documents, he asked not to worry about the hospital bills. Sitting by the wall, he added that he was fine and they would call each other again. Rick was climbing the stairs. He had a pack of cigarettes in his hands. Having lit a cigarette, he declared that it was the only joy in life. Suddenly, it began to rain. The irritated protagonist raised his head. He threw the lighter on the ground. The guy screamed with an enraged look that this was something that could have been left from him. He was already living with the last of his strength. Spreading his arms, Rick asked why he was always against him. Hitting the ground with his hand, he admitted that he did not care whether God existed. The tearful protagonist declared that he did not want to live like this. He was not to blame for this. Someone had to be held accountable for it. Suddenly, lightning began to flash. The protagonist raised his middle finger. The discharge struck him. Falling to the ground, the guy wondered if he was dead, noting that his worthless life had come to an end. Lying on the wet ground, he asked what would happen to his mother if he died. Rick suddenly opened his eyes. He woke up. Looking at the sky, the protagonist asked if he was alive. A system window appeared in front of him. He was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the projection, the protagonist read that he had a new vacancy. The gods were waiting for him. It continued to rain outside. Drops of water leaked into the room through the window. Sitting on the floor with a towel on his head, Rick clarified if God existed. He looked at his phone and thought that he was struck by lightning for insulting God, although he was not even sure of his existence. Holding his hands in front of him, The protagonist emphasized the fact that usually people after a lightning strike are either in serious condition or even die, and he did not have a scratch on him. The projection appeared in front of him again, which said that a new vacancy appeared for him. Holding his fist in front of his face, he thought that this was what people with talent usually saw. Rick was taken aback, wondering if the lightning had awakened his talent. Opening his mouth, the protagonist turned to the window. He continued to look at the notification. Frowning, the protagonist asked what it was if not a window and why it looked like a notification for a part-time worker. He was suddenly surprised. Many holograms appeared around him, after which he asked if this was really a part-time job. Rick smiled and said that in real life, what else, his destiny was only a part-time job. He seriously came to the conclusion that he would think positively. He had nothing to lose, so he would grab this opportunity. He waited for the vacancies to load and said that there was even sorting by world. He touched the screen. The dumbfounded protagonist read that he did not have enough godly power. A screen popped up in front of him, saying that divine power was a common name for the power used by gods. Sighing, the protagonist said that he had no talents, there was nowhere for divine power to come from. He thoughtfully began to reason that he did not have a bad feeling, perhaps this was his chance to change his life. Removing his hand from his chin, Rick came to the conclusion that he would do it. Touching the screen, the protagonist began to think about the vacancies of the gods. He was surprised when he saw a job that did not require divine power. In front of him was a message with a job where you need to create a Midgard dungeon. A message popped up, saying that workers are urgently needed to create dungeons. The employer is Thor, divine power is not required, work experience is not required, the work is not difficult if they are hardworking and diligent. Various creatures appeared in his imagination, after which the guy wondered if they were talking about those dungeons that are teeming with monsters. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if the gods had created the dungeons and if he was supposed to believe it. He looked at the line with the salary. Sitting on the floor, Rick asked how much 12 tours would be in his money. He touched the screen and guessed that the currency of the gods was worth its weight in gold. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would not waste time. A black bird sat on a tree branch. Lightning struck the tree. The protagonist teleported there. He asked with a dumbfounded look where he was. Looking around the area, the protagonist asked how he got there. Frightened, Rick added that he had never seen anything like this in his life. The monster crept up behind him. He suddenly turned around. The monster rushed at him. The dog opened its mouth and began to growl loudly. He was suddenly grabbed by the head. The man stood in front of him. He asked with a satisfied look where the monster's manners were. The stranger turned his gaze. Looking at the main character, he asked if this was new. Smiling, the stranger introduced himself as the son of Odin, the god of thunder and lightning Thor. He touched the protagonist's shoulder and assumed that he himself knew who he was. Thor began to drag Rick, saying that he had a lot of things to do, so they would talk on the go. Looking at the man's face, the protagonist thought that he was a big guy with a shaggy beard. Looking down, he wondered if it was Mjolnir. The dumbfounded guy mentally asked if it was really Thor. Stretching out his hand, the man assumed that the protagonist was one of the gods of the East. Frowning, Rick asked if Thor thought he was a god. Looking at the other people, the protagonist thought that they were also gods. He no longer knew who they were, but they were definitely not people. The guy, with a serious look, came to the conclusion that he was the only person there. Smiling, he replied that he was the guardian of a small mountain. Thor laughed and heard of such things. He usually helps people in trouble. The man looked at him closely and said that the guy was very imbued with human culture. The frightened protagonist paid attention to his clothes. He was walking next to the god of thunder and answered that he often descended into the world of people to find out how he could help. Rick was taken aback by the question of whether he was okay with it. Thor, with glowing eyes, emphasized the fact that his job now was to create places where people suffered. Looking down, the guy said that he was not against such work. Climbing the stairs, Thor asked the guy if he had heard of the Minotaur's labyrinth, to which he received a positive answer. He said with a smirk on his face that then he would quickly understand what was what. The guy's gaze fell on a bright light. Birds flew over him. Pointing his hand at the construction site, Thor said that the Minotaur's labyrinth was taken as a basis for this dungeon. The dumbfounded guy listened to him say that he would build the labyrinth with them. The worker stood behind him and asked why he was yawning, because they had a lot to do. Holding a pickaxe on his shoulder, Rick said that he was going. He climbed out of the pit when he heard that carts were needed for Sector 6. During lunch, the protagonist jumped up when he heard a request for help. He looked at the man with a crazy look and said that he was already there. Someone from behind told him that Rick should have been more careful. He should watch out so as not to fall through. Turning around, the protagonist with a smile on his face replied that if he fell through, it would be worth getting him out. The man looked at the boxes and noted that they were finished for the day. The monster looked at him and asked how he liked this kind of work, to which he received the answer that it was just physical. The protagonist followed the man, who said that everything was sorted there, so they would go to the cart, catch their breath, and then go to the next point. Sitting in the cart, the stranger asked if all the gods in the East were such enthusiasts, noting that he was already being praised to the fullest. Holding his head, the protagonist replied that he was embarrassed. He thought with a satisfied look that he had 200% communication skills. Looking at the man, the guy noted that talent was not needed, communication with the gods would bring much more benefit. The man began to leave, saying that they were leaving and would go from there themselves. Having hit the beast in the stomach, he noted that if they trusted this blockhead, he would demolish all the mines along the way. Turning around, the stranger screamed for the protagonist to watch where he was stepping. Looking at the symbol on the slab, he told that it meant that there was a mine there, so he should watch his step. Pointing his finger at the slabs, the man said that these were also mines. With a puzzled look, he asked if he had never seen anything like this before, noting that this meant that it would be a lesson to him. Holding the box in his hands, the man stated that Rick himself knew that lately the higher gods required people to pass some kind of entrance exam before hiring them, and lower-level gods like them were not supposed to do that, so they were doing this kind of work. He pointed out with a satisfied look that the dungeons were constantly being built, so they had a lot of work to do. Looking at the protagonist, the monster noted that the guys in front of them had started creating a room a couple of minutes ago, and it seemed to be finished. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise. Looking around the room, he asked if they had built it in a couple of minutes. Frowning, he wondered in his mind how they had built such a colossus. Rick put the box down. The man began to open it, and told him that there was something in it that would make this place a real test. The guy looked into the box. He touched the object and asked if it was a round stone, to which he received the answer that it could, and looked like a normal stone, but spiders would emerge from there. Pointing to the many cocoons, the stranger said that when they all hatched, this place would become a real headache. Surprised, Rick asked what kind of monster it was. Looking at the shackled creature, the man said that it was a lizard man. Pointing his finger at the monster's throat, the protagonist clarified why this part was transparent. He listened with a smile that they needed to be careful, the monster was not ready yet, besides, this was a vital point, to which he replied that he did not know this. They came to the next room and the man said that goblins were hiding there. As they walked along the corridor, the stranger said that those who reached there would essentially find themselves at the finish line. The protagonist shifted his gaze. He saw a goblin. The guy was looking at him intently. The goblin suddenly opened his eyes. He pounced on Rick. The guy was lying on the floor, shaking with fear. The man laughed and said that the monster was just fooling around. Looking at the goblin, he added that when the construction was finished, it would be a completely different matter. Goblins are very smart creatures, so it is difficult to deal with them. Frowning, the protagonist agreed with these words. They approached the gate. Looking at the door, the man said that the final boss was there. The protagonist's gaze fell on the bull's head. Thor came there and called out to Rick. The guy bowed, saying that the work was going well thanks to his efforts. Holding his chin, the god of thunder clarified whether they had already quartered all the monsters. The man stretched out his hand and said that only the very last one remained. Raising his hammer above his head, Thor said that in that case the workday was over. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what the hammer was for. The god, with a smile on his face, cried out that Rick should tell him next time what kind of dungeons they had in the east. He hit the protagonist. The guy returned to his apartment. He was lying on the floor and covering himself with his hands. The dumbfounded guy said that it was a farewell to work, and he had already thought that Thor was going to punish him for lying, that he was not a man. Looking at the calluses on his hand, he noticed that it was all real. Tears came to his eyes while the protagonist said that it was not a dream or a hallucination, but a real awakening. Ecstatic Rick cried out that he really woke up. A message popped up that his salary was credited to his account. The protagonist was shocked by this. He touched the projection with a trembling hand. The surprised guy waited for the god's store to load and clarified what all this was. An image of a spear appeared in front of him. The protagonist turned his attention to the armor of the Nemean lion. He looked with interest at Freya's necklace, which allows you to move between worlds. The surprised protagonist said that this is really a god's store. He imagined the cards with the powers of the gods and wondered if he could buy all of them. He was shocked. Rick imagined himself surrounded by people and noted that then he could become a god in a human body. The fan blew on him. The guy turned it off. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that there had been changes in his life. He looked at the red projection with a sad look. Looking away, the protagonist said that he expected this. Looking at the screen, he said that the cheapest item cost 70,000 tors, which was very expensive. Exploring the store, Rick asked what he could buy. The dumbfounded guy came across a list of talents. He noted with a surprised look that he could buy a talent. Biting his finger, the protagonist wondered how much it cost. His gaze fell on an SS-level talent, the price of which was 12 tors. He widened his eyes and asked loudly if talents were worth 12 tors when powers were 70,000. He sighed when he read the discussion that gods don't need talents because mortals use them. The furious protagonist yelled that they were too greedy because it wasn't just a talent, it was an SS-level talent for free. Tapping the screen, he selected the swordsmanship talent. Holding his chin, the guy emphasized the fact that he liked to play with a sword as a child. He exhaled, saying that there was no need to think about it and buy it. A bright aura enveloped him when he read that the swordsmanship talent was successfully acquired. Looking at his hands, the protagonist wondered if he succeeded. Clenching his hand into a fist, Rick stated that he worked hard to get at least an F-level talent and got it so easily. He imagined a box of gold when he read that he was getting a gift of the same level as his purchase. Closing his mouth, the enthusiastic guy asked if they would give him anything else of the SS level. Touching the screen, he chose a talent for fighting as a gift. The joyful protagonist began to shout that he could now use both fencing and fighting. He suddenly felt sick. Everything went blurry in his eyes. The guy began to fall. He looked at his hand. Frowning, Rick thought that his whole body hurt. While he was lying on the floor and suffering from pain, a message popped up that his body was being strengthened to use talents. Veins appeared on his body, after which the system said that it was increasing the volume of his lungs and muscle strength. He lost consciousness. The protagonist imagined his mother in front of him. She said with a smile on her face that she was very sorry. It was because of her that he would have problems. The guy suddenly woke up. Getting up from the floor, he noted that he had dreamed of his mother. The guy got scared and asked if it was all a dream. Stunned, Rick shouted for a window to appear. He read that he had 2 talents and the position of a lower-level god. The puzzled guy noted that because of this he was able to work in the dungeons. Sighing, the protagonist said that the once untalented now god, life is an unpredictable thing. His mother called him. The happy guy said that he had good news, and Kate asked him not to come to the hospital under any circumstances. The puzzled protagonist again listened to the request not to come under any circumstances and not to worry about her. Having risen to his feet, he heard how the doctor asked if this was Mrs. Kate's guardian, to which he received a positive answer. Rick was taken aback when he was told that the situation was serious. A dungeon had appeared near the hospital. They tried to reach him, but the phone was unavailable. The protagonist's phone was lying on the floor. The guy, looking dumbfounded, ran to help his mother. Beads of sweat were running down his face. A helicopter was flying over the buildings. The military gathered on the street. The reporter held the microphone in front of her and said that they had arrived at the scene. As the viewers could see, there were signs of a dungeon everywhere. The man held the loudspeaker in front of his mouth and shouted that people were not allowed in there. Everyone should move away. A taxi pulled up there. The protagonist got out of the car. His gaze fell on the crowd of people. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was going on. Using the skill, concentration, he focused on the soldier. The man was waving his hand. Looking at him, Rick wondered if he could see his face from afar so well. He turned his attention to the people who were discussing that the government was calling all hunters. The soldiers were saying with a serious look that they needed hunters with 8 stars, because this time the dungeon was especially dangerous. The protagonist heard the words of every person around him. Holding his head, he wondered if this was concentration or if it was the talents he bought earlier. The protagonist looked anxiously into the crowd and decided that there was no time to think, he had to get to the hospital. Making his way through the crowd of people, pushing them aside, he turned to the soldier with a megaphone and said that his mother was there and he had to go through, to which he replied that it was impossible. There were signs that they were dealing with a labyrinth and could not miss him. Rick frowned and looked at him and thought about the labyrinth. He looked at the clouds covered with lightning. The soldier turned around, and the protagonist anxiously leaned over and looked at the sky. Rick watched as an energy flow appeared from the cloud directly into the crowd of people who were running away in fear. He bared his teeth and barely made his way through the huge crowd of people running in fear. He fell, holding the ground with his hands and bowing his head among the rubble. Rick put his fist to his chin and opened one eye and asked what was happening. The protagonist looked forward in fear. A huge portal appeared in the middle of the city. He was scared and looked in surprise. The portal became clearer, it was surrounded by runes, and a city was visible inside. Rick looked at it in surprise and shouted that this was the dungeon he was building. The construction of the dungeon was in full swing. Holding the pickaxe on his shoulder, the guy thought that the view from there was mind-blowing. He sighed, noting that he had not understood until now. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what was going on. Looking at the portal, he emphasized the fact that he had no idea what he would see there. Looking up, the protagonist clarified why it was there. A man was lying underneath him. The guy helped him up. Shifting his gaze, he suddenly pushed the man away. An attack flew past him. A blade was sticking out of the car. Rick turned around at the scream. The man with the blade sticking out of his chest asked him to run. The lizard man knocked him to the ground. He stepped on the man's corpse. The monsters rushed into battle. The soldier waved his hand and shouted that everyone should open fire. Bullets were flying at the monsters. The protagonist hid behind an overturned car from the shots. The lizard man rushed at him. He swung his blade. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. His eyes began to glow. He focused on every move of the monster. He looked at the blade flying at him. The sword was in front of his face. The guy caught the weapon. He was taken aback by what happened. The dumbfounded protagonist began to look around. Rick suddenly turned his gaze. The monster was preparing to throw the blade at the man. The man closed his eyes in fear. Looking at him, the guy frowned. He suddenly got to his feet. The protagonist knocked the monster to the ground. The surprised soldiers shouted that they should hold off on fire, because there was a civilian there. The lizard man surrounded the protagonist. He was shaking with fear and thought that he had acted on emotions, but now he did not know what to do. The monster pounced on him. Suddenly, concentration was activated and he dodged the attack. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist turned around and noticed that another monster was running to attack. Standing between two lizardmen, Rick wondered what the concentration skill was, as if he had drunk 100 cups of coffee. He looked closely at the movements of the monsters. The guy rushed into battle. The protagonist swung his fist. A notification popped up that the talent for battle had been activated, after which he launched a series of attacks at the lizardman. The monster flew away from the protagonist. Its eyes were shining brightly. Rick noticed more opponents and emphasized that there were 2 left. The monster swung its blade. The protagonist dodged the attack. He suddenly shifted his gaze. Swinging his leg, he hit the lizardman on the head. The monster was running at him from behind. The blade left a mark on the asphalt. The protagonist turned his attention to it. He dodged a powerful attack. The monster looked up, taken aback. Rick jumped over it. The guy pressed the enemy into the ground. The military were shocked by what they saw and said that it was impossible. Looking at the protagonist, they began to discuss that he had just taken out a lizard man with his bare hands. The man stepped forward. He looked at the protagonist with a smile on his face and asked what guild he was from. The stranger approached him and said that his face was unfamiliar to him, but he was good. Extending his hand, he introduced himself as Felix, from the Sandgun Guild. Rick shook his hand and said that he was working alone. Pointing his finger back, Felix said that they had come to clear the dungeon and invited him to come with them. Looking at the portal, Rick thought that he was no longer an ordinary person. Looking at the hospital building, he noted that if he did not stop the monsters now, they would continue to appear. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was a trivial matter. He set out with a serious expression along with a group of hunters. They found themselves in a dungeon. The guy touched the wall. Opening a secret door, he noted that they needed to go there. Felix exchanged glances with his subordinate. Looking at the guy's dagger, the protagonist thought that he was glad that he remembered all the passages. All thanks to the fact that he had walked along them hundreds of times. The man turned around when the guy asked him to wait. The protagonist, with a serious expression, said that he would lead from there. The stranger, with an angry expression, was indignant that this was nonsense. He had no idea where Rick had come from, but he should know his place. Standing in front of the corridor, the protagonist said that there were traps and mines further on. That's why he was talking. Felix laughed and replied that he was grateful for the concern, but he thought that the advanced group had already taken care of everything. Picking up a stone from the floor, the protagonist clarified whether this was true. He threw the stone into the corridor. A multitude of blades emerged from the floor and crushed the cobblestone. Looking at the multitude of blades, the central character emphasized that he was sure that the advanced group had not yet been there. Touching a plate on the floor, he said that this one was activated under pressure, and the swords were cast from a special alloy. They would pierce most armor like some kind of foam. Everything is simple, but much more dangerous than they think. Rick was taken aback when they asked him how he knew all this and thought that they should not know that he helped build it. The main character was sweating and answered that it was a company secret. The guys began to follow him. The protagonist suddenly stopped. He took a torch from the wall. Looking back, the guy said that it would be even more dangerous further on. Moving along the cave, he held the torch above his head. The hunters were scared. They saw a spider symbol on the gate. The stranger crushed the spider and wished him death. He frowned and noted that he had gotten his entire boot dirty. Looking at his comrade, the guy said that the web that was everywhere there, not only their connection, but also traps, it was easier to burn everything. Rick, with a smirk on his face, heard the guys behind him discussing that they did not know if they could trust him, because he could be a spy from another guild who was trying to disrupt their operation. He looked around the corner. Looking around the room, the protagonist thought that he had unloaded a bunch of spider eggs in this room. Holding a lighter in his hands, the protagonist noted that he knew where they were hiding, but there was no point in complicating things. He just needed to burn everything there. The hunters brought torches to the web, saying that they would burn everything there and continue. A message popped up that concentration had been activated. Frowning, Rick heard the man asking for help. He grabbed the hunter by the shoulder and ordered him to stop. The guy with the glowing eyes said that they couldn't handle it with fire, because there was a person there. Felix walked in front of his subordinates and said that signs of survivors had been found in the stone chamber, and that their priority now was to save people. Frowning, he said that as soon as they entered, they needed to line up in a defensive position, because they didn't know what condition the survivors were in, so they should refrain from long-range attacks. Looking at Rick, the guild leader said that he didn't know how exactly, but this young man knew where the survivors were, and the support group would act under his command. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if Felix had appointed him as a commander, but he had never done anything like that. The girl walked past her comrades. She looked at the protagonist and turned to him. Rick turned his attention to the girl, who extended her hand and said that thanks to him, they had gotten to this place without touching a single mine, and that they were counting on him. The guy stood in front of her and was surprised. Shaking her hand, the protagonist replied that they would do everything possible. But the problem was that the stranger stood in front of him and asked him not to worry, because he could just tell them where the survivors were. They would figure out the rest. It would be easier for everyone. Holding the back of his head, he agreed with her. He asked her to let go of his hand with an embarrassed look, and the girl asked if he was using a weapon. Turning around, she emphasized that it wouldn't hurt for him to have a sword, or even two. Adjusting his hood, she noted that she would go. Holding his chin, Rick mentally wondered if she called him by name. He looked at the warriors who began to take their positions. They entered the room. Felix moved ahead. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Raising his head, he cried out that there was an enemy from above. A huge monster was watching them. The spider landed on the floor. The guild leader rushed into battle. Felix began to strike the spider many times. He cried out in shock that he couldn't get lost. The protagonist began to run away and told the support group to follow him. His eyes began to glow. The protagonist saw blue energy stretching along the corridor. He turned his gaze. Rick turned his attention to the people bound in the web. Looking at them, he cried out that there were survivors there. The hunters began to free the hostages. They helped them get to their feet, but monsters appeared in front of them. Turning around, the guy cried out that he knew a safe place and needed to follow it. Turning around, Felix admitted in his thoughts that he was tormented by doubts. He killed the monster with one blow. Looking back, the man thought that the guy knew the passages and structure of the dungeon, and even where to look for survivors. This is a talent he had never heard of before. The hunter held a document in his hands and said that there were casualties. People should be evacuated from the dungeon. Standing in front of the commander, who had a smile on his face, he said that all the survivors had been evacuated. There were casualties, but the injuries were minimal, to which he received the answer that this was a good start. They would continue in the same spirit with those who could still fight. He looked at the protagonist, and noted that he would like to talk to him. Rick approached him. One of the hunters was furious about this. The protagonist walked down the corridor. Felix looked at the wounded and noted that taking into account the 2 police officers and hunters, a total of 10 people were trapped, including members of their advance group. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist asked not to thank him. He was taken aback by the words that he had a great talent. One would think that he had built the dungeon with his own hands. Felix laughed, and added that he was joking. Frowning, Rick noted that they needed to quickly gather everyone and continue. They approached the next gate. Looking at the door, the protagonist said that there were goblins there. Standing in front of the doors, the hunters asked again. Crossing his arms, the guy listened to the guys discussing that they thought that there was a boss further on, and they were even somehow sad. He thought with a serious expression that he did not know how to deal with them and hoped that the concentration skill could help. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist asked permission to go there alone. The guy patted him on the shoulder and said that their leader praised him so much that he believed in himself. As for the goblins, they were masters. If Rick was scared, he could wait for them there. Felix approached him and said that he also did not really like sending him there alone. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist replied that he had no choice and they would have to obey him when they went inside. The furious hunter thought that he wanted to use this opportunity to impress the leader, but because of some fool he would not be able to stand out. He exchanged glances with his comrade and came to the conclusion that he could not allow the protagonist to steal his moment of glory. They entered the illuminated room. The hunters looked around the hallway and asked if there was anyone there. Rick held his finger in front of his mouth and asked to speak quietly. A smirk appeared on the warrior's face. They began to laugh loudly and joke about the protagonist. The torches suddenly went out. The guys stood in a dark corridor. Frowning, the protagonist cried out that they should not turn on the light. Holding a flashlight in his hand, the guy said that they needed to see at least something to fight, after which he clarified how the guy could call himself a hunter if he was so afraid of goblins. He turned on the flashlight, saying that cowards can just stay behind. A scared Rick screamed, and everyone immediately ducked. Felix followed his order. The trembling guy stood alone. The guys started moving forward. The hunter said with a smile on his face that there was nothing there. He put his hand on his hip and asked to follow them. There were many arrows sticking out of the guy's chest. He was shot by goblins. The guys were horrified by what they saw. The stranger fell to the floor and dropped the flashlight. There were traces of blood on the floor. Enraged, Felix screamed for them to not move. The hunters suddenly stopped. Turning around, the man heard that the monsters were attacking in the direction of the light, to which he replied that it was strange. They heard them enter, but did not attack right away. The protagonist with a serious look said that they were playing with their victim and wanted to enjoy their fear of the darkness. The goblin was hiding behind a column. Felix sat next to the protagonist and said that they can't fight without seeing the enemy. Even if it means they have to take losses, they have to turn on the light, after which the guy clarified that if they can fight even if they can't see anything. Looking back, the guild leader asked if it was possible, to which he received a positive answer. Rick, with shining eyes, asked to rely on him. He stood up. Moving along the corridor, the guy noted that he knew that they could not see anything and were nervous. Beads of sweat were running down the hunter's face. Continuing to walk forward, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would do his best, and they should not move or make a sound until he said it was okay. The warrior closed his mouth in fear. Lowering his head, the protagonist mentally asked himself to concentrate and remember this feeling again. When the skill was activated, Rick felt monsters around him. He turned his gaze. The warriors heard the sounds of battle in the darkness. They turned on the flashlights and saw the guy holding the last monster by the throat. He was squeezing its throat. Watching him, the hunter wondered what kind of talent he had. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary thought that if he had more time, he would have finished them all off. The enthusiastic guild leader emphasized the fact that he had been doing this all his life. But this was the first time he saw a hunter like him. Smiling, Rick replied that he was just lucky and suggested to continue. They were standing in front of the gate. Looking at it, the guy said that they were at the end of the labyrinth. Steam was coming out of the monster's mouth. The door was opened, light appeared from there. 2 silhouettes were standing near them. Opening his mouth, he asked a question, maybe he was hiding somewhere? Raising his upper lip, he denies because the man was in front of them. There is a fire burning in the pot. The man is still burning in the pot. The door opened a little, where the light was coming from. A monster is standing on the stairs. His eyes were red, it was the master of the dungeon. Frowning, Felix says that this is a worthy opponent. The monster opens its mouth, there was a decoration in its nose. Looking in the other direction, it says that Kyle is not going to attack first, and they have time to come up with a plan, as well as survey the area. A screen appears that the sacrifice for the Minotaur has been activated and 5 candidates are needed. His eyes fell apart, and he does not understand what kind of stupidity this is. Standing with his back to the main character, he says that the attack team will be divided into 2 groups. Rick puts his hand to his face and thinks that there must be a hint on how to get through without problems, and it is good to find information. Turning his head, he asks to wait. Opening his mouth, he says that he has a solution to bypass the boss. Frowning, he asks, seriously? Not far from them, someone squeezes his hand. Grinning his teeth, the guy says that the fool is stealing his opportunities. Then he moves away from them, because he cannot look at this. Kurt stands near the column and looks at the monster. Taking a crossbow in his hands, the man thinks that plans are for weaklings and does not intend to obey them. He points the weapon at the monster and says that you need to shoot once. Then he wants to step on the slab to get closer. A smile appears on his face. The protagonist turns his head. The man sees a guy near the column and shouts to stop. Smiling, the guy realizes that it is that fool again. Opening his mouth, Kurt says that he just wants to take the entire reward. The guy takes a weapon in his hands to destroy the enemy. The floor begins to glow near his foot. A danger screen appears. Because they got into the boss room of the labyrinth, and the fools of the scapegoats will be chosen automatically. There are stones on the floor. Open-mouthed, he asks a question, what is this? 2 guys also move. The man in the hood says that we need to go to help. He brings his hand to his face. His eyes look up. Felix is standing next to him and asks a question, what did he do? Looking up, the guy says that now is not the time to sort things out. A monster is standing next to them. His eyes were angry and red. The guy raises his head and screams. The protagonist closes his eyes. The man grabs his head from such a noise. Kurt is sitting on the floor and making sounds. Circles appear around him. Knocking on them, he asks to let him out. Suddenly, the monster breaks the floor around him with his hoof. The guy bares his teeth from this. Kyle makes a blow, but the man took his comrade. Then the guys stop on the floor. Holding a weapon in his hands, he shouts for everyone to take positions and remain calm. He runs at the enemy and says to act according to the plan with all their might and let them line up while he distracts. The monster swings at him. He runs away from the blow. We see how they jumped from the floor. Flying into the air, he says that he will get it now. Kurt runs at him and makes a blow. The guy raises his hand and says that the battle has begun, as the leader expected. Opening his mouth, he realizes that the blow is on a completely different level. His pupils dilated because he thinks. His eyes turned black and he cursed. Standing next to the monster, the guy asks a question, is he kidding? Frowning, he felt like he slapped a piece of iron, and not leather. Opening his mouth, he screams for him to look. A blow flew at him. He jumps off the floor. An attack flies past him. Felix runs further with a weapon in his hands. Opening his mouth, he says that the monster cannot turn around. The guy holds his shoulder, which is bleeding. Kyle holds a weapon in his hand. Opening his mouth, he asks the fighters to surround him. The man with the cloak runs at him. He jumps off the floor. He stands behind him and is asked to find out weak points. The protagonist stands behind and the man thinks that he is definitely experienced, since he showed up in the dungeon. The monster turned to him, and we see a purple aura. There was a circle drawn on his chest. A blue aura is approaching Rick. The hand of the man holding the weapon was also in it. His pupil begins to move sharply. Thor is standing behind the monster, because this is his power. Opening his mouth, Felix says that the guy is planning something. Then the guys run to him. Opening his mouth, he asks to stop, because it is dangerous. The man turned his head and said that he can handle it. Seeing his face more clearly, he swears. In his hand is a weapon. The protagonist attacks the monster. He bares his teeth, sweat is pouring off him. His head was turned from the blow. His eyes became even more red. A blue aura appears near him. Then there was light near Rick, because it was too late. We see a blue explosion. Someone is holding on to the barrier with trembling hands and could not believe it. Kyle is holding the weapon, because the leader is defeated. The guys look at each other, and cannot understand that there is no way to get around the shield. We see his hands, because the bull is making every effort and there is not even a scratch. The main character is lying on the floor and thinking that he has been through so much in his life, even having received a talent. Everything leads only to death. He has a weapon in his hand. He opens his mouth. Smiling, he laughs, because there are some things he has not tried. Having risen, he says that such a death will ruin the plans. The bull straightened his hand with the weapon. An aura appears near his hand, because how much one must endure and suffer. He holds a sword. There was smoke near him. The bull's eyes suddenly lit up. In the sword we see his reflection, and he asks to get ready, because he will not give up without a fight. A screen appears that the talent for the sword is activated. They are standing next to each other. Felix is lying on the ground and thinks that his axe cannot even scratch the enemy. Blood is flowing from his mouth. He wanted to scream, but it did not work. A monster is standing next to Rick. We see a yellow line. The guy opens one eye in shock. The guys are standing near the barrier. The monster's eyes widened. Someone was walking on the floor. There was a barrier near them. Suddenly, a horn fell to the floor. He looks into the distance, and at first it seemed to him that this was just a game, but now he understands that he really owns a sword. Suddenly, the main character strikes, because it is within his power. Looking at the weapon, he thinks that he already feels it as a part of himself. A smile formed on his face, because this is his talent. The enemy turns and bares his teeth. Then the guy stomps his foot. We see how he runs at the guy. Rick turns to him. Kyle attacks him. His pupils sharply decreased. Something went wrong. His hand was attacked and blood flowed from it. The enemy hit the floor with his fist. With his mouth open, the man says that this is impossible. Rick holds the sword, because he is a master swordsman. We see his eyes. He stands near the monster. His look was serious. Kyle bares his teeth, because his skin is tough. Clutching his head, he says that they were madmen and will die here. Felix turns his head and thinks that his consecutive strikes can be equal to the technique of the best swordsman of the East. Frowning, the guy understands that the guy has talent. There were fragments on the sword and that was the problem. Grinning, Rick thinks that the sword is bad because of several swings. Raising his head, he understands that if he continues, he will not be able to use it, and he urgently needs to find a weak spot. Then he runs at him. The enemy clenched his paw to attack. The guy was able to turn away from it. He makes an attack using a combat skill. His leg is on his hand. Near the monster's eye was a sword. Then he is near the horn. The sword pierces his head. Blood flows from his head. The protagonist looks down. The guy takes the sword in his hands. Jumping up from above, he screams to get what he deserves. His eye looks down. Rick smiles, his abs are visible from under his t-shirt. Kyle makes an attack on the floor. He is sitting on the ground. Looking at the sword, the guy thinks. Frowning, he thinks that the sword is at its limit, combat techniques do not work, and the next blow is his last chance. He is still sitting on the floor and holding the weapon. His pupils have enlarged, they were blue by themselves. A smile formed on his lips. We see a blue aura. Felix puts his hand to his lips and understands that this is the technique he used earlier. His pupil has sharply decreased. We see a black silhouette. Closing his eyes, he understands that he will probably chop off a head. They had different auras, one was yellow, the other was blue. The sword was still on its last legs. Putting his hand to his chin, he thinks that he needs to help. Then the guy remembers his word. Kurt is still sitting on the floor when he was called. With his mouth open, he waits for them to tell him something. Smiling, Felix says that there is something special hidden in his robe and this is a chance to prove himself. Rick is still holding the sword. The guy aims straight at the enemy. The weapon glows and he says that you need to pierce his vulnerable spot. The monster bares its teeth and waits for the attack. The main character's pupil has enlarged. The enemy is still looking. Then he stomps his hoof. He starts running towards him. We see a blue aura around the monster. The main character holds a sword in his hand. Then the guy swings it. The man strikes him. Something flies near him. He realizes that it is a fragment of a weapon. He holds the beginning of the sword and thinks about it. Kyle opens his mouth. Throwing the handle on the ground, he thinks that this is the end. There was a blue attack near him. A sword appears in his hand. A man stands behind him. Straightening his hand, he asks to kill Kyle. Then the man attacks. We see a ball and a man says that 5 hours have passed since the monsters stopped leaving the dungeon. The guy turns his head in the other direction. Raising his hand, the guy says that the guys are leaving. The protagonist holds the man, because they finally got there. Opening his mouth, he asks how they knew that he was able to catch the sword. Closing one eye, Felix says that he did not know, he just remembered his words about the ability to fight without seeing the enemy and decided to try his luck. Smiling, the guy laughs and decides to thank him. Standing next to him, he denies it. Turning his head towards him, the man says that he was the one who slept them. Then they pat him on the back. Folding his arms, he says that the people are waiting and must announce the liberation of the dungeon. Turning his head, Rick was perplexed. A smile formed on his face. We see memories, because the guy tried to find a talent for himself all his life, but now everything is different. He presses his lips. Raising his hand, the guy presses it. The people also raise their hands. Night falls, we see a building. People are sitting and waiting in line. The protagonist takes hold of the curtain. Closing his eyes, he was glad that everything was fine with his mother. Looking at the chair, he thinks that he was being interviewed. Standing near the people, he is asked to talk about the process and share his impressions. Raising his hand, Rick asks to ask everything in a new way. He opens his mouth and thinks. Holding his neck, he says that the guild and clan do not matter, there were both ups and downs, and he simply put his life on the line to protect a loved one. He holds the remote control and understands that he can't stand this anymore. After that, Rick looks away. He had a broken phone and the man does not understand when the journalists managed to take it off. His pupils have sharply decreased. A window appears that the guy has become famous. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks, was the divine power indicated in the advertisement? Another window appears, which offered to open a new part-time job. The guy pokes the screen to open it immediately. A notification about the Hephaestus Forge appears. Smiling, the man thinks that it doesn't sound complicated. Pulling himself up in his chair, the protagonist realizes that he is too tired from running around and wants to go home. A screen appears that 3 more deities are interested in this vacancy. Taking it, he does not understand anything. Then he accepts the offer after all. A blue light comes on in the window. The protagonist lies on the floor and thinks if it was possible to come up with a better way to move. A red ball appears near him. Grinning his teeth, he complains, because it is hot here. A man comes to him and asks if he is the new guard. Looking at him, Hephaestus says that he is the owner of the forge. Rick abruptly jumps away from him and bends down to meet him. His eyes widen because he understands that the blacksmith must have heard his curses. He grabs his beard. Squeezing his hand, the guy talks about the news. Looking up, he is asked if he fought in the dungeon without fear. Hephaestus closes his eyes and laughs that the man chose him. He bends down and apologizes, because he asked to install air conditioning in the forge. With his back to us, he decides to explain his task. A pipe appears in his hand. He blows into it and says that it can be loud. His eyes have turned black. Rick holds his ears because it is so loud. Someone runs down the hallway. Dwarves are kneeling near them. Hephaestus points to the guy and says that he got a job with them. He closes his eyes and says that he is not particularly suited to work in the forge, but will do his best. Raising his head, he asks not to be modest. Approaching him, the guy says that the dwarves have nimble fingers and they are difficult to work with. They are like small animals and dogs. We see a small dog that growls. Then he takes a column and says that very often something gets lost when switching to another job. He grabs his head, because last week a pendant went missing. Closing his eyes, he says that the dwarves stole something that wasn't even his. We see a man with a beard, because they don't look like skilled thieves. He decides to take something from the bag, because he gives it to him just in case while he's on Olympus. Rick takes the item. It was long. A screen appears saying that it's a club made from a branch. He looks into the distance, because he was in shock. His pupils dilated because it was too much. A smile formed on his face. We see a portal near him. Raising his hand, he says that it's time for him to leave and that he shouldn't get bored. It was very bright around him and he asks what he should do in this hole, because nothing was explained. There was a smile on his face and he asks, is that the only thing that worries him? There were smiles around him, because everything will be fine while he's strong. Someone is holding a hammer behind him. Turning his head, he realizes that the greeting is over. His eyes were white. Remembering himself with the club, he understands why they gave it to him. With his mouth open, he asks why they don't calm down and just forget about everything. We see his face, because he just recently got his hands on a cool weapon. The guy holds clubs in his hand and says that weapons can hurt. Then he was surrounded by weapons. Sweat formed on his face. The gnome smokes a cigarette, holding it in his hands. His eye turned black. The guy opens one eye and realizes that he survived. The gnomes are standing near him. Grinning his teeth, he calls them fools. His hands were tied. The guys look at him and realize that he woke up earlier than he should have. Sitting on the floor, he says that they are probably tired of living. There was a black silhouette near them, because they think that everything will remain the same after what they did. We see their chests, and they were given one last chance. When suddenly, they laughed very hard. His eyes widen sharply and they tell him that he is thinking of scaring in front of Hephaestus, and if they were afraid, they would not have gotten involved in this. Another gnome appears from the column and says that everyone has taken the valuables. Rick had a knife in his hands. We see their legs and they think that they sent such a fool for extra work. Oliver approached him when he was told that he would feel sorry for him. The guy looks at his ally and laughs. Suddenly, the ropes were unraveled. He takes up a weapon. They turn to look. The protagonist attacks them. After beating them, he ties them up. Waving his hand, Rick says that his arms were twisted badly. There was a knife in his sleeve. We see the girl who said to always carry a weapon with him. He opens his mouth. Near his hand lies a necklace. We see silver bars. The man raises his hand and shouts that all the minerals have been loaded. With folded hands, he is told that more armor has been loaded. Henry opens his mouth and says that now is the time to leave. Two guys look at the minerals. The commander-in-chief of the gnomes stands near them. The guy clasps his hands and says that they are a tribe endowed with the spirit of the burning mountains. The protagonist stands near the ingots. Chuck clasps his hand and says that they work for a reward, but this hurts his pride. Tears flow from their eyes, because the guys have never been properly rewarded and Hephaestus humiliated them. Opening his mouth, he says that they will now avenge their suffering. After that, the guys raise their hands. Grinning his teeth, Rick thinks, what kind of herd of bald people is this? When suddenly, the box closed near him. The guys turned to him. They now had weapons in their hands. The protagonist ran to the column, because they started shooting. He holds his head and does not understand how the gnomes learned to shoot. There was a smile on their faces. Chuck looks at the column, because he needs to go out already. He smokes and understands that apparently the peepers died. He raises his head, releasing smoke. The guy opens his mouth and they say that from now on they will clean out the forge entirely. He sits and is told that he will be given a choice. Chuck smokes and says that he can help them loot the place and will become an accomplice. He purses his lips and is told that there is a second option, that he will return, pretending that nothing happened. The guy squeezes his hand and is asked to think about it, because he would be a fool if he agreed to a few cents, which he calls a reward. We see the guys who were talking about the god of the mountains. Grinning his teeth, he thinks that he will not be able to take such part-time jobs in the future. Suddenly, they tied him up, because they did not have iron for the work and decided to take him. The guys smoke, because they had to fight them. Tears flow from his eyes, because he thought that this would be just a cool part-time job. Chuck smokes a cigarette, and an idea comes to him. He raises his hands and is told that he made the right choice. His look was serious. The man still holds the cigarette, and is asked if they are not partners of Hephaestus. Opening his mouth, he asks why go so far, what if they find out? The guys look in one direction and they are told that he is the 12th god of Olympus, and they can anger him. Raising his finger, the main character calls them fools. Suddenly, a bullet flew past him. Henry holds a gun and asks him to close his mouth, to watch his language. The guy grabs his head and trembles. He continues to shoot at him. Chuck clenches his hands and goes to him, because it is time to take him out of the world. He sits on the floor and they tell him that he knows nothing. He smokes from cigarettes and decides to tell him something. His eyes widen and they tell him that Hephaestus is not a craftsman or a master, but just trash. The guy looked and was silent. Raising his head, he is told that Hephaestus is trash. The boys work, because then a man came and said that the sword is magnificent. He raises a finger and offers to work with him, becoming his slaves. Rick opens his mouth and asks a question, were they forced to serve? They sit and play cards, because they were initially told that they do not need to pay for using the workshop and can do whatever they need in their free time, except for working 6 hours on weekdays, but did not notice how their own souls of craftsmen were torn to pieces. He raises his hands and screams that all this should belong to them and Hephaestus just planned it all. His pupils shrink from such words. He grabs his head and says that when he realized this, there were no more dwarves here filled with the spiritual power of the craft. The guy clasps his hands near the crowd and says that they were going to carry out well-deserved revenge. Rick opens his mouth and says that he understands their feelings. He asks again, frowning. There was a drop of sweat on his face and he says that the one who wanted to destroy everything because of jealousy of the achievements of others is trash. His eyes turn black. Raising his hand, the guy asks him again. Standing up, he asks to stop. Open-mouthed, he asks to listen to him. He holds a cigarette in his lips and they tell him that they will just become thieves. The guy frowns, because the great craftsmen were famous warriors. Holding a club in his hand, he says that there is another way to restore justice, and this is a weapon made by Hephaestus. They hold a gun and they are told to forget about these toys and fight him with the one made. Open-mouthed, he asks to beat the warrior, and this will be a way to repay. Chuck looks down and remains silent. Grinning, Henry asks how dare someone who is on the verge of death joke with them? The man raises his hands when a gun is pointed at him. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Smoking a cigarette, he asks about the escape. Raising his hand, he says that he is good with words. Tears are still streaming from his eyes. Standing with his back to us, the guy says that he will fight. The guy takes a stick in his hands. His eyes widened, because he will be beaten for his statements. He puts his hand on the floor and decides to grind the bones into powder. Then Chuck stomps his foot on the floor. In his hand was a hammer. Frowning, he allows it to parry the blow. Grinning his teeth, the main character is silent. Then he jumps from the attack. Widening his eyes, he calls it madness. He looks in the other direction. Not far from him, a column was falling. We see that it has completely collapsed. The guy throws the cigarette butt on the floor and says that he looks surprised. He still had a hammer in his hand. Frowning, the man asks about the chance. He takes the club, because he hopes that he will not be surprised. Then he runs towards him. A blow flies past him. He holds a stick in his hand. Chuck strikes the floor. A guy appears behind him. He strikes again. Rick is below with a club. Looking in his direction, he is surprised. The protagonist opens his mouth. He runs up to him and says that it is too early to be shocked. With their mouths open, the guys call the captain. The guy sees a trace of a boot on his shoulder. Smiling, he says that this is ridiculous. Then he moves away from him. Straightening his arm, he says that he was kicked with a boot for the first time. Holding onto the hammer, he calls him a chatterbox and that he knows his limits. Looking into the distance, he asks how he figured it out. Frowning, Chuck says that he has never heard or seen anyone use such a blunt weapon. There is a monster near him. Taking hold of his shirt, he says, "When was the last time his heart beat so hard?" Henry widened his eyes, because the guy is equal to the boss. His gaze was serious, and they ask him for forgiveness. We see the object, because they will take into account its strength. He holds a hammer, because he wants to apply all his power. Raising his hand, he offers to try. Chuck runs at him. Baring his teeth, he swings. The guy is standing not far from him. We see how Rick was able to hold his blow. The club passed over his weapon. Then he jumped up behind him. The blow passed near him. Chuck takes the hammer in his hands. There was a smile on their faces. The guys are watching this fight. Their eyes widened, because their hearts were beating hard. The guy is standing behind him. His eyes turned red. We see his nose, and Chuck himself remembers the vibration of the air. Henry is crying from the roar of metal. We see the hammer, because these are the familiar sounds of a forge. He opens his mouth, and the fire ignited by the hammer in the guy's hands literally hit their souls. A smile formed on his face, because his soul is like a forge. Hephaestus stands near the guys and shows where the guys will work. The guy is standing next to a small sword, because they had big dreams. He wipes one of them with tears in his eyes, because everything reminds him of their shortcomings. We see their memories, because it's a pathetic story. Everything that happened after his promotion is just a waste of time. Rick was able to knock the hammer away from him. Tears are streaming from his eyes. He closes them, because this is his failure. A light appears near him. He puts his hand on the club. It turns out that Hephaestus has arrived, asking him to stop. Rick's eyes widen sharply, because everything went to hell just because he went out for a while. Chuck also watches and is told that he initially thought he was in the wrong house. His mouth agape, he asks to tell us what happened. The column was destroyed and the stones were lying on the ground. There were shards on the floor. He looks away and decides to talk. We see the ingots, because it's time for an explanation. Walking up to the guy, he asks a question, what is he talking about? Chuck bows his head, because he is thinking. With their hands folded, they tell him that everything was a setup and that the brothers had nothing to do with it. They open their mouths and call the boss. Squinting, he asks for a reason. We see his memories, because he understands that any wrong decision is followed by punishment. They were without their coats and his brothers did nothing wrong, they only swore oaths of allegiance to the captain. Opening his mouth, the guy wanted to talk about the theft. The protagonist puts his hand on him and interrupts. Clutching his head, he asks to forgive him for the mess. His eyes widened and they tell him that the dwarf captain was only following orders. Smiling, he asks how he can explain this. With his mouth open, he decides to tell. In his hand is a necklace. Having given it, he returns the missing item. His eyes widened. Chuck remembered that he gave the necklace to the guy. Sweat runs down his face, because if everything comes to light, many will suffer. Rick closes his eyes and says that Chuck helped him and his errand took up all his time, so he sent the captain to the warehouse to check on the items in storage. The guy opens his mouth in shock. Henry and his friend were surprised. He holds his knee when asked if it was true. His eye is red and he thinks about what to say. Hephaestus squints his eye. The guy had a drop on his face. He opens his mouth and laughs because he didn't care because he took great care of the forge. The guy exhales and says that he is flattered. Then they put a hand on him. They smile and call him a great guy. He closed his eyes and understood why the man liked him. He opens his mouth and thanks him. Chuck reaches for the hammer. Looking away, he was worried that the guys had lost all motivation. We see the weapon, because the sound of the hammer hitting was heard even in Olympus. The man takes it in his hands. Chuck looks up, looking at it. They hand him a hammer and say that it is the best weapon ever made. Tears flow from his eyes and he is told that his work was supervised. The other guys are also crying and they are offered to continue working. Opening their mouths, they call Rick. His hand was in the portal and he says that hiring him was the best decision, because not only did he cope with the work in the workshop, but also helped in the search for the necklace. We see a chest that they ask to accept. Holding him by the shoulder, he says to accept a small gift as a token of gratitude. Tears flow from his mouth, because this is possible and there is a special reward that is given for passing SS levels. The guy takes it and they tell him that it would be impolite to refuse. Opening it, Rick says that he will gladly accept it. He looks down and is surprised. There was some kind of animal. Hephaestus takes it and asks to take a closer look. It turns out that it was Charlie the fox. Taking it in his arms, he asks, does he need it? He says words to the animal. The little fox closes his eyes. Suddenly, we see a sword. Rick was shocked by this. Open-mouthed, he asks if he can transform into a sword. Narrowing his eyes, Hephaestus says that it is not just a sword. We see different weapons, because it does not matter, a sword, a spear or a scythe, this is the essence of the weapon, it can take the form of any existing weapon and is approximately the same size. The fox was on his hand, because this animal is precious. Charlie exhales, and Hephaestus says that this is a shame. Leaving him, he says that if he does not need it, he will give it to the dwarfs. Putting his hands to his face, the main character asks how he dares to refuse a gift from such a gentleman. Raising his finger, he says that the failure to refuse was out of politeness. After that, he strokes the pet, because he wants to take care of it. Taking it in his arms, Rick calls it cutie. Charlie sticks out his tongue, the guy was white and fluffy. He starts licking his cheek. A hand approaches the animal. A circle is created to change the owner. Charlie runs along it. Raising his finger, Hephaestus says that everything worked and he still has a few little things. A portal appears near him. Holding a huge bag behind his back, he says goodbye to it. Someone appears behind him. It was Chuck, who asks why he helped them, because they wanted to kill him. With his mouth open, he asks again. We remember the guy, or rather his past. He was in the rain and clenched his hands. He stands all in chains. The man cries, holding a sword in his hand. Then the guy smokes a cigarette. Chuck becomes angry and screams. His pupils became smaller, because they helped him because of the past. Smiling, he asks a question, don't we live in this world to help each other? His eyes look the other way. We see Hephaestus's back, because he guessed everything, but decided to leave everything as is. The man stands near the portal and they ask for forgiveness. We see his black beard. Leaning over, he says that Rick took care of their tribe and let him accept gratitude. A smile formed on his face. The guy also smiles, because he was happy. It was night in the city. The guy is holding a bag in his hand. The light is on in some windows of the building. There was an inscription on the roof, because it's time to earn some money. The man is holding a glass. He was 37 years old. From a young age he worked in the field as a manager for hunters. Last week he was promoted to general manager in the largest agency in the country. There was a red liquid in the glass. Opening his mouth, he thinks that from that moment on he received the best position in Korea and should leave the past, starting to live as an elegant man on par with other aristocrats. Harry straightens his tie, because it was terrible. Closing his eyes, he thinks that a person is made by his position and he needs to be stylish. He frowned, because he didn't understand how. The main character is standing next to him, who brought things for sale. The fox is sitting on his shoulders. We see the main character's body, because he has no armor or weapons. Raising part of his lip, he thinks that he has met people like him and this happens often. Fools imagine themselves hunters and pick up trash in abandoned dungeons. Raising his hand, the guy decides to see him off. They walk down the corridor and Harry shows him the goods appraisal department. He leads him to the man. Various jewelry was visible in the bag. Thomas picks up a club. Folding his hands, Rick says that a friend gave him several things. Opening his mouth, he shouts that he was right and why the hell did he come here. Putting his hands on the table, the guy asks to be told whether the young man brought junk. With his mouth open, Thomas says that he has been working for 40 years. But he is the first person to call such things. All these items were of the highest quality, not lower than the 4th rank. On the table there are various things, for example a baton and a bracelet. Frowning, he understands that this is impossible. Looking at it, he thinks, how could a lone wolf get such valuables? A smile appeared on his face, and the guy decides to take him to the VIP room. On the wall it is written that this is a VIP room. Sitting on the couch, Thomas says that if he sells all this, he will receive about 3 billion won. Raising his hand, he asks, in total? His eyes widen sharply. He bites his hand from such a figure. Rick trembles all over and is told that this is the preliminary price, depending on the number of buyers, because of them it will be possible to double everything. He was angry, because the guy had a weapon of the highest quality. Squeezing his hand, the guy thinks that even if he has to kiss his lower limb, he must become his dealer. He folds his arms and asks if the client has any plans to sell. He opens his eyes and asks again. Rick, holding his face, says that he will sell everything. The man raises his hands, because an angel sent him such a client, and with him he will be able to climb the career ladder. The picture becomes gray and he is told that he has never seen a manager who would keep his hand in his pocket in front of a guest. 2 guys bend over to him and thank him. The guy holds a tablet and thinks that this is a dream. Tears are streaming from his eyes, because he has money in his bank account. Rick, holding his jacket, says that the guys were surprised by his appearance, and were probably removed because of his appearance. He looks away. A smile appeared on his face, because now he can please himself and also visit his mother. We see a door in the hospital. Near the door there was a piece of paper with a room number. The woman puts her hand to her chin and thinks how much time has passed since their meeting. The main character gave her a lot of gifts. Louise holds the remote control and asks to watch TV. They turn their heads and there they talk about Rick, who cleared the dungeon of the labyrinth on his own, received an assessment from high-class hunters. Putting his hand to his hair, he says that not all by himself. Open-mouthed, Kate asks if her son has talent. Tapping his cheek, he says that he recently received it. Closing his eyes, Rick says that everything happened unexpectedly. She hits the table. Tears flow from her eyes because she is proud of him. The protagonist stands next to him and does not understand why she is crying. The guy looks down because his mother always worried about him. Her hands were on her face. There was a guy on TV who wanted to tell the latest news about the dungeon. Felix folds his arms and is asked about Rick. Open-mouthed, he does not want to tell the details, but the protagonist is strong and smart. Pointing her finger at the phone, Kate asks if they are talking about him. Smiling, he understands that this is his chance. A window appears that divine power increases with reputation. 3 more windows with part-time jobs appeared. Then a notification appears that you need to destroy the spirit in the Garden of Eden. We see golden apples. Mom folds her hands, and her son wants to cure her of cancer. The man on TV opens his mouth. The gates on the road opened and residents are evacuated. The fox cub sits on his shoulder. Then the guy hides in his jacket, and his mother thought it was a scarf. With his mouth open, he asks Snowball what's wrong? There was a black aura near his hand. We see a large eye near the ground. This picture was in his pupil. The guy grabs his head, because he doesn't understand what it was. Looking in the other direction, he listens, because the association is calling guilds. The gates became larger and they were different from the dungeons. They did not let people inside, and the monsters could freely walk around. We are near the hospital, where Rick decided to leave. A hand was reaching out of the gate. The monsters were walking along the highway. The guys are holding swords and saying that the third wave is approaching. Someone is walking on the ground. Birds are flying near the trees. Standing near the cliff, the guy asks a question, is there a gate here? People were fighting monsters below. Their eyes are glowing and they decided to start. A weapon was stuck into a goblin. Looking to the side, the knight asked that this wave was over. Stretching his hand to the side, the guy shouted that they would take a rest until the next one arrived. Journalists had already gathered here, so he should not rest too obviously. The young man turned his head. He looked up in bewilderment. A man was standing on a ledge. He heard what it was and what was there. The hero grinned, and someone asked what it was. Rushing forward, the knight turned to the commander. Gritting his teeth, the man asked who allowed him to leave the formation. Did he not hear that there were journalists everywhere? Raising his hand up, the guy replied that it was not the matter, let him look up, to which he asked again. The protagonist looked down, and heard what looked like a civilian had come through there. With his eyes wide open, the commander asked what was going on in the cordoned-off area, to which the guy replied that it looked like that. Suddenly, the man grabbed the knight by the face. Gritting his teeth tightly, he asked what was going on with him standing there. Stretching his hand forward, the commander shouted for him to go and take him away, to which the young man responded approvingly. The man looked away, hearing what looked like a civilian. Raising his hand, the young man said that but he had heard that the commander was a real professional this time, to which the girl replied that but judging by the fact that he had not even been able to control civilian access to the cordoned-off area. Smiling, he added that he thought someone had helped him get this position, and the girl said that it would make a great story. Rushing forward, the commander exclaimed. Stopping, he said that he was already burning because his comrades went underground, and he was the only one here cleaning everything up. The man activated the wind race skill and added that it would be better for him to get promoted to 4 stars as soon as possible. Suddenly, he jumped up. The hero looked at him in amazement. Raising his head, the protagonist exclaimed. The man took a step forward. Putting his hand to his face, he asked what and why he was doing this. John stretched his hand forward and asked what he hadn't seen the cordon, let him go. Looking at him, Rick heard that he could continue filming his videos for YouTube somewhere else. John grinned and thought that he was smiling, as if this was the first time he saw a real third-rank hunter. He closed his eyes and said that he understood his excitement. This was a third-rank hunter after all, but if he wanted an autograph or an interview, then so be it, to which the hero replied that he should just wait, business was calling. The man frowned, hearing that an autograph, an interview, that he was famous. He turned around and exclaimed. John widened his eyes and asked what he was ignoring. The pet looked angrily to the side. Turning his head, the hero asked what he was ignoring. The thought appeared that this idiot didn't care at all. Smiling widely, the man said that even some bastard looked down on him, and with some little one on his shoulder. Yes, he seemed to be some unknown hunter who was trying to achieve popularity. Charlie gritted his teeth, hearing that he should know his place if he didn't get it. Clenching his fist, John asked if he could punch him once. Suddenly he swung his hand. The hero kicked him. The man exclaimed in bewilderment. Suddenly he began to fall down. The protagonist grabbed his hand. He held him over the cliff. Smiling, Rick asked if he was okay, asking for forgiveness. He didn't mean to, but anyway, is it appropriate for a third-rank hunter to swing his fists at everyone he meets? John looked at him furiously. Grabbing his hand, he shouted that he was just lucky, At least he knew who he was. The hero dodged his blow. He began to walk forward. Raising his hands up, the protagonist asked that it didn't matter to him, but how was he himself? People were looking at them. It was heard that there were a lot of spectators. What was that noise? Was there a fight? Quickly, cameras up. Gritting his teeth, John shouted that he did it on purpose right in front of the cameras. Raising her head, the girl asked that wasn't that the one. Rick was standing on the ledge. It was heard that he was the one who had cleared the dungeon with the Sandgun Guild, a new hunter who had come out of nowhere. The man looked at him in surprise and thought that this brat was that same Rick. Grinning, the hero said that they had attracted their attention. The thought appeared that he was a first-class hunter, with whom even Felix took into account. Raising his hand up, the protagonist shouted that they should pick a better angle. A special report would begin now. Looking to the side, Rick asked what he was saying. The brat was looking down on him. It would be better to hit him once, to which the man mumbled. He looked in amazement, hearing that he should watch both sides, what he was capable of. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. Amanda looked at him in surprise. Frowning, John asked what he was up to. A glow appeared in front of the hero. He jumped forward abruptly. The protagonist stretched out his hand. A light appeared in front of his hand. People covered their faces from the wind. Amanda opened her eyes wide and asked again. John froze in amazement. The thought appeared that this was a phenomenon that arose only 10 years ago. Unlike the dungeons, only weak monsters came out of the gates. The barrier began to collapse. The thought appeared that the gates themselves disappear after some time, so they are treated the same as an ordinary accident. Although some scientists note the danger of the gates, it was heard that he had just entered the gates. It was said that they always attracted attention, because a person cannot go there. The hero lowered his head and said that this is it, what he saw in Charlie's memories. Standing still, he added that if this place was created by the gods, and people cannot get here, then only the gods can get here, right? The protagonist lowered his head and wondered why people weren't allowed into the gates like they were into dungeons. The man smiled, thinking that he had said that dungeons were made to test people. Rick looked away and said that they needed to look around first. He extended his hand and asked what it was. The protagonist touched the barrier and a notification appeared that he didn't have enough divine power. He couldn't pass. The eye of the abyss was watching him. The protagonist's eyes widened. He kicked the barrier. Rick slammed his shoulder into the wall. He hit his head on it. The protagonist raised his hands and shouted that this damn divine power. Why can't he even get out of here without this damn divine power? The protagonist crossed his arms and asked what else he could do. He lowered his head and added that it seemed like he only had one goal left. Rick smirked and told him to follow him. Looking straight ahead, he added that he saw it as soon as he got here. But he couldn't say that he wanted to come in. They would at least go and see what he looked like. Eyes appeared in the cave. It was heard that he was the owner of this gate. The hero, breathing heavily, said, "What and what?" Raising his hand up, he shouted that there were so many of them. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he thought that this was like the dungeons. He removed the boss and that's it. But the boss still wouldn't stick his nose out. Turning his head, he thought that here too, everything was going somehow differently than in the dungeon. The monsters there behaved as if they were programmed. Looking at the monster, Rick added that these ones were more alive. Or something. Putting his hand to the wall, the hero said that just entering the gate gives enough divine power. But if he also clears them, he will earn much more. The monster looked at him furiously. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Suddenly the hero struck him. Grinning, he said, "Well?" A glow appeared around the monster. It was heard that here he is, the boss. The creature looked away. It was heard that but some kind of him. Suddenly the boss swung his weapon at him. It appeared that he was coming. The hero looked at the monster. He froze and thought that he was slow. The protagonist dodged his blow. Standing on the ledge, he said that he was disappointed, and he really was the boss. He was too much for the boss. Taking a step to the side, Rick shouted that he was defenseless. The creature looked in bewilderment. A weapon appeared above the hero's hand. He swung the weapon sharply. The monster fell to the ground. Looking away, the protagonist asked again. The boss was lying on the ground. It was heard that that was all. Rick grinned and asked why the message about the cleanup hadn't arrived. Was it really true that everyone he told wouldn't believe that he had cleaned the gates so easily? His eyes lit up and he added that what could he do? At least he could cut out the core as proof. Raising his head, the hero said that he had seen on YouTube that it was somewhere near the heart. There was blood on the walls. It sounded like they would cut it here, like this. A loud exclamation was heard. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had found it. Holding the particle in his hands, Rick asked why it was black. He had heard that they usually looked like a precious stone and sparkled. Frowning, he added that it seemed to be moving too. Suddenly, the monster screamed. Throwing it aside, the hero screamed that he had a bad feeling about something. Extending his weapon towards the monster, he asked what he had done wrong. Suddenly the creature jumped up. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise. A view of the hill opened up. The crack was cordoned off. A crowd of people stood in front of him. He heard that it was true that a man had entered the gate. What had happened there? To which they were told that there were no questions. Let them step aside. Looking straight ahead, the girl turned to the doctor. Stretching her arms out to the sides, she asked that shouldn't they stop them, chaos would break out if the world found out, if only that. The man frowned, hearing that a barrage of criticism would be poured on the scientific community for spreading false information. The people looked in bewilderment. He heard that starting with the dungeon explorers, what was their order, they would first observe. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the man heard that ending with high-ranking hunters, to which he replied that a hunter had entered the gate. Stretching her hand forward, the doctor shouted that what if things take a much bigger turn. The hero came out of the gate and said that as expected, a lot of people. He grinned, hearing that a man came out of the gate, how he managed to get through, to which he replied that he would first get out of here. Looking at him, the girl thought that he just jumped out of there, like from some kind of hoop. Smiling, the protagonist said that after all, the air here is different. Looking at the people, Rick heard that how did he get into the gate, he really went through it, where is he from, this is not a deception. Raising his finger up, the hero said no. Clenching his fist, he added that this is not important now, what is important now is that people. Smiling, the protagonist said that now they can destroy the gate themselves. He closed his eyes, listening to the fact that destroying, even going there is already a miracle. What is he talking about? How can you destroy them? Does this mean that the gate can be cleared the same way as the dungeons? Let him tell a little more detail, to which he thought that was an excellent reaction. Rick held the weapon in his hands. Grinning, he said that this is the core that he extracted from the boss of the gate. Let them look closely. The hero threw the creature up. The monster flew up in the air. It was heard that now he was going to show them something incredible. The protagonist grabbed the weapon. He cut the monster. Cracks appeared on the gate. Rick grinned slightly. People looked in amazement. It was heard that the gate disappeared. Closing his eyes, the hero thought how cool he was. Holding the shard in her hands, the girl said that she thought that she had seen everything in her life while she was experimenting with the gate. The shards flew in the air. It was heard that but this is a sight. Looking to the side, the girl heard that he took off to the front page quickly, and then asked what kind of person he was. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he was just waiting for this question. A hill appeared, and someone addressed him. Holding the weapon in his hands, Rick introduced himself. A map appeared. It was said that a mysterious hunter had passed through the gate. Because of the broadcast, which was watched by a huge number of people, Rick's name spread throughout the country. Many notifications appeared. Looking at them, the hero thought that something important seemed to have arrived, and then said that something about a lower-level god. A microphone appeared. Frowning, the guy shouted that he should tell them something. Microphones were pointed at the hero. It was heard how long he had been able to pass through the gate, how he received the core with which he destroyed them, to which the protagonist shouted that he had an important notification there. The girl got out of the car. She was walking forward. It was heard that yes, she saw him. Frowning, the man said that he should let him through. Amanda opened her eyes wide and said that there was already no room to push through. Looking to the side, she added that it was her. The crowd looked at the girl. He heard something from the Sandgun Guild. He thought it was a goddess. The hero closed his eyes. Looking at him, the girl said that the guild leader wanted to see him. The protagonist looked away, hearing that so what? Julie raised her eyebrows and said that he would have to follow them. Standing in the middle of the room, Rick asked, so what? What is the second guild in Korea? The building is huge, and the headquarters is impressive. The hero looked at the man. He heard something, called him, and went into the dungeon. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist asked that he saw the news on the way there and urgently sent people for him, or something. He is some kind of scouts. Looking up, he added that he did not expect such a person to come in person. The girl walked forward. The thought occurred to Julie that she would become the youngest head of the guild, and she had paved the way to this position herself. There were only 3 7th-rank hunters in the country, including her. She looked straight ahead. It was said that in their time, when hunters were like uncut dogs, she had gained recognition from the whole world. Everyone knew her in Korea, the star of all stars. Looking to the side, the hero asked that otherwise she would not have been able to get him out of that chaos. Yes. Grinning, he added that on the contrary, this was good, because he wanted to calmly check something. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of him. Several messages appeared. Smiling, the protagonist said that titles are like Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, or Ares, the god of war. You must definitely choose the coolest one. Stretching his hand forward, he added what he should choose. Rick's eyes widened. He shouted that these are them, the titles of the gods. A notification appeared. The hero shuddered in surprise and shouted, what kind of gods have such titles for? The protagonist swatted a fly, and it sounded like the god of fly swatters. Don't make them laugh. Rick's eyes widened and he shouted that he would definitely find a decent title. The hero grinned and said that he had. The title God of Swords appeared, and it sounded like this was a good title. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that the God of Swords suited his talent. He pressed the button and added that it was great. He was choosing it. Rick looked at the notifications in amazement. A glow appeared on his body. The hero's eyes widened. He extended his hand forward. The protagonist took a step forward. A glow appeared behind the door. Rick was breathing heavily, and notifications appeared that they were congratulating him. He had become the God of Swords. The hero closed his eyes and said that he barely found a normal one. The protagonist was lying on the floor. It was heard that, by the way, he had passed out when he received the talent. He clenched his teeth tightly. A notification appeared that he should choose the power of the God of Swords. Many messages appeared above the hero. Rick, opening his eyes wide, asked that he would finally be able to use the powers of the gods. He froze in surprise. A notification appeared. It was heard that here too about divine power. There would be no worries. He was not buying some expensive thing in the god's store. All this would become his. He only had to increase the level of his divine power, right? Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that it was not the most spectacular of the starting abilities, of course. Holding his hand in front of the notification, he added that the first power. The protagonist clicked on the notification and shouted that intuition would take it. The hero's profile appeared. Rick smiled and said that now his profile was like that of a real god. A notification appeared. It was heard that he also had skills. They should be tested later. The hero looked away in surprise. Turning his head, he asked what it was. Having risen, the protagonist said that he could not have returned from the underwater dungeon so quickly, and who else could have come for him then? Rick took hold of the door handle. The girl was standing behind the door. It was heard that someone was there. The hero looked away in surprise. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist thought that it was Julie. Looking at him, the girl asked that she could see him for a minute. Raising his eyebrows, Rick asked that something had happened. Lowering her head, Julie said that she could see him for a minute. Holding the card in her hands, she added that the leader had given it to him. Crossing her arms, Julie said that this was a pass to the guild. Now he could use all the amenities and training rooms. Frowning, the hero thought that Felix really decided to take him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thanked her. Raising his eyebrows, he asked again. They stood in front of each other in silence. Frowning, the protagonist thought it was awkward. She was always so taciturn. The girl looked down, thinking that something strange was coming from her. Smiling, Rick said that he would go then. The pet's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he jumped up. Opening his eyes wide, the hero asked again. Charlie jumped on Julie. The protagonist froze in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he was asking for forgiveness. She usually did not behave like this. Hugging the pet, the girl said that everything was fine, a cute animal. Rick looked surprised when he heard that she could feed it, to which he responded approvingly. Julie put her hand in her pocket. She closed her eyes. Frowning, the hero thought that he did not bat an eye at the hospital food. Why did he like Julie so much? Looking straight ahead, he added that she was weak to pretty girls, and that Julie had given him anything at all. The girl looked away, hearing that she had given her some seeds. The pet closed his eyes, and it was heard that it was like a dietary supplement, that nuts were good for your health. The protagonist looked at Charlie. Standing in front of him, Julie said that she was glad to meet him. Looking at the pet, she said that they would see each other again. The doors began to close. The protagonist sat down on the bed. Closing his eyes, he said that it was strangely difficult to talk to her. Looking away, Rick asked that she seemed to like her, eating without thinking what she gave, and Julie had really sunk into her soul. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Stop." The protagonist froze and thought that he had never called Charlie by name in front of her. The girl walked forward. She smirked slightly. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that they would look. Putting his hand to his face, he added what he should do with it. With such an appearance and a stalker, who would have thought? Rick looked down. A lot of notifications appeared near him, and he shouted that yes, he was busy. What did he need? Looking to the side, the hero asked what a new vacancy was. A notification about the task appeared. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist shouted that it was twice as much. God bless this stalker. Pressing the button, he added that of course he would respond. A view of the river opened up. A bright beam appeared in the air. Putting his hand to his head, the hero said that he was already starting to get used to it. A glow appeared in front of him, and he asked what it was. The man was holding a lantern in his hands. The protagonist shouted in fear. He took a step forward. Rick froze in front of him. Looking to the side, he thought about the boat. Stretching his hand forward, the man addressed. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he was not dead. Looking straight ahead, the man said that this was the river Styx, where the dead moved. Standing in front of him, the hero listened to the fact that the living could not enter here. Frowning, he thought that the river Styx, so he was the ferryman Sharon. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he had business here, and then asked what would not help him cross the river. He smiled, hearing that he should go back. Sharon clenched his teeth, hearing that where then could he see Hades, to which he asked how dare someone like him pronounce his name. Looking away, Rick asked what he should call him, other than Hades, or maybe he should call him by his title, the god of the underworld, his majesty. Standing in front of him, the ferryman asked him that he was tired of living, to which the hero replied that he was the first to provoke him. Stretching his hand forward, Sharon said that he warned him. Raising his scythe up, he added that he should go away. The ferryman's eyes lit up and he said that many like him, low-level gods with hot blood, had died here, to which the protagonist replied that he was a real villain. Stretching his scythe forward, Sharon said that he should not talk nonsense. This was his last chance. Let him go where he came from. Rick showed him the middle finger. Swinging his arm, the ferryman shouted that how dare he. Swinging his scythe, he added that he would kill him, as he wished. The hero opened his eyes in fear. He smiled widely. The protagonist dodged his blow. A glow appeared, and he turned to Charlie. Holding a scythe in his hands, the ferryman shouted that he would grant him a beautiful death, and then, well, he would ride on this boat, since he wanted it so much. Rick looked away. He parried his blow. Sharon, his eyes wide open, asked where he got it from. Grinning, the hero asked that the myths were true, he would not know whose club it was. Gritting his teeth, the ferryman said that of course he would know, a human offspring who raised a hand against him and crossed the river alive. The blow flew at him, and he added that he did not even pay anything. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that there was too much chatter, let him be harsher, he was busy, to which Sharon replied that then at least let him pay. Smiling broadly, Rick asked again, and he added that he should sit down. They were leaving. The view of the forest opened up. The boat sailed to the shore. Closing his eyes, the hero thanked him. The man stood behind him. Swinging his scythe, he thought that if he relaxed, he would be dead. Let him die. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A notification appeared that the power of the God of Swords was activated. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. He dodged the blow. Rick froze in bewilderment. The ferryman looked at him in surprise. Turning his head, the hero thought that this was the power of intuition, as if his body had become faster than his thoughts. Smiling, he said that this would not do, he should give him a thrashing. Opening his eyes wide, Sharon said that he should wait. Standing on the shore, the protagonist said that he was not even a god, but he took his time. He looked away, hearing that he came to look after Cerberus. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what part-time job, right? Persephone closed her eyes and said it was nice to meet him. Her husband was so angry that no one responded. If it weren't for him, she would have to do it. Raising his eyebrows, Rick said yes, and then introduced himself, thinking that Aphrodite, if Hades is her husband, then she is Persephone. Looking away, the girl said that she will take him. The moon appeared in the sky. It was heard that Cerberus was very far away. Walking through the forest, Persephone said that they had invited him here before, but her husband says not to do it anymore, to which the hero asked why. Closing her eyes, the girl added that half of the applicants immediately ran away as soon as they saw him, so Hades decided that those who could handle Sharon would be able to overcome Cerberus, to which the protagonist replied that it was a preliminary test. Looking straight ahead, Rick thought about the fact that of course, in myths, Cerberus is a terrifying monster and is called the gatekeeper of the underworld. Flames appeared around him. A thought arose that he should put aside his worries, he is the god of swords. After all, Cerberus is just a dog. Looking to the side, the girl said that they had come, they were going there. The beast stood still. He took a step forward. The hero looked at Cerberus. Grinning, he thought that he was finished. A notification about the task appeared. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that everything was fine. Looking to the side, he responded approvingly. Grinning, the girl said that her husband wrote a list of precautions. Let him read it before starting work, to which Rick asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that well, yes, he couldn't send him straight to this monster without saying anything. Smiling, the hero thought that Hades had thought of everything. He was holding the list in his hands. Throwing it down, the protagonist shouted that this was some kind of joke. It was written right there in plain text that he must die, to which Persephone replied that the daily routine was also written on the back. Let him look, Hades wrote it himself, so it must be accurate. The paper was lying on the ground. It was heard that it was the daily routine. The hero was holding the Cerberus's daily routine in his hands. Raising his head up, he shouted that it was enough to laugh, and how he would order him to walk him. It was only said to feed him. What kind of exploitation was this? Looking at him, the girl said that if she wanted to refuse, it was okay. Looking to the side, she added that she was a little worried. The previous candidate had escaped, and Hades had caught him. Now he was miserable in hell. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that he had torn off his limbs and that it was so horrible, she couldn't even continue telling him. She shouldn't have said that. Let her go quickly. Rick looked at the list. He lowered his head. Smiling, the hero said okay, he was just trying to cheer himself up, and then asked what he should start with. The protagonist looked away when he heard that he should feed him. He saw that the nymphs were transporting meat, to which he asked if he should join them. It was heard that by the way, he tore off the arms and legs of those who tried to cheat. A view of the forest opened up. Holding the meat on his back, Rick asked what now, to which Persephone replied that it was a great job. Raising her hand, the girl said that now she should throw them to Cerberus one by one. Cerberus stuck out his tongue. Smiling, the hero said that he had just growled like that. Holding the meat in his hands, he asked what he wanted. The protagonist stroked the dogs. A thought occurred that brought back memories of the time when he worked in a pescafe. Big dogs have their own charm. The beast looked straight. A thought occurred that if he looked closely, he was even a little cute. Rick sat down and said that he should sit down. Suddenly, the Cerberus threw dirt at him. The girl exclaimed in amazement. Closing her eyes, she said that this time they had an interesting worker. The beast sat on the ground. It was heard that it was useless to give him commands. The Cerberus obeys only her husband. Now he understands why no one responded. Holding the meat in his hands, the hero said that if that's the case. Frowning, he shouted that the hell with him, here's his meat. The meat flew into the beast's face. The Cerberus laughed. It was heard that he should forgive him, he miscalculated his strength. Throwing a piece of food, the protagonist added that it was not nice to laugh at his comrades. Cerberus clenched his teeth. He took a step forward. Rick's eyes widened. The hero stood quietly in front of the beast. The chain suddenly stopped him. The protagonist grinned slightly. Raising his hand, he asked what he would do to him, sitting on a leash. So what if he was angry? The ground shook under the beast. The chain began to slowly break. Rick leaned back. Looking at Cerberus, he said that he should wait. Raising his head, the hero said that he simply broke the chains. Jumping aside, he exclaimed. Looking at the chains, Persephone said that they could be broken like that, to which the protagonist replied that it was not the time for delight. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that they were running. Turning around, Rick said that this crazy dog was trying to bite him over some innocent thing, to which the girl asked if his hand was okay, and he replied that it was just a scratch. Pointing to the side, the hero shouted that but what kind of chains do they have that are so easy to break? They are held on by snot, to which Persephone said that she herself was seeing something like this for the first time. Rushing forward, the protagonist shouted that damn, he is fast, so he will speed up, to which the girl replied that no, let him hold on to her. Looking to the side, Rick asked why. Smirking, the girl said that maybe she wouldn't be able to tell from her, but she is still the wife of the god of the kingdom of the dead. As long as she is nearby, the Cerberus will not touch him. Turning around, the hero shouted that she is sure. Frowning, he turned to his pet. The protagonist jumped up. He swung his weapon. Rick looked away and said let him bite it. He swung his arm. The paw shot towards him. Cerberus threw the hero into the wall. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, why the hell is he so strong? The beast's eyes lit up. Persephone's eyes widened and she screamed that he should stay away from there. Sitting on the ground, Rick heard that if he fell into the river, they would catch him and eat him right away, to which he thought, damn, everything is like a fog, he can't hear what she is saying. Raising her eyebrows, the girl thought that it seems like he can't hear her, what should she do? She stretched out her hand forward and screamed that it was enough. The beast's eyes widened, hearing that he should listen to her. The monster suddenly rushed forward. Sitting in front of the monster, the hero thought, damn, he came to feed the dog, but in the end he himself became its food. Grinning, he said, screw it. The protagonist jumped to the side. Falling into the river, he shouted that he was not going to die like this. The girl put her hands to her face. A dark river appeared. Falling into the water, the hero thought, why is it so cold? He can't even move a finger. Looking straight ahead, he added that he is dying. The protagonist frowned. A thought arose that he was falling asleep. He opened his eyes wide. It was said that everything that happened to him. A bright beam hit him. A thought arose, that and the part-time jobs on which he worked so hard. People rushed forward. The hero swung his sword. It was said that his whole life was just a dream. The protagonist was falling under the water. A weapon appeared. A thought arose that he still wanted to buy so much in the store of the gods. The armor appeared, and Rick thought that he hadn't bought anything. A glow appeared around the amulet. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that all his memories were flowing away. Perhaps his life was flashing before his eyes. The pet dived into the water, and the thought arose that it should not swim after him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that at least she should survive. Charlie swam after him. She lifted the hero up. Suddenly, the pet bit her nose. The hero screamed in pain. He turned around in amazement. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about what it was. Frowning, he added that he was losing. Charlie looked at him. Memories arose, and the thought arose that no, he must. A weapon appeared in the hero's hands. The protagonist swung the hammer sharply. Hands reached for it. Rick clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly he struck. The hero swam upward. Putting his hand to his face, he thought he couldn't breathe. The protagonist waved his arms. Water appeared in the river. Bubbles appeared on it. Rick abruptly swam out of the water. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he had crawled out of the next world. The hero looked straight ahead. Suddenly, the Cerberus opened its mouth wide. The protagonist opened his eyes in fear. The beast bit him. Rick rolled his eyes and wheezed. Suddenly, he looked in bewilderment. A notification appeared about immunity to all physical attacks. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked what the hell. Looking at the notifications, he added that the effect was the river Styx. The girl stood in front of the child. It was said that the one who plunged into the river Styx would become an invincible warrior. The child appeared. The thought arose that the goddess Thetis had lowered hers into it. Only the child's heels, by which she held him, did not get wet. A warrior appeared. It was said that this is how the tale of the Achilles heel begins. Looking down, the hero thought stop, he was soaked from head to toe. The girl screamed in fear. The thought appeared, which meant that now he was invincible. Grabbing the hero by the hand, she turned. Persephone tugged at his legs, screaming that he was alive. Let him go. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to the ground. Rushing forward, the girl asked if he was okay. Rick was lying on the ground. It was heard that he was covered in drool. Looking to the side, he asked how she could say that about a man who had just escaped death, to which Persephone replied that she was asking for forgiveness. It burst out. Looking at the hero, the girl asked if he was okay. The hero lowered his head. Hearing that how he survived, he fell into the sticks, to which he replied that he took and climbed out. Standing in front of him, Persephone asked what he had just gotten out of there, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he had simply swung his hammer, and she said that she had never heard of anything like that. Rick silently looked ahead. Suddenly, the Cerberus struck him. He froze in bewilderment. Lying on the ground, the hero asked what wasn't boring him. The beast grabbed his hand. It seemed that he was too strong for him. And what was this? It didn't even prick. The girl's eyes widened and she thought that it was impossible for a lower-level god to survive a Cerberus bite. Let him not say that it was a blessing of immortality. Grinning, the protagonist said that he had given him food. He himself did not eat, so they would take a walk. A notification about the river Styx appeared. Rick stood in front of the Cerberus. The monster clenched his teeth tightly. Grinning, the hero asked, what does he know? That it is useless, and still growls. Will continue, no walk for him. Cerberus froze in surprise. He looked down. The beast suddenly turned around. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that it worked in the Pescave. After all, he is different from ordinary dogs. Cerberus held the chain in his mouth. Rick looked at him. The beast stuck out his tongue. It was heard that oh no, the same dog. Holding the chain in his hands, the hero said that like this. Looking at him, the girl turned. Closing her eyes, she said that Cerberus had not been walked for a long time. Let him walk as slowly as possible. Looking to the side, the protagonist replied that he understood. Let him not worry. In the Pescave they called him the puppy president. Wide-eyed, he added that so it was a trifle. Suddenly Rick flew away after the chain. He clenched his teeth tightly. The hero hit a stone. The protagonist was flying after Cerberus. A notification appeared that the wind speed skill had been acquired. Looking at it, Rick asked what that was. A glow appeared around the girl's leg. Looking at it, Persephone asked what he was doing. Looking to the side, she shouted that he should use divine power to strengthen his body. The hero looked at her in bewilderment and asked again, and then thought how she could keep up with him. Frowning, Persephone shouted that she said that he should strengthen his body with divine power. Cerberus was too strong. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that why didn't he use divine power. A notification appeared, an idea appeared that he should use it, and isn't this a stat, it can be used. Looking at the girl, Rick asked what and how to do it, to which the girl replied that he should just not say that he doesn't know how to use divine power. She looked at him in confusion, hearing that, well, yeah. Looking at the hero, Persephone shouted that it couldn't be, in what sense, to which the hero replied that, honestly, he had no idea. Gritting his teeth, he added that he was still planning on running for a long time. Rushing forward, the girl said that he should remember what it felt like to use his power. Looking away, the protagonist shouted that he didn't understand her. Frowning, he thought about what it felt like to use his power. The man's eyes lit up, a thought appeared that, well, in the battle with Sharon, it activated on its own, he didn't even notice. Rick opened his eyes wide. He dodged the blow. Opening her eyes wide, the girl said that he should remember the image. Imagine that she was like water spreading over his body and controlling it. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that the image, to control the water. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. He grabbed the chain. Rick slid along the ground. Cerberus looked straight ahead. The hero stopped him. Gritting his teeth, he asked that he really stopped. Standing behind him, Persephone said that great, that's how it's done, let him focus the divine power on the part of the body he wants to strengthen. The beast looked away. The hero's leg slipped, and he said that he was pulling. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed. He held the chain in his hands. Rick's eyes widened, thinking that he needed to focus the divine power. Cerberus flew up. It was heard that he should be a good boy. The girl froze in amazement. The beast fell to the ground. Looking away, the hero said that they had enough walking for today, they were going back. Cerberus looked angrily. It was heard that he was going to resist. Smiling, the protagonist said that well, then they will do it the hard way. Rick dragged Cerberus along with him. The girl put her hand to her face. Looking at him, Persephone said that it was the first time he used divine power, and he was doing so well. She smirked and added that it seemed like they had a great worker this time. Looking away, the hero thought that it was strange somehow, she was strong enough, so why didn't she intervene? Even he, a low-level god, could stop him. The girl turned her head, hearing that he could ask a question, to which she responded approvingly. Looking at her, the protagonist asked why she didn't approach the Cerberus. Raising her head, Persephone heard that he was sure that she could easily handle him. She lowered her head down. Taking her hand, the girl said that it was because of the restrictions. Looking at her, Rick asked again. The monster looked furiously. It was heard that Cerberus guards the underworld, does not allow countless lost souls to return to the mortal world, and also stops those who try to look at them out of curiosity. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that she is one of them. Persephone froze, hearing that one of those who wants to return. A view of the forest opened up. The protagonist walked forward. Looking at the girl, he thought about the fact that Persephone is limited in her actions here, and can do nothing with Cerberus. All she can contact is a couple of 3 lower gods, whom Hades allows to his abode like him. Putting his hand to his face, Rick added that it was true, because according to mythology, Hades kidnapped Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld because he was enchanted by her beauty. He thought it was nonsense, but it turned out to be true. Persephone walked forward. A thought appeared that it was difficult to imagine how much time she spent here all alone, how unhappy she was. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that so, to put aside the sense of heightened justice, her husband Hades, the brother of the greatest god Zeus. Looking straight ahead, he added that he could. The pet, looking at him, exclaimed. Looking at Charlie, the protagonist said that he completely forgot about him, let him forgive him for abandoning him. Cerberus was lying on the ground. Rick approached the gate. The beast looked forward. Crossing his arms, the hero asked what came over him. The beast took a step forward. It was heard that he was following the trail of the dead. Despite his appearance, he copes with the job with dignity, and this is also the reason why he cannot leave this place. Looking to the side, the goddess said that as soon as she chained the chain back, his tasks for the morning would be completed. Holding the chain in his hands, the protagonist thought that for the dog to watch the gods, this Hades is a real stubborn man. Looking straight ahead, he asked what and why he should keep a dog that listens only to him. A notification appeared that the power of intuition was activated. A glow appeared in front of Rick. Light appeared on the gate. A thought appeared that there was something inside. What was there? Clenching his fist, the hero thought that he did not think that something was alive. This object, he could check. Looking to the side, the girl said that everything was with the morning chores. They will prepare for the day. Persephone opened her eyes wide and turned. The protagonist grabbed the collar. She froze in amazement. Rick closed his eyes and said that he would excuse her, but he thought there was something valuable inside. A glow appeared around the collar. Looking at it, Persephone said that it was incredible why he hid it here. Standing in front of the hero, she added that she had searched everywhere but could not find how he found it, to which the hero replied that, "How can I say, a hunch?" Looking down, he asked if this collar was really so omnipotent. Holding the collar in his hands, the protagonist heard that of course, Cerberus is a symbol of the underworld. Controlling it is the same as controlling this entire place. Lowering his head, Rick said that, frankly speaking, it looks like a very ordinary collar. Smiling, he asked that he could not use it, right? No matter how you look at it, it belongs to Hades. The girl put her hand to her face. Persephone slightly opened her mouth. The hero smiled when he heard that it didn't matter, to which he asked again. The goddess held out her hand and said that it wasn't her who found it and gave it to him, and her husband sometimes told her to look for it. She smirked and added that he said he would let her try to train the Cerberus if she could actually find it. Looking down, the protagonist thought that she had a lot of things to say to Hades. Well, he couldn't pass up an opportunity to make his life easier. Standing in front of the beast, he said that he should come here and have the collar put on him. The monster frowned when he heard that it was okay. He hadn't realized yet that he was no match for him. Rick smiled and asked that he hadn't learned his lesson yet. The beast's eyes lit up. He was wearing a collar. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it suited him. How wonderful it would be if he had been so docile from the start. He smiled widely. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that he chose him. The beast crouched on command. Then he lay down. Cerberus suddenly somersaulted. Looking at him, Rick shouted that it really worked. Now he saw that there was something cute about him too. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that this was for biting him and dragging him along the ground. He would sit in the corner and think about his behavior until he said that it was enough. Smiling widely, the hero thought that at this rate this job would really be very easy. Raising his hands, he laughed. The girl touched his shoulder and turned. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what she saw. This dog can't do anything. Suddenly, the goddess cast a spell. Rick turned, his eyes wide open. He was kneeling. The hero looked away, hearing that her husband had given Cerberus 2 orders. Looking down, Persephone said that the first was to watch the dead who were trying to escape from the underworld, and the second. Looking at the hero, she added that she was to watch her. The protagonist slowly closed his eyes, thinking that he was getting sleepy. Looking away, the goddess wished him sweet dreams. A glow appeared around her. The girl walked forward. Lying on the ground, Rick thought that for sure, for Hades the most important thing is not the underworld. Closing his eyes, he added that hell, he can't. The hero slightly opened his eyes. The pet was looking at him. Lying on the ground, the protagonist turned. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Rick suddenly stood up and asked what he had passed out. Looking away, he added that where was Persephone? The hero was sitting on the ground. Sweat was pouring down his face. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought he was finished. Looking straight ahead, he asked what and how long he had been sleeping. A notification about the river Styx appeared. It was heard that thank God, not so long. Rushing forward, Rick shouted that he was leaving. Let him guard the gates. Running forward, he thought about how Persephone could not leave the underworld before because of Cerberus. Looking at the forest, the hero thought that if it became known that she had escaped because of him, Hades would beat the crap out of him. Turning his head, the protagonist asked how far she had gone. He must find her and take her back as soon as possible. A notification appeared. The thought arose that for sure, he had received a new skill. A glow was flying around the hero's leg. 2 messages appeared. Rick's eyes widened. He ran forward rapidly. Turning around, the hero said that how fast. Sitting on the ground, he added that he would try to activate the skill while using divine power. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. He was flying over the forest. Rick opened his eyes in amazement. The girl was standing on the boat. Looking at her, the hero said that there she was. The boat was floating forward. Persephone was standing on it. Looking to the side, she asked what that was. Lowering her head, the girl added that she had run over a rock or something. Suddenly, she shuddered in fear. Looking at her, the hero asked why she was in a hurry. The forest appeared. He heard that she had told him that even the dead were not allowed to cross the river Styx. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist shouted that how would she explain this to him, to which the goddess replied that she should forgive her, she just really wanted to see her mother. Rick shuddered in amazement. Looking at her, he said that but she planned. Winking, the girl said that she should not worry. Her husband will return only in 2 days. By the way, this is a secret, but he is the first one who caught her. Frowning, the hero thought that this is not the first time she has done this. Suddenly, the boat hit a rock. A crack appeared on it. Looking to the side, the protagonist exclaimed. He lowered his head. A thought appeared that he did not think that the boat would withstand. A notification appeared that the effect of the river Styx. The remaining time is 15 seconds. The boat stood in place. A thought appeared that it seemed that they had no choice. Rick put his hand to his face. Suddenly he jumped into the water. The hero emerged from the water. He touched the boat. Pushing the boat, the protagonist shouted that come what may, let him hold on tight. They went out on the shore. The goddess and Rick were standing in the middle of the forest. Closing her eyes, the girl said how wonderful. Looking away, she heard that she would promise him something, to which Persephone asked again. Frowning, the hero said that he should promise that they would return immediately after he saw his mother. The goddess winked and said that he was worrying too much. She had said that she had never been caught before. Taking his hand, she heard that he was definitely doomed if she was caught, to which Persephone replied that everything would be fine, since he was so worried, maybe he would come with her. The sun was shining brightly. Turning around, the girl said that she was coming here, to which the protagonist thought that, and why all the Greek gods lived in caves. Smiling, she turned to her mother. Demeter looked at her in surprise. Getting up, she asked what was going on, to which Persephone replied that it was her. With wide eyes, the woman asked if it was really her, to which the goddess responded approvingly. They closed their eyes. Looking at them, the hero thought that he was here like a fifth leg for a dog. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Flowers lay near his foot. A plant appeared. It was said that amidst the earth withered from Demeter's grief for her daughter. When she was in the underworld, if we talk about their world, then we can say that winter began. The goddess looked surprised. Hearing that he remembered here, he had business, he needed to go. Looking at the hero, she asked that he would not follow her, to which the protagonist replied that they would meet by the river at 8. Rick turned around, hearing his name. Grinning, Persephone thanked him. A view of the dark sky opened up. Standing by the boat, the hero said that it was good, everything was ready. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that she should already be here. The man touched the flower. Turning around, the protagonist said that here it is. Suddenly, he froze in amazement. Holding the flower in his hands, the guy said that this means that a burr has come to him for a part-time job. A notification appeared that the intuition skill was activated. Rick opened his eyes wide. It was said that he would die. Looking at the plant, the guy asked where his wife Persephone was. The hero opened his eyes in fear and thought that he was shaking all over from just the words. Could it really be Hades? Why was he already here? Standing in front of him, the god asked that he swallowed his tongue. Looking down, he added that he did not understand how someone like him could find the Cerberus collar and help Persephone escape. The protagonist froze in place. Stretching his hand forward, Hades said that it did not matter, let him die. Rick opened his eyes wide. His gaze froze in place. The hero flinched and heard what he was doing. Frowning, the goddess shouted that why was she killing an innocent person? Turning around, Hades asked where she was. Taking a step forward, the goddess said that yes, he himself constantly told the workers to try to find the collar. Stretching his hand forward, she added that he found it, as he wished, so why was he angry? Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was fine. But running away without saying a word was not enough. Crossing her arms, Persephone said that she just went away for a while, saw her mother and came back. She turned away, hearing that but she should at least say, to which the goddess replied that she needed to tell him every little thing, holding her for a child. Looking at them, the hero thought that she pressed Hades. Looking down, the god said that he was worried. The thought appeared that he was also a romantic. Stretching her hand to the side, Persephone said that she still had something to say. They will continue in the underworld. The protagonist looked at the box, hearing that it was for him. Let him consider it a bonus, to which he responded approvingly. Looking at the girl, Hades asked what keeps him alive. By the way, what is in it? To which the goddess replied that he did an excellent job with all his duties, so she gives him a gift. Rick looked at her in surprise. The girl grinned and said that she would take care of the payment, so he shouldn't send a complaint to the system and shouldn't wander around here anymore. A bright beam appeared in the middle of the forest. Smoke appeared in the room. Rolling his eyes, the hero asked what and how many times he had almost died at his part-time job. Holding the box in his hands, he said okay. Untying the bow, the protagonist said that she said it was a bonus, but he took it without thinking about what was inside. Rick looked at the glow in amazement. The box contained the forbidden fruit and a golden apple. Frowning, the hero asked again, and then thought, what does that mean? Mom can do it with his help. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what but can people eat the fruits of the gods? He took the apple in his hands. Rick touched the forbidden fruit. Looking at it, he thought that it was the forbidden fruit, and he really should eat it. A building appeared, miracles were heard. Sitting on a chair, the doctor said that all her cancer cells had disappeared, to which the woman asked if it was true. Adjusting his glasses, he replied that yes, but there was no explanation for this in modern medicine. Kate put her hands to her face and asked how such a miracle could happen, to which the hero replied that he had told her. Only happiness lay ahead. The protagonist hugged his mother. A thought appeared that the golden apple had worked. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was good that he had not peeled the skin, otherwise the whole effect would have disappeared. Smiling, Rick said that the doctors say that she is ready to be discharged, they will go home. They approached a taxi. The hero opened the car door. Looking at the driver, he said that Weizong, Banwell district. The protagonist looked in bewilderment, hearing that to get there, you will have to make a big circle, no big deal, to which he asked that there is a shortcut through the park. Looking to the side, the man replied that he apparently had not heard yet, there is a complete mess there now. He turned up the volume on the radio and added that the news was talking about nothing else, he heard that they were near the park. Rick gritted his teeth, hearing that a dungeon had appeared here, the evacuation of citizens was ongoing, guilds and individual hunters had been called to the scene, but traffic jams were making their way difficult. Mother touched the hero. Looking at him, she said that she would get there alone, let her go, to which he responded. Closing her eyes, Kate asked why he was needed there. Because he was so eager to be shown on TV. Looking out the window, she added that she would keep an eye on him from the other side of the screen, let him be careful, to which the hero replied that he should not worry. A view of the city opened up. Looking at the tower, the protagonist said that it looked impressive. Grinning, he added that there would be a lot of work today. Looking up, Rick asked that they were ready. Rick calls the system window and reasons that he should first look into the god's store. He looks at his balance and realizes that he hasn't received his salary yet. Rick pressed a button and launched the update. He looks at the card with his characteristics, and that he received a new title called The Player Who Tamed the Cerberus. Rick is stunned that he received the title. He reads the description of it, that he is the dog of all dogs and that he was the one who was able to tame the charismatic guardian of the gates of the underworld, and that he is generally the master of dogs. Rick is indignant that he is the new master of dogs. Someone shouts that Rick is where he is standing. The guy waves it off saying that he confused him with someone else. Julie walks indifferently while a bunch of people ask her to comment on the current situation. Another one that there is nothing special in this dungeon, for example in a labyrinth dungeon, and clarifies what is the reason for her being here in such a case. Rick looks nervously and realizes that they were not talking to him, but to that girl. Julie turns and replies that his guild is trying to squeeze out the maximum as usual, and while she is asked to say something else, she asks that she not give any interviews. Rick is perplexed while the journalist begs her some more, to which he notes that she is stupidly ignoring everyone. He pulls up his hood and notes that he does not have time for such trifles and that his goal is to catch up with her. The girl walks ahead, while someone asks if they are hiding deep, to which he receives a positive answer with the explanation that he assumes that they are planning to arrange a surprise attack on them. The people in cloaks are talking, while one is indignant about what kind of a surprise attack there could be from a hound and clarifies whether it is not just a bunch of huge dogs. The man nudges the second with his elbow and asks again what they are talking about, because he should have seen himself. Was it not he who was bitten that time? The second one angrily shouts, asking if he saw this picture. Julie raises her hand and asks for silence. The first one leans towards the second one's ear and asks if they are loud, to which the second one notes that he is right, because he is talking nonsense. Jimmy looks at the girl and asks her. He watches her go and does not understand what happened, because she usually behaves differently. Julie goes forward, and he reasons that she is of course not particularly talkative at normal times, but she usually does not get angry because of such nonsense. The guy peers into the corridor and assumes that she noticed something. The torch is burning. The people in cloaks are looking forward. Julie lowers her face and explains that they are coming. The hound looks displeased. Several more are standing on all fours. The people from the guild are taken aback. The second one screams in fear that he did not tell them that there would be something like this. Jimmy grits his teeth, thinking that they are facing deadly hounds, and explains that the slightest bite from them, through poisonous fangs, leads to death in 10 minutes. The hound drools and the guy panics, because they are very poisonous. The saliva flows into bright puddles. Julie takes the dagger, saying that they have received some problematic guys. She goes at them alone and says that those who are not strong in close combat should step back. The girl points the blade at them and orders the others to follow her. Someone impersonates her. Jimmy asks displeasedly why they are still fooling around. The guy in the mask justifies himself by saying that it was not them just now. He points his finger forward and explains that the voice is coming from behind the hounds. Someone comes out and calls the hounds to come to him. Rick stands calmly next to the hounds. Jimmy is shocked and asks himself how he could have tamed them. They are deadly hounds. Rick strokes one on the head, while Jimmy realizes that this man is a humanoid monster or that he is a monstrous man and that they do not yet know who exactly their enemy is, and notes that both listed options are worse. The guy runs forward and calls the commander to stand behind him. The redhead is angrily calling Rick to show himself to them. Jimmy points his sword and asks him who he is, if he is a monster in human form or a man in a monster's skin. Rick steps out of the shadows and asks if he wants to put his sword down. The guy smirks and says that his hound is scared of the sword. Jimmy is horrified to see that he is a man. Julie is standing in front of the hound. Rick is stunned. He runs towards her and uses the speed of the wind. Rick reaches out to her. Jimmy grits his teeth and knows that things are very bad. Someone grabs the girl by the shoulder and calls out to her. Rick prepares his fist to punch. The guy hits the hound and scolds it for not biting. Rick looks at the sign about the title and that the effects of the title have been activated, and that he now has 32 dogs with him. Jimmy looks at him in confusion and asks if he was going to attack the commander. Julie turned around. Rick turned around too. The guy is holding her bracelet. Rick looks at her with a smile and notices that they met again. The brunette looks at the bracelet and understands that he couldn't make a mistake and that Persephone has exactly the same one. Rick sullenly asks where she got this attribute from. The girl indifferently noted that this guy is a lot of trouble and that there are too many spectators for this. Rick is perplexed why she said this. Julie looks at him and explains that it is somehow straightforward on his part. Rick gets up from his knee, saying that everything is not right. He holds her hand and continues that this is not what everyone around thought, and calls to stop making a photo shoot out of this. Jimmy takes another photo. Rick shouts that everything is wrong. The guy frowns and sends a signal. The dog receives the signal of the new owner. The green-eyed man looks at them and gives the command to everyone to sit. The brunette smiles and continues that the first 10 should investigate the territory, and the rest should help them. The guy and the hounds are preparing to begin the operation. The hounds rushed into the corridor. The dog runs. He smelled a red crystal. Jimmy turned around at the barking. Rick pets his pet and praises him, asking him to put down a rock. Jimmy is confused by what is happening. The red-haired guy looks at the dogs and wonders if he is sleeping. Julie looks down. She comes up to Rick and says that he has an amazing ability and asks where he got it from. The guy looks at him in shock and asks himself if it is even considered that abilities are given to people at birth. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and the guy continues that she does not understand how she knew that he got this ability somewhere. The brunette turns away and replies that he did not get it, but was born with it, and remembers that he has a question for her about her bracelet. The girl does not understand what it is for. The guy looks at him and asks who it belongs to. The brunette looks at him questioningly and answers positively, asking why she would wear a bracelet that is not hers. Rick seriously asks where she bought it. He starts to get angry and insists on asking her where she bought it. Rick frowns and realizes that there can be no doubt in his guess. He looks at the attribute and realizes that it is a unique antique design. Rick thinks about the blonde and realizes that this thing is identical to the friendship bracelet that she once told him about. Rick stares at him in bewilderment and does not understand why this girl has the same bracelet. Rick frowns and notes that he previously thought that this girl was just a strange stalker and asks her why she is silent. Julie is confused by the question of who or what she is. Rick is taken aback by the answer that she bought the bracelet on the internet, and Rick uses the ability of the forbidden fruit. Julie claims that she bought it on the internet, and Rick's ability confirms that her intentions are close to good. The girl looks at her bracelet and continues that if he liked it so much, she can give him a link, to which the forbidden fruit also confirms that the girl is not lying. 1959. Rick doesn't understand what's going on at all. The brunette hesitates and asks if it's true because he was just about to buy one for himself. The guy pretends to love this bracelet and the guys feel sick. The brunette is embarrassed because gossip has started about whether everyone has heard that he loves women's bracelets, and the second one doesn't understand whether he just came up to them for business or because he liked her bracelet. The guy coughs nervously, thinking that he's completely out of his mind going on such trips, and understands that now everyone will stupidly think that he's a pervert. Rick looks awkwardly and understands that his image has just died. Rick imagines a rocket and continues that if that's the case, then he can just shift their attention to something else. Because if he's going to die in the eyes of others, then only with this girl, and asks how she found out Snow White's name. Did she really punch him somewhere? Julie raises her finger and asks again, but immediately realizes what he means and replies that she simply heard this fact from others. Rick is taken aback, because she continues that someone near the gate told him to go and call him Snow White. The guy is horrified by the sign that her intentions are close to good. They both stand awkwardly. Rick looks slyly and does not understand why she is not lying. The guy is horrified by the fact that it turns out that all this time he behaved like a madman simply because he himself did not understand everything correctly. The plot moves to the doors. Explosions are heard. The creature walks and calls out to everyone who stepped on its territory to come over, because they themselves brought themselves to certain death. The entity frowns and understands that this is so stupid and that death will atone for their crimes. Rick punches him in the face. He angrily orders him to shut up. Jimmy is taken aback that the guy so easily beats the boss of the dungeon. Rick tries to catch his breath and he notices that Rick dealt with the boss alone. The guy looks at him madly. He puts his hand on his shoulder and begs him to keep the fact that he was with them in this dungeon a secret. He smiles awkwardly and adds that everything he said earlier is also a secret and clarifies whether they agreed, to which he nervously agrees and that he will pass this on to everyone else. Rick recruits the man in the mask. Julie looks thoughtfully at the bracelet. The crowd looks at the tower. Julie walks ahead while people shout that they are leaving and call out to Julie to come to them. Rick tries to hide in the crowd while the journalists ask her to tell them something about clearing the dungeon and clarifies whether everything was as easy as always. The guy emerges from the crowd while the girl replies that she, as a responsible person, notes that she is very glad that as a result of the plan, no one from her squad was hurt. Rick looks out from under his hat and thinks that he didn't know, but suddenly he got talent and became a hunter. He looks at the building and continues that if he wants to work as a hunter in his country, then he must pass the official hunter test like everyone else to qualify, and since hunters are only those people who have many abilities and great power, then guilds must control them, and it turns out that a person can thus get any information about a hunter with a simple search on the site. Rick introduces himself and continues that since he is not an official hunter, he cannot deny the fact that he invaded the dungeon and the gate illegally. The guy reads the comments. He adjusts his cap and reasons that if public opinion worsens again because of something like this, then his godly powers may actually decrease and that he will leave this matter to Julie and quickly get out of here. The guy bumps into someone and asks for forgiveness and the opportunity to pass. The blonde guy asks if he is Rick and that it is really him. Rick is taken aback. The blonde guy loudly notes that it is Rick in front of him. The blonde guy lifts his glasses and asks who is this worthless thing crawling around here and why. People ask each other if they heard that Rick is here. The guy is standing in the center and someone is perplexed why the second one called Rick untalented, and then remembers that when he himself watched the news, he did not seem untalented to him. Rick frowns and thinks that he really wants to know who this guy is. The guy puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if he will even greet him after so much time. Tyler smirks and asks if he has grown up, to which Rick realizes that he is that same bully. The brunette remembers that in front of him is the person who ruined his entire school years and that he is just a scoundrel from a rich family. Rick remembers himself beaten and the thought at that moment that it is quite possible that the world is not ruled by gods. Tyler in sweatpants mocks Rick while he realizes that they are exactly like this with full pockets. Rick grabs his wrist and points out that everything is different now and that everything has changed over time. Rick looks at him with a smile saying that he hasn't changed at all and asks him if he still allows himself to carry rough things, and all just because he comes from a rich family. Tyler is taken aback while he thinks that he is going to surpass them, and the blonde asks again what he said to him. The blonde snatches his wrist out of his hands with a laugh and remarks that he is a little freak and asks if he has gained confidence only after becoming a little more famous. Tyler poked him in the visor and points out that if he judges by what he saw on the news, then he cleared out some dungeon with labyrinths and clarifies if he destroyed something like a gate there. The blonde smiles because he realizes that something in all of this doesn't add up. Tyler takes his cap off and yells that he, a worthless thing, has no talents and that he should at least come up with something more interesting for himself. The people are taken aback by the fact that he asks again if he cleared the dungeon or destroyed the gate, because it is extremely funny. Because how can someone like that do something like that? Rick looks around nervously, and the man asks if the second one heard that Rick cleared the dungeon is actually a lie, and the second one reasons that if you think about it, is it true that he did not find him on the hunter's website earlier? Does it mean that it is true that he has no talents? The brunette gets angry and realizes that he is causing him a lot of trouble. Julie comes. She hits the blonde. The guys turn to look at her. Julie hands him the cap and asks him to take it. Tyler looks out and asks what business she has with him, if she is defending him, because he is a piece of trash with no talent. The girl looks at him and explains that just because someone has no talent, it does not make them trash and asks if he can even take responsibility for his words. Rick watches awkwardly while he swears that does she even know who he is, because unlike her, he knows him very well and that he is just an idiot and convinces everyone that he is untalented. Julie looks at him slyly. Julie gets angry. Rick does not understand what she wants from him. She lowers her eyelids and the guy assumes that she wants him to prove himself. The guy goes forward and realizes that it is quite easy to do. He jumps higher. Tyler looks in horror. The blonde looks down and screams that it is impossible for him to have talent, because he is just an untalented piece of trash. Rick scratches his ear and thinks that chatting with him is a big waste of time to nowhere. He turns around and notices that he is leaving, to which the other asks him where he is going. Rick reasons that he realized something after meeting an old friend. The guy turns off the alarm and continues that he needs to get his hunter qualification as soon as possible. He ties his shoelaces and continues that, fortunately, he heard that the test will be held on the island. The guy goes to the car. Rick looks inside and continues that he thought that he would get there quietly and calmly himself. Julie looks out and asks if he is going to the hunter test and calls him to get in the car. The sun is shining brightly. Rick gets out saying that he got there in comfort and thanks her. Some bird is looking at the island. A bunch of people have gathered while Rick reasons that these are lands for testing hunters. Julie is cuddling his pet while the guy is perplexed why she came all this way with him. She looks at the fox and asks her how the future successor of her guild can be so careless, to which she receives in response that she is free today. Rick walks up to her and asks why she suddenly started talking to him informally, to which she asks if he is Tyler's age, because then it turns out that they are also age mates, and invites him to become friends with her. Rick sees that her intentions are close to good. Rick, perplexed, agrees and asks permission to ask one more question. The loudspeaker behind him announces that number 1117 must proceed to the area to take the physical training exam. The girl holds the pet, and the guy says that it's his turn and that he'll be right back. But until then he asks her to keep an eye on him. Rick is tense and thinks that he knew she'd get mad about this. She feeds him, while he continues that she's not doing anything suspicious other than feeding his pet seeds and that all her intentions are close to good, so he shouldn't have any problems with her. The loudspeaker insists that it's time for his test. Rick looks at his watch and hears that all the contestants should take notice that they can only use the equipment they've provided for the test. The guy does a squat and he continues that they should start by strengthening their lower body. The guy grits his teeth while someone tells him that he has an increased difficulty and maximum setting, and he knows what, he hasn't even moved from his spot yet. Rick lifts the barbell and wonders if they really call this just a fitness test. Tyler laughs and says that's why he should know his place. Rick sees a sign stating that the subject's intentions are close to evil. Tyler continues that the barbell weighs a ton and that a normal person can't lift it, until Rick recognizes the voice and realizes who it is. The man in dark glasses says that he advises him to hurry up, because he himself knows that he will be automatically disqualified if he cannot do it even once, to which Rick finally realizes who is talking to him. Rick sighs and says that initially he just wanted to calmly get his license and leave, but now he cannot afford such luxury. The guy tenses his legs. Tyler smiles and insists that trash like him should not stick his head out of his own corner. Rick grits his teeth and lifts it, while someone rates his lower body strength as a level 6. The brunette pulls a dumbbell with one hand and gets a level 6 in the upper limb. Rick drags something on his belt and gets a level 6 for basic strength. The brunette beats groundhogs and gets a level 6 for speed. Tyler is horrified to realize that he is seeing the impossible. He grabs someone by the collar. He angrily insists that he stop what is happening right now, to which the horrified man apologizes and explains that they will only be able to stop him if he makes a mistake. The guy is warming up his wrists, while the bespectacled man shouts asking if he thinks what is happening looks like a mistake and whether he thinks that this can make any sense at all. The guy is exhausted, while the loudspeaker announces that Rick has passed the basic suitability test and that they are summing up the results, that all his characteristics are rated at level 6, except for flexibility, which is at level 4, that his main strength is level 5, as is his agility, and that is all from him, and they call him to proceed to the next room for testing. The bird looks at the roofless building. The man spread his arms and said that he wanted to sincerely congratulate everyone as future hunters on the fact that they all successfully completed the first test. He smiles and continues that this time they will be tested on the quality that is necessary to become a hunter, namely teamwork. People gathered in groups, while he continues that they are all allowed to use only the equipment provided and urges them all to remember one thing, that even if they kill a monster from other groups, it will not affect the results of their own team. Rick stands with a sword and looks at the creatures. It screams at him. The creature is about to jump. The people are taken aback. The amphibian screams at everyone. The bald man screams in horror in response. The amphibian swings. The man covered his face with his hand. Rick runs. He protects the guy from the monster. Rick turns around and asks if he can stand up. The brunette puts the sword aside, saying that he will stand in that direction. The brunette is about to strike. The amphibian flies away. The monsters lie in a heap, dead. Rick turns around at the scream. The girls were swept away by the creature. Rick is preparing to go to their aid. Amphibians evolve into raw material for sushi. The girl looks on in horror and asks what happened. Rick stands by the corpses, while they are perplexed how Rick killed them all by himself, and that thanks to him they all easily passed this test. Tyler stands and watches from above. He clenches his teeth. The guy takes out a bottle. The creature drinks. Her eyes fill with anger. Rick sees a sign stating that intent to kill him was detected. The fish screams. Rick blocks the blow. The amphibian throws him back. Rick stops with his sword. The girl is taken aback by the fact that one of the creatures is still conscious. The amphibian looks back madly. It runs. The amphibian grabs the girl by the face. The monster slams her head into the floor. The bald guy screams in horror. The amphibian gets hit. It gets angry. Rick, horrified, denies what is happening. The voiceover notes that all the participants except Rick failed the test. Tyler raises his glasses, saying that he will not be able to score a single point without his teammates, and clarifies if he still wants to continue the test. The blonde smiles and points out that he already told him that he should only play at his level. Rick shakes with anger and remembers that he knew something was wrong. He looks at the creatures and thinks that he did this only to set him up. Rick turns his head. Tyler crouched down and asks where he was going and if he was going to give up. The blonde notes that all this is pointless without his teammates. Rick shines his eye and tells him to shut up. The brunette prepares to attack and notes that he will definitely do it. He delivers a slash, saying that he will definitely pass this test and become a great hunter no matter what. The brunette opens his mouth. The creatures each receive a lethal blow. Rick scrapes the floor with his sword and notes that he is all finished. He walks near the corpses and continues that even if he cannot get points for teamwork, he can still get his individual ones and clarifies if he is right, because he thinks he earned 200 out of the 100 required points. Rick turns around and asks if he's right. The instructor and Tyler are shocked. The man awkwardly summarizes the second test. The loudspeaker makes an urgent announcement that everyone in the testing room should take shelter in the nearest shelter because a huge tsunami has been spotted near the island and is moving in that direction. A message came on telling everyone in the testing room to evacuate immediately as the hero looked up. Rick looked up intently, thinking that he should personally check out what's going on. The guy abruptly squatted down, and the young man next to him stumbled back. Tyler, sitting on the floor, looked at the jumping hero and wondered what the idiot was doing, saying that this was no joke. Rick jumped up. The young man heard something and turned around. The wall behind him collapsed, and water rushed in. The guy was stunned, wondering what a huge wave was. The people panicked and the character screamed that if this continued, they would all be dead. A notification appeared in the reflection of the young man's eye. It said that his payment had been credited and that Persephone apologized for being late. The guy looked up and thought about paying. Rick desperately scrolled through the system window, looking for something worthwhile, something useful, anything. The young man happily saw a breakwater. The message talked about a breakwater, about the art of wielding a sword that could even cut through waves. Snowball was dragging something in her teeth. Rick looked at Charlie and asked what she was doing there. The guy quickly turned around, looking at the water, said that it didn't matter now, urging his pet to go forward. A sword shrouded in magic appeared in the guy's hands. The young man raised it in front of his face, closing his eyes. A notification appeared that the breakwater had been activated. Rick stared ahead. The hero swung his sword and the water moved back in a large wave. The boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he had succeeded. Splashes of water fell on the young man as he shouted that he had actually done it. The message said that all test participants should immediately go to the nearest shelter. Rick leaned down and coughed. The loudspeakers were blaring that there was an extremely high probability of a second tsunami wave, and they were repeating that all test participants should immediately go to the nearest shelter. The young man wiped his nose and wondered what the wave was again. Rick looked at the destroyed wall and wondered if he could stop another one. He turned around when a notification appeared. It said that there was an urgent vacancy from Poseidon. A team was needed to restore the underwater palace, because as a result of the destruction of the dam of the underwater palace, tsunamis are starting to arrive in the above-water world. The message said it was a matter of utmost importance, and the boy thought about how the tsunamis had started to arrive in their world and wondered if the gods were to blame for all of this, and if the notification was to be believed, the tsunamis would stop until the repairs were complete. Rick picked up the supplies from the floor and thought that the gnomes had stolen all of his supplies. The boy put on his jacket and thought about how Persephone had tried to escape at every opportunity, and that the gods were nothing but trouble. The young man pressed the accept buttons in the system window and said that he needed to go but wanted to live in peace in this world. Sunlight was filtering into the underwater kingdom. Rick, with a snowball around his neck, looked at the statue. Someone came up to him from behind and asked who was there. Hephaestus smiled, raising his finger up, when the young man exclaimed, noticing him. The man grabbed his head and said that he knew they would definitely see each other again. Hephaestus pointed to the hero's shoulder and asked if his moon fox had grown up. He tried to touch the pet with his finger, but to no avail. The upset man turned away and said that Charlie still didn't like him. The hero smiled and assured him that the pet was very shy. The guy looked away from Charlie and thought about how he had been so active with Julie, asked what brought him here. Hephaestus closed his eyes. He waved his fist and explained that it was a stupid question, because a great blacksmith is always busy when something needs to be fixed, and they were short of hands, so it was great that Rick came. The man looked at the hero and said that he would explain everything to him before they started working. Hephaestus shook his head and warned the guy to look around. The man and the young man were standing by the broken wall, and he explained that this side was the one that was damaged the most. From here the water was leaking into the human world, and to them it looked like a small hole in an inflatable pool. But in the human world it was reflected as a tsunami. A large hole was shown when Rick asked how it happened. Hephaestus noticed a pink funnel above and asked if he could see it. The young man looked up and listened to how the gates were an eternal headache, and no matter how much you fight them, they just keep coming back. Rick watched in fear and thought, what the hell? Weren't the gates created by the gods, and they were exactly like dungeons, so he thought it was the work of the deities, wondering where they came from. Charlie looked ahead. The pet pressed itself against the hero's cheek and exclaimed. The young man looked away and wondered what was going on with him. The boy exhaled, looking down and wondering if the space was seriously near the gate. The whirlpool glowed pink. Lilac magic rushed towards Rick and Charlie. He made a face and screamed about damning the divine world and wanting to go on vacation. Hephaestus looked away and exclaimed that he would take care of it, offering to hold on to something strong, and if he fell into the gate, he would be finished. Charlie unhooked himself from Rick's shoulder. The hero screamed, watching as his pet went into the gate. Energy enveloped Hephaestus as he spread his arms out to the sides. The man raised his hands up, wrapped in magic. Everything around him lit up red as he got into a stance. Hephaestus swung, pressing his fist to himself. He struck, and a duplicate huge fist rushed up. The gate formed a vortex. The man raised his hands up and screamed, cursing. A large fiery hand touched the gate. The fingers were reaching inside. The hero cursed, noticing something. Huge magical hands were holding a fireball. Rick watched and thought that the highest class deities were on another level. The fiery energy was trying to absorb the gate. The young man watched what was happening carefully. A monster's hand reached out from the gate. The creatures were climbing out of the portal one after another. The guy looked in surprise and wondered if they really let monsters through in the world of the gods too. Hephaestus snapped his fingers, exclaiming. A sword appeared out of nowhere in front of Rick. The man turned around and screamed that he should catch the sword, and while the monsters were on it, he would block the gate. The hero took up the weapon and said that he thought he would calmly repair the wall, but he was terribly lucky. Rick rushed to attack and noted that he wanted a bonus for this. He cut the monster with a blow, saying that there was one. The creature clenched its teeth when a notification appeared that the talent intuition was activated. The guy turned back sharply. He saw a blow flying towards him. Rick jumped to the side. The hero landed nearby, watching the monster. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and drove away the thought in his head that this could not be. He thought about the fact that he cut it using divine power, wondering why he did not care. The orc landed and threatened to tear the vile bastards from Olympus to shreds. The young man clenched his teeth, watching, thinking that this thing also talks, and that something is wrong with this bastard. The guy looked at him more clearly and wondered if the monsters that came out of the gate are many times weaker. The hero squeezed the hilt of the sword. He looked at the crowd of creatures and said that it could be dangerous for him. Rick looked to the side. He saw a flag and a crowd of orc soldiers marching in formation. The monsters were running towards him. A fight broke out with powerful blows to the face. The hero watched the battle, realizing that they were fighting each other. He noticed the stripe on the soldier's shoulder and drove away the thought in his head that most likely this group was recruited by Poseidon. Rick looked at what was happening and thought that he would fight them alone, when one of them attacked from behind. The guy silently thought that they looked strong as hell. The monster came even closer. The young man swung his weapon back, hitting the attacker on the head. The hero held a sword in his hand and exclaimed that if one-on-one, the task becomes more realistic. The guy struck, one after another. A notification popped up about a horizontal cut, a vertical cut. Rick looked at him in surprise. He gritted his teeth as he attacked, thinking that it was no coincidence that he didn't go down with the first blow. The monster crossed his arms as the hero thought that even with godly strength all he could do was scratch him because they were too strong. The orc swung his fist, saying that it was so boring to play with him. The monster swung with both hands and screamed for the hero to stop resisting and just die. Rick tightened his grip on the hilt and asked him again, telling him to try. The creature opened its eyes in surprise, looking at the hero. The young man attacked using a wave splitter. He struck while crouching. The monsters watched this fight from the side. The orc with a cut head looked forward. From Rick's attack, the creatures flew apart in pieces. The young man looked at what was happening and exhaled. He put the weapon on his shoulder, smiling, and invited the next one. The enraged monster gritted his teeth and called him a bastard. The creatures rushed forward calling for him to be killed. Rick swung his sword and spoke to them to rub their eyes and see his power. The young man ran to attack, having received a warning that he did not have enough talent points for the breakwater. The hero was confused. The guy got angry and shouted about what happened, because everything was going so well. The monster flew, swinging his fist, when the young man, bulging his eyes, announced that he surrendered. The creature was shot in the arm. The monster did not understand what was happening, being under fire. The man pulled the gun in front of him, asking who the fish thought he was. Rick looked at him in surprise. Chuck held a cigar and a grenade pin in his mouth, saying that the fish was good. He threw a grenade on the monster's heads and added that it was fried fish. An explosion occurred behind the characters. The young man sat on the ground and was surprised to see the gnomes. Chuck gritted his teeth and said that they were a little late. The orc got angry and shouted that they were little rats. The monster ran to attack, saying that he would kill everyone. Henry pointed a gun at him and told him to go to Daddy, calling him fish guts. The gnome looked at the creature in surprise. He wondered, seeing a stone in his hand. The monster threw a stone and hit Henry's weapon. The orc attacked the gnome in a jump when he put his weapon out. The monster kicked Henry to the side. The gnome powerfully flew into the column in front of his friends. Chuck raised his head up and said that this bastard. He suddenly grabbed the weapon in his hands. The man swung at the enemy. Chuck dealt a crushing blow to the monster, driving it into the ground with his head. The hero opened his mouth, paying attention to something. He watched as Chuck dealt with the orc and declared that the dwarven hammer was incredibly strong. The boy remembered how he dived into the water with the hammer, wondering what he did when he fell into the river Styx intuitively. The hero swung the dwarven weapon. A system window opened in front of him when he said about skills, the dwarven hammer. A message about weapons popped up, where the hammer skill used by dwarves was indicated. The young man noted that it did not require many points. The monster grabbed Ben by the neck and informed him that he had caught the rat. The orc swung his hand at him, screaming for him to die. The monster turned around, hearing Rick call him a fish stick. The hero flew to attack, activating the skill of the dwarf hammer. He looked into his eyes and told him that he was already dead. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the skill was cancelled because the requirements were not met. It can only be used with a blunt weapon. The guy hit the monster in the head with his sword. His eyes widened in surprise. The creature swung its hand to attack. The monster hit the young man in the body. From the powerful blow, he flew to the side. The hero sat on the floor, bowing his head. The guy wiped his face and thought that it really didn't work, because there was no blunt weapon, and his pet was not with him. Rick suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at his hand and thought that if you think about it, it looks like a blunt weapon, doesn't it? And considering that his fighting skills are SS, he wondered if he could use the hammer with his bare hands. The boy looked up when he was called out. The monster was punching Ben in the face. The young man gritted his teeth and said that there was no time to think and that he believed in himself. Rick flew to attack, attacking from behind. He was angry and clenched his fist. The monster looked back, sensing danger. The boy flew into his opponent, striking. The orc grabbed the hero's hand. He held the young man's hand, staring at him. Rick's hand was enveloped in yellow energy as he exhaled. The hero used the dwarven hammer and laid the monster on the ground. He raised his fist. A notification appeared stating that the combat skill was activated. The young man looked at his hand and with a smile, receiving a message that the dwarven hammer was pumped up, said that it was great. The hero heard his pet running to his feet. He picked it up and asked if it was hurt anywhere. Rick raised his fists, which emitted magic, and said that he was now counting on Charlie. The young man rushed to attack his opponent. He looked at his opponent, finishing him off with his foot. The monsters were in a group behind Rick. The creature growled, holding a beaten comrade in its arms. The orc looked ahead carefully. The guy in the jump carried out another attack. The clouds spread after a powerful blow from the young man. They flew to the side, crushing everything in their path. Rick warmed up his hands and smirked at the fact that these creatures care about each other. The portal from Lilac turned black. Hephaestus noticed and shouted that there was a strange surge of energy there, and everyone should be ready for a blow. A whirlpool formed. The guy asked in panic what was happening. The man opened his mouth and noted that he could no longer hold back the gate. Rick watched a powerful flow of energy from the gate. Monsters fell into it and screamed for help. The guy narrowed his eyes and noticed that it was collapsing and spilling energy, and if this continued, they would all be sucked in. The young man looked up and screamed to Hephaestus. The man was sucked into the portal. The hero watched as his hand went into the gate and continued to scream. Rick gritted his teeth and screamed that even he. A notification popped up that an extremely powerful aura had been detected. The magical energy continued to advance. A silhouette was visible. Danger messages came one after another. A new monster arrived with a trident in his hands. The young man examined it and listened carefully to the fact that the guy really dealt with his subordinates perfectly. The hero looked in front of him in horror. The monster smiled and called him a pathetic insect. The creatures rejoiced, calling the newcomer Mr. Poseidon. The guy's eye turned green as he wondered if they were serious, and what the hell, this is Poseidon. The monster looked at him carefully. The young man turned his head towards the orc and told him to wait. He watched them, thinking about the terrifying aura, wondering if this guy was really Poseidon, because the orc said so, and the guy thought it was weird. He was interested in the fact that if you look closely, he even looks different. Who is he then? Rick stared ahead, but he had an anxious premonition. The guy looked at him, noticing the pattern on his forehead. It was the same as on the gate. The young man clenched his fist and thought that no matter what anyone said, his instincts were screaming that he was dangerous. The monster grinned and noted that he had scattered his subordinates well. The trident emitted purple energy, forming an energy ball. The guy suddenly screamed that something was approaching. The monster raised the weapon above itself, emitting energy. The creature looked at the accumulation of magic in front of it. Bright beams of light spread from the energy ball. A large number of these beams cut the creatures into pieces. The young man pressed his pet to himself, trying to hide from the attack. The red light dissipated around the villain with the trident. He put his hand to his face and laughed, calling them insignificant pieces of trash. The monster smiled frighteningly, looking through his palm. He threw his head up and laughed. Rick gritted his teeth and thought about what his intuition was telling him. The hero looked back and drove away the thought in his head that he would definitely not be able to defeat such a monster. The creature emitted red light from its eyes. The monster smiled, noticing that one piece of shit survived. He held the trident out to the side and a large amount of energy rushed forward. The guy and Charlie dodged the beam of magic. Rick gritted his teeth and thought that he was finished. The hero pushed off the ground and realized that he could use wind speed. A notification popped up about activating wind speed. The guy tensed up and ran away from it, thinking about doing it as quickly as possible. The monster grinned, watching what was happening. It suddenly appeared in front of the young man's face and asked where he was going. The creature brought the trident to the guy's face and said that this Olympic scum should die faster. The young man's pupil narrowed when he cursed. There was a powerful explosion with a release of energy. The wall was destroyed behind Rick. The monster smiled and said that Neptune was just a fake. The hero, sitting on his knees, looked at the stranger in surprise. He grabbed the monster by the trident and asked him if he really thought he could hold him, Poseidon, for long. Neptune got angry and shouted at him not to say that because he was a god too. A fist flew at the monster's head. Poseidon hit Neptune and shouted at the bastard to shut up. The monster looked at his opponent in horror and heard him ask if he realized that he had stolen his name too. The god gritted his teeth and said how dare he slander him so pathetically. Neptune grabbed his hair. The monster pulled his head back and told him to take it back. Poseidon gritted his teeth in pain and said that it was unfair to grab his hair. The young man looked in amazement and thought that this was the first time he had seen the battle of the higher gods. The gods fought, shouting that it was time to end this and attack. Rick watched the scene and thought about how they were fighting like children. Poseidon, gritting his teeth, looked into his opponent's eyes and said that he was just a fake, and no matter what happens next, but today he will erase him from the face of the earth. Neptune, grabbed by the hair, laughed at the fact that this was empty talk, asking if this was not his 78th failed attempt. Poseidon smiled and said why he hired a cool god today. The characters looked up at the gate, when the god stated that it was time. The young man turned and wondered about the god that Poseidon personally hired, thinking about how strong he was. Hephaestus pushed the gate apart with his hands, smiling, and said that the monster was using a knowingly losing tactic in battle. The man walked through the portal, while Rick thought about the return of Hephaestus. He was angry, his eyes wide open, and wondered if the monster could defeat him. Hephaestus landed and told the hero that they were all dead. The young man, hearing that the man's whole body ached after such a long battle, wondered if he could do it. Hephaestus smiled and said that he was counting on them. The other heroes jumped out of the portal, and Rick watched this. He opened his eyes wide and wondered. The guy looked at the characters who arrived and saw Julie in front of him. The magic item cracked. The girl extended her hand, from which pieces of something destroyed fell. Neptune turned towards her. He looked closely and shouted about his gate. Dead creatures lay on the ground, when Neptune said that it was not enough for her to kill his subordinates. The monster rushed to attack, shouting that she still dared to touch his precious gate. The young man was screaming in panic about Julie's technique. Neptune shot a powerful beam of energy in her direction, telling her what she thought of herself. The girl calmly looked at the approaching danger as they shouted at her to leave. A beam of energy appeared in front of the girl. She grabbed a knife. Julie rushed forward, attacking her opponent. Peace was visible in her eyes. The girl landed a lot of blows, landing on her knee. Neptune noticed her nearby. He tried to reach her with his hand while she was not looking. Julie turned around abruptly. Rick, holding a sword in his hands, defended himself, standing between them. He smiled, looking at him, and thought about how the body moved on its own thanks to pumped-up intuition. The monster clenched his teeth, calling him a small bug. He swung his weapon and spoke about the hero accepting death. The hand pulled the guy back. Julie pulled Rick, throwing him aside from the blow. The enraged warrior ran towards the monster. He swung his big fist. The fighter approached the enemy from the side, but he noticed him. A magic circle appeared above Neptune when he called them all creatures. The wizard in the hat cast a spell, holding a staff in his hand. The guy fell back, watching as a large blue flash appeared in front of him and the girl. She stood with her back turned and asked why the hero was getting involved so thoughtlessly. The young man was upset, asking about something that he couldn't even help. Julie, wrapped in magic, turned around and asked what he thought, could this be called help? The guy frowned and, looking at her, thought that she was so smug, but he couldn't bring himself to be sarcastic, because she was right. The girl looked forward and said that he had become faster. The monster leaned forward, and she noted that Neptune was extremely unstable now. He opened his mouth and looked down. Rick's eyes widened, thinking about her words that he had become faster, arguing about who she was. Julie noticed that there were so many questions on his face. She threw the bottle and said that she would talk to him after the fight, let him take it. The guy grabbed the test tube in his hands. A notification appeared that there was not enough information and the data may not be accurate. You need to use this potion, it temporarily increases divine power. The hero squeezed the bottle in his hand when she told him to drink it and remember. The girl looked into his eyes and said that he was the one who should kill Neptune. Rick was stunned by what he heard and asked again. She rushed to run forward, saying that she believed in the guy. The young man sat on his knees, looking after her, shouting for her to wait and explain at least something so that he would understand. Rick grabbed his head, exclaiming that the girl would drive him crazy. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought about what the hell was going on. Julie jumped to attack the enemy. She dealt many blows to the monster and, after, squatted down. The girl took aim and hit the villain in the leg. The warrior from the side jumped to attack at that moment. His fist flew straight into Neptune's face. There was a flash of energy from a powerful blow. The fighter lowered his hand. He was standing next to the prone body of the monster. The wizard rushed forward, making a leap. He stood next to Neptune's head. The monster's hand moved. Neptune grabbed the wizard. The fighter abruptly grabbed the monster by the body. Neptune pressed the wizard to the ground with a blow. He grabbed the warrior's head. The monster knocked the fighter out by force. The young man watched what was happening and thought that this could not be happening. He looked at the bodies of the heroes and wondered with horror that Julie wanted him to be the one to finish him off. Poseidon looked at his opponent angrily and asked if he had lost control. The guy jumped up from his place and headed towards his opponent, thinking that just yesterday he was a nobody, and let him be a god now. The hero stepped over the stone and thought that he would definitely not succeed. Neptune smiled, lowering his head. He got angry, saying that this insignificant little god dared to touch his precious body. The monster flew to attack, exclaiming that he was a corpse. The young man looked at it when the light fell on his face. Rick lowered his hands, watching the splash of powerful energy. Julie appeared out of nowhere and pushed him aside. She looked into his eyes and asked if he was going to stand there stupidly any longer. The guy looked at her in surprise, asking again. Rick's eyes widened. A pink spherical flame flared up in front of the guy's face. Julie's hair moved in the wind. The girl extended her hand to the guy. She slightly opened her mouth and asked why the guy froze in place. Julie fell to the floor. Neptune put his foot on the girl's body. The god smiled widely and said that it was stupid, because the girl could have escaped and survived. The protagonist raised his eyebrows high. Neptune asked the girl if she believed that saving Rick would somehow help their situation. The guy did not understand why she did it. Julie slightly raised her head and said that it was obvious. She was lying under the enemy's foot and said that he underestimated his enemy. The girl lowered her eyebrows and told Neptune that he would eventually die at the hands of the one he underestimated and despised. The god's hair rose in streams of air. The guy opened his mouth wide and asked the girl what she was saying, and added that he had no chance against this monster. Julie smiled and said that she believed in the guy. Rick's hair covered his wide-open eyes. A sign appeared, notifying that the target's intentions were close to good. The boy with the backpack on his back looked back. The protagonist thought to himself that the future is determined from the moment of birth, and for people with talents this world is different from the world of people who are deprived of any special abilities. The boy held the straps of the backpack tightly. Words were heard that the boy was pathetic and useless. Little Rick walked along the road. The protagonist remembered that he had one person, namely his mother, who believed that talent was not so important, and believed that the boy would succeed. The boy looked at his happy mother. The protagonist thought that he tried his best to keep up with those who had talent. Rick stood in the middle of the kitchen. The boy remembered that one day, when they ended up in debt because of his uncle, the only person who believed in him changed dramatically. The woman held Rick by his clothes and screamed that it was because of her that the boy had no talents. The man's brows furrowed. Rick realized that the man's trust was just a consolation to take the blame off himself and his child. The boy smiled widely and thought that it was even better this way. Rick remembered that he had not felt anger or sadness then. The boy was hanging on chains in the void. He realized that such excuses about his abilities made him feel disgusted with himself, and added that he had already run away once and had nothing then. The wet boy spread his arms wide. Rick looked at his reflection in a puddle. The boy raised his head towards the illusion of the globe. The boy kicked his opponent in the head. The fighter extended his hand with a sword to the side. Charlie was sitting on Rick's shoulder. The boy realized that now everything was different. The boy drank the potion. Inscriptions appeared, informing that the blessing spread throughout the body, and in an instant the protagonist receives a huge increase in divine power. Rick realized that he had people who believed in him, and there was a chance. Rick dropped the bottle and said that he felt that Julie was strange. Bubbles flew around the bottle. Liquid poured out of the falling vessel. The protagonist decided that this time he would definitely not run away. There was an explosion. Rick was holding Julie in his arms. Neptune looked towards the guys. The guy was holding the girl's head with his hand and telling her to rest, and he would be back soon. The enemy pounced on the young man. The sword sparkled with yellow light. God raised his hand back to strike. The enemy dodged the sudden attack. The young man's eyes were covered by his hair. He said to himself that his body was overflowing with strength. The blows of the enemies generated an explosion. Rick attacked Neptune with his sword and thought that now everything could work out. God gritted his teeth and said that the guy had only become a little stronger. A pink staff appeared in the monster's hand. The enemy shouted for his opponent not to be arrogant. The two fighters met in a duel. Rick's sword flew behind him. The protagonist realized that despite its strengthening, there was still a big difference in strength between them. The guy closed his eyes. He saw Julie's bloody body and realized that he could no longer retreat. His hand clenched into a fist. The young man hit his opponent in the face. Drops of blood flew off Neptune. Rick swung to strike and in his head said that he needed to be even faster. Neptune tried to block the guy's blows. The fighter's fist went straight for the opponent. The god saw the opponent's cloak flash before his eyes. The hand and the cloak merged into one. The opponent stopped seeing Rick. The young man grabbed the monster by the hand. Rick approached the opponent to attack and thought that he should hit without stopping, not giving him a chance to breathe. Neptune fell back from the blow. Blood poured from the god's mouth. The monster grabbed the young man by the cloak. A magic sphere appeared between the enemies. Rick hit the monster in the torso. The boy jumped to the side. The god opened his mouth wide and shouted that this time he would definitely end it. Charlie was floating behind Rick. Pieces of tiles flew to the sides. The boy held a shield in his hands. Rick gritted his teeth. Pink mana appeared near Neptune's hand. The monster pointed his staff at his opponent and asked him if he thought there was any point in his attempts. The enemy opened his eyes wide. The fighter cast a spell. A blue dragon was floating towards the enemy. The spirit opened his mouth wide. Everything near Neptune exploded. Poseidon pointed his sword at the enemy and said that the enemy was finally caught. Smoke billowed from the explosion's site. Neptune's body was covered in burns. A mana sphere appeared in the monster's hand. The enemy said that since this was the case, they would all die. A whirlwind of magic appeared around the god. The protagonist said that he would not let everyone die. A sign appeared notifying that all divine power was invested in strengthening the wave cutting. The fighter raised his sword behind his back and realized that faith does not prove the truth. But even a fool understands that he cannot destroy other people's expectations. A flash illuminated Julie's face. The chains hung in the void. The guy's eyes sparkled in the yellow rays of light. Neptune's face was divided in two by a blue stream. A shockwave pierced the ground. Notifications appeared stating that Neptune was defeated. An unknown goddess was pleased with the result of the fight. The progress condition of the last blow was fulfilled, and thanks to the last blow, the protagonist receives the power of a forgotten god and his lunar power was increased to level 1. Rick's cape sleeve was torn. The guy almost closed his eyes and said that he succeeded. The fighter fell to the ground. Julie was smiling. Rick opens his eyes. Through half-opened eyes, he sees Poseidon. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist screams loudly. The Greek god of the seas says to himself that the protagonist has woken up. The protagonist's hands are tied with chains. Poseidon says that his wounds have been healed, and his clothes have returned to their previous state. Throwing one leg over the other, the god of the seas thanks the protagonist for defeating Neptune, but asks his permission to ask one question. Poseidon's hand emits blue magic. He tells Rick that due to him having dealt with Neptune, most of the powers of one sea god have passed to another. A magic ball levitates above the hand of the water god. He continues to say that due to the final blow, part of the dead god's power has passed to the protagonist. Thanks to this power, it is possible to establish order in the world, but it is also possible to arrange chaos. A notification about the activation of intuition, a feeling of malice, the emanating from the target of neutral. Close to evil intent has appeared. Poseidon, frowning, tells the hero that he will now ask a question. The sea god envelopes his head in a black aura, asks a question about what Rick is going to do with this power. A notification appears that Poseidon's power sees through him. Rick, sitting on the floor, thinks that since Poseidon is testing the eye of the depths, then a clumsy lie will not work. The protagonist, his mouth slightly open, ponders the fact that he feels anger and comes to the conclusion that he is probably going to be killed if he answers incorrectly. Rick, with his mouth slightly open, says that he did not kill Neptune for power, but if he is allowed, he will use it to become stronger and be a god recognized by everyone. The god of the seas looks sternly at the protagonist. Poseidon lowers his eyes, repeats Rick's words and mentally says as if he is looking at his former self. Rick looks ahead with his green eyes. The Greek god of the sea smiles, believing that his captive is sincere, and he also noticed that it was as if he was looking into the soul of a newborn god. Poseidon, rising from his throne, joyfully tells Rick that he is sincere and pure, and adds that having destroyed the cursed gate and having met such an intelligent god, there is no reason not to celebrate today. Waving his hand to the side, the god of the sea shouts that today he will throw a grand party. A bearded old man, holding a glass in his hand, is chatting with his companion. The girl is drinking purple liquid from the glass. Rick, with Charlie on his shoulder, is walking towards Julie. The girl turns around abruptly. The guy says that they need to talk. Charlie pricked up his ears. Rick wants to say something to Julie. The white pet, abruptly jumping from the guy to the girl, barks. Rick, his face changing, shouts to his pet that they are now having an important conversation. Charlie closes his eyes. Rick asks him to come back and let his dad finish. Julie hugs the white animal. The guy is offended that she raised her level and that's it, because his pet does not even glance at others. So why did he like the girls so much? A white-haired girl passes by, pushing Rick with her shoulder. A crowd of women, separating the guy from Julie, ask the girl what she is doing here. Rick asks to talk to the girl and gets an elbow in the face. One of the women thanks Julie and says that she saw her at the gate. The guy angrily shouts that he was the first to talk to Julie. Poseidon, grabbing Rick by the shoulder, is happy that he finally found him. Joyful Poseidon, dragging the guy away, says that they need to talk a little before the end of the work, but Rick refuses. Julie laughs at the guy, says that he is brave and she likes him, and offers to work together. Rick opens his eyes and mouth wide. The girl opens the blue interface table, explaining to the guy that they met quite early, but she would like to definitely succeed in this life. The girl's profile contains her data. The phrase that the girl is the god of samsara, the god of rebirth, and she has been reborn 1,869 times is highlighted in the table. An island surrounded by rocks is visible. The protagonist is told that he tried hard and successfully passed all the tests. Rick holds a document in his hand. He is congratulated on receiving a hunter's license. The hero is happy that he received a license and immediately became a 6-star hunter. A star enters from behind the planet. Rick reflects on the fact that the ranking system of hunters around the world is based on stars, because there are hunters up to 9 stars. Adds that in Korea there has never been a 9-star hunter, and there are only 13 5-star hunters, including him. Concludes the fact that the weight of a 6-star hunter is beyond imagination. The sun illuminates a white building. Someone shouts that he will not allow this. 2 guards detain an aggressive guy in a Hawaiian shirt. He is indignant that Rick was in the dungeons and gates before receiving a license, and that they issued a license to a criminal. The hero notes that the guy cannot calm down. The guy, smiling nervously, hears the man in the shirt threatening to kill everyone and mentally calls him pathetic. Rick looks at his pet in surprise, thinks that he has become heavier and thinks that he has grown. Throwing his head back, the guy remembers that his pet has increased in level. Rick remembers Charlie sitting in Julie's arms and wonders if his pet will become independent if he continues to grow. The hero and his white pet rub noses. The protagonist is sure that Charlie loves him more than Julie and asks him about it. The girl, looking at the floor, tells the hero that he has a good destiny. Julie looked at Rick and called him to come with her so that she could tell him everything. The hero looks at her. The girl clarifies that she will tell him everything he needs to know and what will happen in the future, about Ragnarok and the end of the world. The black car quickly cut through the highway. Rick, sitting inside the premium car, said that now he understands why there was such a strange feeling from the very beginning. The young man, staring at his interlocutor with displeasure, asked who the hell she was. Julie, condescendingly turning towards the protagonist, asked if this is what he was curious about. The protagonist's interlocutor, looking thoughtfully into the distance, said that a year ago a window with a part-time job from the gods appeared before her eyes. Using the reward for the part-time job she received power and became a mid-ranking god, and then she gained the ability of foresight. Rick, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked again what her ability of foresight meant. Julie, nodding confidently, confirmed that it was true foresight, but she did not know everything. An image appeared of a girl rapidly falling down through a magical space, and she added that, nevertheless, she learned the future. The protagonist's interlocutor, looking gloomily into the distance, warned that the War of the Gods was about to begin. Julie, looking thoughtfully into the distance, explained that sometimes the names of the gods differ from myth to myth, like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. The girl, smiling thoughtfully, added that people knew it as the same poem. An image of many gods appeared and Julie emphasized that these were different gods with different names. However, unlike the gods who survived to their days thanks to faith, the ancient gods, forgotten from the past, accumulate their power through the gate to reclaim their names. An image of a huge scorched field appeared and Julie explained that the gate is a refuge that stores the concentrated power of the ancient gods. And once the ancient gods have gathered all their power in the gate, they will meet face to face with the existing gods to restore their forgotten names. The protagonist's interlocutor, gloomily lowering her head, warned that eventually the 6th Ragnarok will occur. The young man looked straight ahead in horror. Rick, confused, turned to the girl, asked her to wait with such reasoning and noted that there were gates in the human world too, and Julie calmly confirmed that this was true. An image of a huge ancient tower appeared in the frame and the dark-haired girl explained that in order for even people to be able to withstand the gates, the gods created dungeons, making them look like gates. An image of an ancient god appeared and Julie insistently added that now the main character's job is to create places where people suffer, and this is a kind of training ground for people. The protagonist, gritting his teeth in shock, asked again what a training ground meant. A man appeared in the image, brutally killing people, and Rick, stunned, asked his interlocutor how many people died. Another image of a difficult struggle between people surviving in the dungeons appeared and Rick supplemented the question, specifying how many people died from the moment the dungeons were created until now. The young man, looking furiously at his interlocutor, shouted that the dungeons were really just training grounds, and added that if the gods had intervened, they would have definitely stopped all this shit. An image of an enraged creature with huge fangs appeared, and Julie condescendingly reminded him that he himself had seen Neptune and should understand that Neptune had appeared before his strength had recovered, but he was already at such a high level. The protagonist's interlocutor, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully, explained that even the gods were puzzled by the existence of the gate. An image of many magic chains appeared, and Julie gloomily warned that the more the forgotten gods gained strength, the harder it would be to block the gate, because the gods were already trying their best to protect their own world. The girl, decisively nodding, continued that when Ragnarok came, there would be no god capable of protecting the human world. A black car flew down the mountainside road at high speed. An image of people in the subway appeared, and Julie confidently explained that people who did not know this terrifying fact considered the danger of the gate to be analogous to a car accident. The young man looked at the public news on his phone, which said that this year, citizens were outraged by the traffic restrictions on the roads since the gates had already appeared 15 times in this period of time. Julie, with her hand concentratedly gripping the steering wheel of the car, assumed that if someone like Neptune ever appeared in the city, everything around would be destroyed in an instant. The protagonist looked straight ahead in horror. Rick, widening his eyes in shock, thought that now everything fits together like a puzzle. An image of the protagonist sitting on the floor appeared, and Rick thought in amazement that talents and skills similar to the power of the gods, such as the god of swords or the god of Bola, were created along with the dungeons. An image of someone placing a hand on the mask of a black dog appeared. An image of his conversation with one of the characters appeared, and Rick thought in confusion that everything was happening just like in the game. There were some magical stones and objects falling from monsters. An image of gods appeared, pointing their fingers at a huge tower, and Julie firmly concluded that this was the last gift that the gods give to people. The young man, angrily clenching his fists, exclaimed what this ultimately means, should people really survive on their own, and asked his interlocutor how they should then block the gates that even the gods cannot cope with. The protagonist's interlocutor, mysteriously looking in the rearview mirror, promised that she would help, and assured him that he could do it, because in the future, which she saw, he protected the world from countless armies of gates. The girl turned to face her interlocutor, surprised by such news. Julie, decisively switching the gearbox, continued that she would do everything possible to help him with this. The heroine calmly stopped the car and announced that they had arrived at their destination, and Rick asked in surprise if they had already arrived. The protagonist awkwardly opened the door of his car and said hesitantly that he hadn't even noticed how they had arrived. Rick bowed his head in gratitude and thanked the girl for giving him a ride. The young man opened his eyes in shock. A sign in the middle of a wide street excitedly announced that an urgent presentation of Rick's new 6-star hunter would take place there. One of the reporters quickly turned towards the protagonist and shouted that the protagonist was already here, ordering his comrades to quickly get ready. The reporter persistently moved his microphone right to Rick's face and asked him to give them a short interview before the presentation, while Rick looked around in confusion and asked the girl if she was sure they had come to the right place, since it looked like they had come to the wrong one. Julie's black car quickly drove away from the scene, and the young man angrily shouted after her, "So that's what kind of help she meant." The system suddenly flashed, notifying that the protagonist's fame was rising. His divine power was increasing, while Rick, retreating in panic, shouted at the girl to quickly return back. A month later, an image of a night city appeared, and the reporter enthusiastically announced that a 6-star hunter named Rick had cleared as many as 3 dungeons in 1 month, and added that all the dungeons were successfully cleared without losses. The young man picked up the TV remote control from the coffee table. An image of a figure standing on a high cliff appeared, and Rick thought intently. As the person who cleared the most dungeons this month, he made hundreds of billions of profits just from magic stones, items, and dungeon byproducts. The protagonist, frowning darkly, thought that great popularity does not bring anything good and added that all this is necessary only to increase divine power. Rick, cheerfully throwing his head up, thought that these reporters are too intrusive. The young man, raising his eyebrows in surprise, thought about his cat. The guy, calmly looking at Snow White, thought that she also formed her own fan club. Rick, grinning enviously, thought that without doing anything, she becomes popular. It's even enviable. The protagonist sat down on the couch, and Julie firmly said that then he just needs to try harder. The girl, tiredly standing in the doorway of a large studio, added that because this fame will soon become his strength. Rick warily turned his head towards the interlocutor, and Julie warned him that the upcoming battle will be much more difficult. An image of outer space appeared, and she thoughtfully stated that this was the intended end, because he must be crushed and disappointed by the hopeless future, a future that was coming to an end, which would probably be terrifying. Julie's eyes began to shine with turning tears, and she asked the protagonist if he was ready to face a harsh fate. A pop-up notification appeared on the main screen and said that the protagonist's divine power had reached 25,000, and asked if he would accept Apollo's request. The young man, mysteriously tilting his head, said that at one time he thought that it would be much better if he did not know the end, because there must be some kind of limit. The protagonist, menacingly looking around the apartment they were in, added that now that he knew it, he was not going to just live on and wait for the end of the world. The girl mysteriously tilted her head and said that she knew he would answer that way. An image appeared of the heroes, enveloped in a magical aura, walking towards each other, and they shouted that they were going to work part-time for the gods. The end of the first season. Apollo, striking out the fire, says that he welcomes his little chicks. The young man in the white toga shakes his head. Looking up at the heroes, he says that they are honored to work part-time for him. Rick is surprised to see the sun up close, and adds that it is so bright. Turning his head away, the blonde boy states that, of course, it is bright, because it is his personification after all. Apollo points to himself and asks if they think that this is all, and adds that even the sun carriage is beautiful, since it reflects his greatness, and that it is flawless, as is his body. The heroes make faces. The young man says that the chariot still does not measure up to his excellence, and asks if they know how perfect he is, and adds that with every second of his life he becomes more perfect. The chariot races across the sky. Someone wonders how he can boast about himself non-stop and not get tired, after which he replies that his abilities are somehow connected to his pride. Fortunately, it is already dawn. Julie shifted her gaze and said that she was barely holding herself back from punching him. The guy looked at the girl and asked if this was fun, and she asked what was fun about it. The black-haired youth said that before this he was busy building dungeons or training dogs, and added that it was great to feel like a powerful god for a minute while doing his job. He looked at the companion and asked when else he would get the chance to control an entire sun. The girl looked at Rick and asked him if he realized that this was not a real sun, and then added that even a child would figure it out. Apollo makes the sun, smiling. Julie says that it is a fake created by his hands, and that they are just flying across the sky and trying to keep up with the time of sunrise of the real sun. The guy closes his eyes and says that, honestly, somewhere deep inside, he knew it, and remembers how in his childhood he was told that it was okay to cry because Santa does not exist. The young man turns his head and asks the girl why he is doing this then. The beauty turns her head away. People watch the flying chariot with a fireball from behind. People worship the chariot. The girl says that this is because, having seen this illusion, people begin to believe in the sun god and respect him. Apollo, squinting, looks ahead. Julie continues to say that in this way he increases his divine power, and that is how he became the sun god. Rick turns his head and asks if this is not a scam, to which the girl replies that he is right, it is a scam, that he is just a con man who takes advantage of people's gullibility. She tilted her head and said, however, that he had nothing to worry about. The girl looked ahead and told him to just focus on his job and asked if he remembered what reward awaited them. She waved the reins and exclaimed that it was time to figure everything out quickly. The guy turned his head to his companion and noted that she was good at this job and asked if she had driven the chariot. The interlocutor looked ahead and replied that she had done this job countless times and that she could do it even with her eyes closed. Rick stopped smiling and asked if this was her first time here. He turned his head forward and noted that Apollo did not recognize her. The girl looked at him and thought that most of the time he was slow, but in moments like this, he was smart enough and that he would definitely know if she was lying now. She closed her eyes and said that of course he did not remember her, since he only thought about himself. A paw on fire appears from the side. The girl continues to say that even though she often works there, he does not remember her. A pack of wolves runs through the air. They attack the chariot. The guy stares into the distance. A notification appears that the intuition ability is activated. The wolves begin to gnaw the sun. Rick beats with the reins and screams what these scoundrels are up to. The horse jerks its head up. Julie turns around and says that she has not met solar wolves on this path before. The guy looks at them in shock and says that solar wolves look the same as hellhounds. A notification appears that the dog master ability is activated. The girl looks at them and says that she can handle them, and let the guy take the reins, to which he objects that he will do it himself. Julie looks at him and screams that this task is beyond him, because if he touches the fur of a solar wolf, it will burn his flesh to the bone. The boy forms a sword and says that in order to become as strong as the prophecy, he must be able to handle such tasks. He jumps. The boy turns around and says that moreover, he has already thought of everything. Rick launches an airstream. The wolf looks at the approaching projectile. He dodges the beam. The boy lands on the wolf. The boy raises the sword and tells the wolf to watch him win. The boy swings the sword towards the enemies. The wolf looks up. The boy jumps. The boy puts his hand on the wolf's head. The hand smolders. Rick frowns and thinks that even though he brushed away the flames, they still burn. A notification appears that the Neptune's force ability has been activated. Now he is protected by the blessing of the waves, after which the boy looks at his hand and thinks what kind of Neptune's force is this, and continues that because of the blessing of the waves it no longer burns, and that he can handle it now. A notification appears that the ability Dog Master has been activated, after which he strikes the dog's head. The guy smirks and says that there is one more left. Julie, turning around, looks at Rick and the dog in surprise. Turning away, she smiles and says that he is a funny idiot. The boy stands in front of Julie. The girl remembers how she met him and states that when she first saw him, he was an ordinary idiot who could not do anything. The guy with the sword jerks away from the goblin. The girl thinks that no matter how hard or painful it was, he still moved forward. The boy crosses swords with the goblin. Julie continues to think that others may consider this a waste of time. Rick cuts off the goblin's head. The girl states that he tried 200 of times over and over again. The girl begins to have images of the hero. She comes to the conclusion that achieving such success after returning to 1869th time is not so little. Julie walks on water. She claims that there is no one else, and that he is the only one who can kill it. The girl smiles and says that she was reincarnated only for this purpose. Rick scratches the wolves and says that the sun wolf is 1 and 2. The guy smiled against the background of tongues of fire, and stated that they will help him drive away the rest. Rick stood between two monsters and said that he was going to begin. The wolf bared his teeth angrily. The finger began to straighten. The hero ordered his faithful dogs to get down to business. The mobs rushed to attack. They fought with the same dogs. Cuts appeared on the wolf's nose. The protagonist asked if it was confusing when your comrades suddenly attack you. The guy raised his sword over the wolf and said not to worry, because he would reconcile them. The young man's blows scattered the opponents. He landed on the monster's back. The system notified about the activation of the special ability of the dog master. He jumped between the dogs and exclaimed that the second one was caught. The notification said that the number of dogs following him was 40. The hero sat on the dog. He said that it was good and suggested taming the rest at the same pace. The system windows reported that the number of dogs following him exceeded 40, which is why an additional skill for the dog master ability was developed. The protagonist looked at the notifications. He mentally repeated that an additional skill was developed. A new tab with a description of the skill appeared in front of him. Rick smiled and thought that he could call all the tamed dogs. The hand stroked the dog. He assumed that among the tamed from the deadly hounds there would be little use now. He thought that if he called a little friend, the hero stood in front of the dog. He grinned and mentally asked that this would be a spectacular fight, wouldn't it? Julie hurried the protagonist, who was sitting on the dog, to tame him. When she said that solar wolves were not so dangerous alone, Rick looked back. After the phrase that when sensing a threat, wolves merge together, the hero jumped up and noticed the enemy. Fire was forming in the wolf's mouth. The ball headed towards the character. The light illuminated the hero's face. The explosion created a cloud. The carriage was falling down. The girl picked up the protagonist and said that in the most dangerous moments he was somewhere in the clouds. The guy shouted her name. She looked at Rick and said that he needed to be watched closely. She advised him to get ready faster because there was no time. The hero was hanging on the girl's hand and asked where the carriage and the sun were. Julie replied that they fell down on the village. He asked again. She said that there was something she had not told. The guy was surprised. The girl added that the village was in great danger now, so they needed to save the people first. The wolf attacked the settlement. The stranger ran away from danger. She looked back at the shadow. The column was falling on the girl. The blow split the building in two. The hero stood in front of the girl and shouted for her to run faster. He rushed to attack. The protagonist raised his sword in front of the wolf. The paw hit Rick. He cursed. He dodged the attack. The wolf looked down. He was going to bite the enemy. The hero looked at the mouth. He smirked and said that even if the solar wolves merged, they still would not defeat Cerberus. The dog attacked the solar wolf. She grabbed him by the neck. The hand held the blade. Rick ordered Cerberus to hold the enemy tighter. He raised the sword and said that now it was time to end this. The blow raised dust. One of the villagers asked what the boy was doing. He said that he suddenly appeared from somewhere in the sky and dealt with the giant in no time. Julie stood next to the old man and answered that it was Rick. The villager asked again. She said that this god's name was Rick. The hero stood leaning on his sword. The old man looked at the boy and repeated the protagonist's name. The girl looked at the young man and said that he liked to be the center of attention. Fire burst out of the wolf's mouth. Rick smiled and said that he saw how much fun they had today, and ordered them to clean up the mess. He turned around. The protagonist looked at his subordinates, and shouted that just because he wasn't looking at them didn't mean that his words could be ignored. He looked back and grumbled that he was ready to swear that if he hadn't said anything to them, they would have continued playing. The old man turned to the hero. He bowed and thanked. He said that as the representative of the village he brought him a belated greeting. Rick frowned and said that everything was fine and it was all because of their carelessness, and asked the old man to stand up. The grandfather stood up and said that it was thanks to the gods who looked after them. He said that they were grateful for the kindness they had shown them. He shouted that this was why they would leave offerings for them every month, giving them wealth, his eyes almost rolling back in his head. He praised the hero, then noticed his absence and called out to him. He shouted that he was gone. The protagonist leaned on the rubble and said what offerings the old man was talking about. He asked what Julia had told them that they were all acting so strangely. The words that they were in trouble anyway were heard against the background of the forest. The hero said that the carriage was smashed to pieces and could not be used, and the son that fell with it was eaten by the sun wolf. Memories threw up pictures of the incident. He noted that they still had a week to work part-time at Apollo. An image of the god appeared. The protagonist lamented what they should do. The partner looked at Rick and asked what he was talking about. She said that they would just make a new one. The hero looked at the girl and asked how they would make the sun. She looked away and said that he was also well acquainted with it. Hephaestus was working at the anvil. The protagonist followed the girl and repeated the name of the god. He looked at the partner and asked how much she earned. She replied that she did not have a penny. He looked at the girl in surprise. The hero leaned forward and asked if she had any money put aside for a rainy day. He said that no matter how close they were to Hephaestus, he would not make them a son for kind eyes. Jules walked forward and told him to stop talking and just follow her. The protagonist made a face. He caught up with his partner and exclaimed if she thought he would help them for free. He offered to bet that he would not agree, and the loser would fulfill the wish. The blacksmith laughed and agreed. He said that he owed it to the end of his life and it was a trifle for him. The girl stood in front of the god when he said that in 3 days he would make her 2 sons. The hero looked at them and thought what Jules had done that made Hephaestus agree to make them a new son for free. The characters stood at the cliff. Rick stood behind the girl and asked what she wanted to talk about. She fixed her hair and asked that he owed her a wish, but before that she needed to tell him something. The hero bowed his head and agreed. The girl turned around and said that in order to prevent the war of the gods and the end of the world, Rick should get priests. The guy was surprised and asked again. Julie explained that when the lower level god's divine power exceeds 50,000, the ability to call a god will be unlocked. An image of a priest appeared. She said that thanks to the ability, he will be able to enlist the support of priests and call them for help during the battle. The hero looked at the girl and asked if this was some kind of joke. He said that you can't just grab a priest and say that he is a god and he needs his support, and added that he is not a god at all. Julie looked back. She looked at the guy and said that he still has to do it, because he will not be able to prevent the war alone. She said that he needs to gather 12 priests from the prophecy, who are in different dimensions, and only together with them will he be able to save the world. The priest stood in a semicircle behind the hero. He put his hand to his forehead and told her to wait. Since there is too much information and he is confused, he decided to omit the fact that there should be 12 priests, not 1 or 2. He looked at the girl and asked what it meant in different dimensions. Night fell on the rocks. She replied that now he could only earn extra money on the continents, but gradually increasing his divine power, he would have access to extra work in each dimension. An illusion of a book with a globe. His hand hung along his body. The hero thought about other dimensions and that even in Greek legends everything is complicated. The girl replied that there was nothing to worry about, because in their world there lived the first priest, who in the future would become a combat-ready assistant, schoolchildren in the classroom. She grinned and asked what he said about fulfilling her wish. She said that she had come up with something. The sun was rising. The rays illuminated the village. The residents bowed to the sun. The man looked up. He asked who Rick was. He was told that he was a god who protected the neighboring village from fire monsters. They talked about Apollo appreciating the hero and even attached a banner with his name to the carriage. The carriage was dragging the sun behind it. Rick's cheeks turned red. He looked at the girl and shouted that he of course wanted to increase his divine power, but it was a disgrace on a universal scale. She looked at the interlocutor and replied that he had agreed to do whatever she wanted. She said that his goal was to unlock the power of the call of God. An orb appeared above his palm. The characters were sitting in the carriage. Julie added that he should by any means make as many people as possible know about him, or at least make sure that he was useful. The hero worked with the system window. He bought a talent for shooting. The protagonist looked at the system window and thought that this would improve the fight at long ranges to some extent. He thought that it was difficult for him to cope with Neptune, because the only way to defeat him at a distance was to cut the waves. He remembered the battle and thought that one misfire, and he would have died. Rick decided to see how much his divine power had increased and clicked on the status window. He said that dragging a banner around every day was just a disgrace and that he couldn't sleep well because of it. He looked ahead and asked what it was. The status window reported an increase in divine power, the unblocking of the god's call, and specified that only those filled with sincere reverence could belong to the priests. He opened his mouth and thought that his divine power couldn't have increased that much. He assumed that the banner had worked after all. Apollo's head appeared in front of the hero's face. Rick cursed and said that he had scared him. He recoiled. The god extended his hand and said that the mother system was not visible to others, and asked why he was so confused. The protagonist took the hand, thought that he was talking about the system window, and answered in the affirmative. The man looked at the young man and asked him if anything special had happened. The characters stood opposite each other. The hero replied that they were attacked by solar wolves, but they had coped. The god exclaimed. He raised his palm to his face and asked if the protagonist was talking about those capricious wolf cubs, after which he thanked him for his work. He put his hands on his hips and said that in this case, in addition to his salary, he would give him a small bonus. The mother system reported that Apollo's ability of self-healing had been accessed. The god pointed his hand at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at his palm and repeated the name of the new ability. The man laughed and answered affirmatively. He said that this ability could only be obtained from him at a part-time job. The fox peeked over his shoulder. Apollo said that people were lining up to get this ability. The hero stroked Snowball and asked if she was awake. He asked her to help him a little. The palm lay on the fox's head. He barked. The pet turned into a knife. Rick left a wound with the blade and thought that he needed to check in advance what kind of ability it was. The system notified about the activation of the ability. The guy looked at the healing wound and thought that slowly but surely the scratch was healing. He looked forward and said how cute it was. Charlie licked the scratch. The hero smiled and asked if the pet was apologizing to him like that. Apollo looked at the fox and asked what a spiritual being it was that turned into a weapon. He said that it was very rare. He looked at the protagonist and asked if he could tame. Rick stroked the pet and said that he had tamed several. He looked at the other guy and asked why he was asking. Apollo crossed his arms and said that he had been bothered by something lately, and that he was feeling uneasy because he didn't know how to deal with them. He rubbed his chin and said that he was getting tired of his son being eaten all the time. He raised his eyebrows and said that if only he could tame the sun wolves. The god thought that he had heard that no god had tamed them yet. Rick called for more subordinates. Apollo looked at the hero with the wolves and thought that a lower-level god had done something that no god had been able to do. The god looked at the protagonist with his pets and asked if he would tell him how he tamed the sun wolves, to which Rick replied that he didn't know. He raised a finger and said that he had a condition, and that was learning archery. For most people, Apollo is the god of the sun. A fresco of Apollo appears, but he is also the god of medicine, the arts, the muses, and the god of archery to boot, a fresco with a harp and a bow. The palm held an arrow. The man said that in order to create an arrow, you need to concentrate spiritual power on your fingertips. The sun god pulled the bow, explained that you need to hold your breath and pull the bowstring. With a cry of a shot right at the bull's eye, the man launched an arrow. The projectile knocked the apple off the tree. Apollo looked back at the hero and said that in general this is all. He asked if it was easier than the protagonist thought. The guy asked again. He frowned and thought that in principle the actions were primitive, but he supposes that the ability to shoot at the level of a god looks something like this. The characters stood on a mountain across the river to the target. Day, the arrow knocked down the apple. The hero thought that surprisingly Apollo was a rather strict teacher. Another arrow hit the fruit. The protagonist thought that a month had passed since he started practicing the basics of archery in the world of the gods. He stood with a bow in his hand. Rick lowered the weapon and said that he now knew exactly what archery was. He thought that until now he had been honing his skills with the help of videos. The video window was paused. He remembered the gnomes and monsters, thought that either he copied the movements of the gnomes or monsters from the palace of the Dragon King. The protagonist wiped his forehead with his hand and thought that as expected, learning the techniques of the gods themselves is a completely different matter. He imagined two warriors and suggested that if he combines talents with the teachings of the gods, he will reach a new level. Rick straightened his jacket. Julie said that it was time to return to the world of people. The hero looked back. She was holding a fox in her hands and said that there was not much time left before the meeting with the first priest. He looked at the girl and agreed. He asked where Apollo was and said he wanted to say goodbye to him before leaving. She said he was playing with the sun wolf like crazy. In his imagination the god was clapping for the dancing wolf. The hero looked at Julie and asked how many people he had made friends with. He raised a finger and said that when he worked part-time at a dog cafe he learned a few things. He said that any dog can be trained with treats. She said that thank the gods it worked, otherwise everything could have turned out badly. The protagonist waved his hand and told her to let it go, because it worked. The girl followed the hero and told him to think before he acted. She claimed that someday it would end badly. Rick looked back and said that she was worrying too much, because he had improved his godly powers, gained abilities, learned techniques, and everything was working out for the best. Night, the moonlight reflecting off the river. Hades stood by the window and said that it turned out to be true. His subordinate leaned over and confirmed. He said that he checked several times, and that apparently the Cerberus was summoned into this world without permission a month ago. God looked out the window and said that it was brave. The glass burst. Hades asked who dared to touch the Cerberus, the symbol of the underworld. He looked away and said that whoever it was, he would get it from under the ground. The grate melted. The man said that the offender would find out what the price was for daring to insult him, the god of the underworld. Guild building day. System messages about leveling up appeared. Targets lay on the floor. Another notification appeared. The blow cut the log. The hero looked back at the girl and said that of course he was glad to train here and all that, but she was sure that the priest would come. Julie looked at her phone and suggested waiting a little longer. The protagonist looked back at the targets and said that it had been a month since he had been swinging a sword here alone, and added that the longer he trained alone, the slower his mastery of divine powers grew. He suggested finishing up his part-time job, hesitated and asked the girl if she was even listening. Julie was drinking coffee and answered that she had found it. He looked at the girl leaving and asked what she had found. She answered that she had found a part-time job, told him to wait here and that she would be there soon. The hero asked again, clarified that she had been looking for a part-time job without him, and shouted that he would go with her. She looked back and answered negatively, told him to stay here. The protagonist frowned and asked where she was going. He clarified that she wanted to take all the work for herself. Julie answered that she had some things to do and it would take a long time to explain. The foot stepped on the floor. The hero was angry and shouted that no one had shown up for a whole week, and how could he wait when he didn't know the moment the priest would appear. He said that he'd rather work than sit here. The stranger grinned and suggested that because he was born in a poor family, part-time jobs were in his blood. The hero looked around and thought that this annoying voice belonged to a friend. Tyler smiled and said that he behaved like a starving beast. When he really had to, he asked if the protagonist would agree to any part-time job. Rick asked the name of the interlocutor. The guy approached the hero and said that he knew. He added that in this world, those who have no talent have to hide in part-time jobs. The hero bowed his head and asked if he was tired of saying the same thing, after which he clarified what he was doing in the guild. He perked up and suggested that he was his mentor. He mentally prayed that this was not so. Tyler smirked and asked what he was doing here if he didn't know anything. He looked down and said that there was a dog trainer's competition. He looked at the fox and asked what he was going to do with this useless cat. The guy showed the dog and said that there was enough of this beauty in the German dungeon, and he had the blood of hellhounds in his veins. He added that the hero should have got something like that to hope for victory. Tyler slapped the protagonist on the shoulder and told him to go get a part-time job and stay out of the way. He added that today was an important day and there was no time to be distracted by losers. Rick looked away and muttered about the dog trainers competition. The host asked to welcome contestant number 9 named Tyler. The audience was buzzing. He said that he earned 39 points, and this was a historical record. The character was standing in the arena with a pet. He smirked and thought that it was great that the dog was good for something. The guy looked at the man in the audience and thought that this was his chance to show his father what he was worth. He thought that he would now see that his son was very good. Charles stood in the crowd. He was the leader of the leading guild of Korea, Iris. Tyler decided that he would prove that he was a worthy heir. The host looked at the sheet and said that it was time for the last participant. He added that not long ago he was the main topic of discussion in Korea. He announced participant number 10. The son of the guild leader turned around. His paw was covered in fire. The host turned to Rick and said that it was time to evaluate his training skills. He stood in the arena with a solar wolf. The jury sat at the table and talked. The host said that it seemed that the rest did not have a chance. Tyler frowned and cursed the hero. Rick put his hand on the shoulder of the 9th participant. He passed by and asked if this was the first time. The protagonist said he was good but not good enough. The sun wolf laid his paw on the opponent. The hero asked if the guy thought he could win with such a pathetic animal. Tyler grinned and told him to stop mocking. He grabbed his opponent by the jacket and asked why he was always in his way. Charles stood next to the rivals and addressed his son with words to learn how to lose. He asked if he had also gone crazy. The son looked back at his father and said that everything was wrong. The man told him to shut up until he pushed him away on an exchange somewhere far away. He looked at the hero and said that his son lost his temper and asked for forgiveness for his behavior. The protagonist nodded and answered that it was not necessary and everything was fine. He thought that he would never have thought that he would meet him here, Charles, the head of the best guild in Korea. The man smiled. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the guy had matured a lot since their meeting. Rick reciprocated. Tyler's veins bulged. His father said that the hero could not worry about him, and that he was wrong and realized it. With a scream, the vase fell to the floor. The guy was breathing heavily. He grabbed his head and screamed that his father always chooses someone who doesn't have a drop of his blood. His pupils narrowed and he said that the hero always ruins everything. The stranger was playing the console and asked why he was so angry. He asked who had gotten him this time. The guy was sitting in the device. Tyler looked around and asked where he had disappeared to. The young man answered that he was playing and that the inventory was ending today. He was looking at the console screen. He was insulted and asked if he had traded everything for games. Tyler frowned and thought that he could do whatever he wanted, since he was his father's favorite and that they were all the same. He looked down and thought that he should hold on. The guy grinned and thought that such people would tear each other to pieces anyway. Evening, guild building. The protagonist walked next to Julie and said that Tyler's face should have been seen, and that he looked like the end of the world was coming. He grinned and added that it was unforgettable. The girl froze. She looked back and said that there he was. The hero asked again and looked at the notification. It warned of mortal danger. The stranger approached the characters and turned to Rick, after which he clarified his name. He grabbed the handle and said that he had just crossed his brother's path. The protagonist turned around. With the words that there was no need to be offended, the young man attacked. He smiled and said that it was nothing personal. It was an elite hunter of the Iris Guild, Nate. Tyler sat and thought that Nate was an elite member of the Iris Guild and one of his father's favorites. He was born with the talent of wielding a sword of the SS level. The character sat on corpses. He was an amazing genius who developed his abilities to the level of a master by the age of 10. And because of his arrogant and ruthless nature, he beat his opponents half to death, for which he received the nickname White Demon. The white-haired man held the blade with both hands. Tyler looked at the ceiling and said that this time Rick was finished. The hero blocked the blow. The young man was surprised. The protagonist pushed the opponent away. He took the sword away and asked if this is what the enemy calls a surprise attack. The trace of the hero who rushed. He appeared in front of the opponent and asked if Tyler sent him. The protagonist attacked and exclaimed that the blow was good. The young man's cheek was bleeding. He said that it was interesting. He wiped his cheek and said that he planned to finish it quickly. He bent down and said that now he was definitely finished. The attack cut off some hair. The opponent appeared above the hero. The protagonist flew back from the blow. He frowned and thought that his enemy had suddenly become active. The white-haired man appeared in front of Rick. He looked at him and asked which hand to cut off first, the right or the left. The hero frowned and thought that it would be difficult to fulfill even the first condition. The girl looked at the hero and said that the first condition was to instill awe in the enemy. She glanced sideways and added that there were many ways, but the easiest was to show overwhelming superiority and strength. The white-haired man frowned and shouted that he would gut the hero. The foot hit the ground. Nate wounded the protagonist. Rick looked back and cursed. He thought how he could instill fear and surpass in strength someone who wielded a sword better than him, the god of swords. The young man swung his blade. He attacked the protagonist. The hero flew back from the blow. He looked at the enemy and thought that he obviously could not win with one sword, and why should they fight only with swords? Rick's blade flared up. Nate jumped up. The protagonist stopped the attack with his hand, the young man exclaimed. The hero activated the skill and grabbed the sword. God hit the enemy in the face. The force of the attack caused an explosion. The guild building shook. The hero was surprised, the enemy did not fly away. He looked at the enemy and clarified that he did not even move from the spot. Nate looked at the protagonist and told him to shut up. He was indignant that the swordsman used his fists. The hero smirked and said that there are things that cannot be achieved with just a sword. After saying that he was still too green to understand this, Nate became embarrassed and said that he simply lost his vigilance. Rick grinned and replied that he would definitely not lose his vigilance now and offered to continue. The enemy asked again. He looked at the hero and asked him to wait, after which he screamed, "Rick's house, Knight." The leg twitched. The hero said that he left a note asking him to come to him if he was upset, and clarified whether he would eventually come. He was in the apartment with Julie. He said that he had beaten him up pretty badly, and remembered Nate lying on the floor. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that she didn't know how he was, but she was sure that if it was Nate, he would definitely show up, since his ego had been hurt. Rick exhaled and said that he thought this was even more tiring than the part-time job. He frowned and said that he needed to fulfill all 3 conditions. In order to gain the support of the priests, 3 conditions must be fulfilled. The faceless figure was kneeling, and the first condition is the respect of the priest whose support the god wishes to have. The figure prays. The second condition is the priest's decision to become a patron. The figure takes the oath, and the third condition is the priest taking the oath. The hero grabbed his head and asked why this procedure was so difficult. The girl answered him that for this reason it is often impossible to use the call of the gods, even if it is unlocked. The protagonist asked if she could use the call. Since she was a mid-level god, he clarified that she should have been able to use this power for a long time, and added that it was not that she lacked the ability. She flinched. Julie looked out the window and replied that due to circumstances she could not use the call of the gods. The hero asked what these circumstances were. She continued to look out the window and remained silent. Rick looked at the girl and thought that he could not ask anymore. She replied that it was too long to tell. Her hand froze at the handle. The hero exclaimed if she was serious. Her palm clenched into a fist. The protagonist looked up and assumed that he had come. He asked what was going on and offered to come in and not stand there like a statue. Nate flinched. He told him to shut his mouth and say that he would ask one question. The hero was sitting on the couch. Nate turned around and asked who his interlocutor was, a fighter or a swordsman. He was standing behind the door when the hero, who was sitting by the TV, answered that he could be both a fighter and a swordsman. Nate kicked the door down and said that it was nonsense and that there couldn't be a genius who was good at 2 things at once. He approached the protagonist and asked him if he chose fencing or martial arts. Rick smirked and said that if he didn't believe him, he could fight him one more time. The guy recoiled and said that he didn't come to fight. He looked away and added that he wanted to know and analyze the reasons for his defeat. The hero asked if he really didn't know them. He stood up and said that the reasons for his defeat. He smiled and finished his speech by saying that he wouldn't tell. Nate asked why. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that he didn't really want to reveal the secret about his weaknesses to a rude guy like him. Rick grinned and said that if he wanted to know so badly, then so be it. He laughed and said that he should tell his older brother Rick to take him as an apprentice. The veins bulged on Nate's face. Nate's face was serious. He turned away from Rick and cried out that it would be better to die than to say such a thing. The irritated guy thought that the protagonist wanted him to call him older brother. He introduced Tyler and emphasized that he had been calling this fool older brother for 10 years, and calling someone he met for the first time that way was unthinkable. Taking a step forward, the protagonist noted that he was sorry that Nate was just leaving. With a calm face, he added that he wanted to teach him all the intricacies he could have pumped up decently. Looking at the guy, Rick thought that because of his pride, Nate decided to give up after the defeat. He watched him closely and reasoned that the guy himself understood this. The skill of a swordsman and martial arts make an incredibly powerful combination. This will help him become stronger. The swordsman began to move his finger. He bit his lip, looking embarrassed. Nate winced and called the protagonist Big Brother. Rick smirked and asked again what he was called. The dumbfounded guy came to the conclusion that he needed to overcome himself. Clenching his hand into a fist, he emphasized the fact that having studied martial arts, he could easily defeat the protagonist. He raised his head and shouted loudly for the elder brother to accept him as a student. The protagonist touched his shoulder and declared that he would teach him the secrets of martial arts. He contentedly emphasized the fact that before that, he would like to ask him. Stretching his hand to the guy's face, the protagonist thought that after taking the student, all the conditions for gaining a priest were met. The first condition, causing awe in the candidate, was already fulfilled. Being like the gods, he could pass into their world through the gate. Then he had a desire to devote himself to serving the gods. Looking at Nate's excited face, Rick noted that he was afraid that it sounded simply absurd. But unexpectedly, he gave in quite easily, and thus the initiation into the priesthood was completed without any problems. Nate swung his fist. The protagonist watched him and noted that that was enough for today. He approached the guy and said that he was doing well. Holding his head, Nate clarified whether this was true, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling, the guy thought that besides, his ability to learn was better than he expected. Rick imagined how he hit the student, and wondered if he had learned even from the blow he missed. He remembered how he threw the guy aside and added that at this rate, he would soon master the blow of the dwarven hammer. Walking away from Nate, the protagonist offered to do it all over again. Wiping sweat from his face, the student said that the protagonist was indeed a rather stern teacher. The guy rose to his feet. He started practicing his punches, after which a message popped up that Rick's student had learned the punch combination skill. His combat skills had been improved. The protagonist thought with a satisfied look that although this system was quite complicated, he definitely liked it. Because when Nate became stronger, he became stronger too. Night fell. Screams were heard in the training hall. Enraged, Nate asked why he couldn't go to the dungeon he wanted to, if the guy said that he could try out his new skills there. Covering his ear with his hand, Rick replied that he had said that, so the guy shouldn't make him repeat it again. The stunned student cried out that stopping the war of the gods was never a bad thing. He started screaming right in the teacher's face that this was another reason to send him there. He didn't understand why they needed those dungeons that were essentially useless. Looking down and sighing, the protagonist mentally assumed that this was an expected reaction. Given that he was telling him almost nothing, he himself had recently felt the same way. In such a situation, he probably needed motivation. The upset protagonist asked him to calm down. Stretching out his hand, Rick said that in this dungeon they would be able to find out when the War of the Gods would begin. It would also be nice to find helpers in other worlds, therefore. Nate sat down on the floor and said that it did not matter if they went there. He did not play like that. The embittered protagonist thought that he was beginning to understand Julie. He grabbed the student by the throat and said that he should just listen to him. They needed to go there. Julie calmly noted that it always works. The guy was playing a console. Looking at the screen, he said that he was already tired. Lying on the couch, Nate said that he hoped that everything was okay with them. Shifting his gaze, he emphasized that he was still considered a priest, so maybe he should go. He threw the console on the floor and screamed that he didn't need to worry about such things. He would get paid well for that dungeon. He looked at the magic circle and noticed that the more he thought about it, the more it pissed him off. The angry guy added that Rick didn't even understand what he had gone through for this. He was suddenly taken aback. A bright light was coming from his room. He found himself in front of the guys. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that he really could be summoned from anywhere. It was amazing. He grabbed the student by the face so that he would stop screaming and said that he had summoned him with his divine power. A monster was standing behind Nate. The guy suddenly backed away. Having made a series of attacks, he cut the demon. The protagonist was surprised by this. Leaving from there, he raised his hand and offered to deal with the others. Turning around, he added that they would drag him. A notification popped up that his priest would be teleported to a place in front of him, after which Nate cried out that he would go himself. There were splashes of blood on the ground. Looking at the corpse of the monster, Rick said that everything went pretty smoothly. Looking at the student, he noted that his priest was able to practice the skills he taught him. The guy looked at his hand with delight. He kicked the demon and cried out that if they were already finished, they should go quickly, because he still had things to do in the game. The protagonist crushed the purple cloud of energy and emphasized that this was not all. Their true goal was elsewhere. A message appeared that a transfer to another dimension was taking place. A magic circle appeared under the guy. Grinning, the protagonist noted that he had said everything. Nate was shocked. The guys were teleported to the city. The priest with a smile on his face said that this was a magical world. He began to examine the buildings of the city. Surprised, Rick said that the city was not what he expected. Looking around the settlement, he asked if they needed to find another priest in such a huge area, because they did not even know what he looked like. Looking up, Julie asked not to worry, because it was not that difficult. Looking at the projection, which depicted the girl, Julie noted that it was her. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if such a famous person could become his priest. The girl calmly asked him to pull himself together, because other priests would be even more difficult. Nate was taken aback by the words that it would not be as easy as with him. He asked with an enraged look how she dared to call him a simpleton, and whether she thought that if he allowed it, she could wipe her feet on him. Julie threw him to the ground and shook the dust off her hands. The beaten guy asked for forgiveness. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked him not to worry about meeting her. She introduced a huge school and told that Adele specializes in divination and attends a magic school every Friday, after which Rick asked if 27 people go to school in this world. Julie calmly explained that this was a special case, then asked to follow her, because they needed to go somewhere. They arrived at the Magic Academy. Bowing his head, the protagonist said that his name was Rick, he would like to start training. He wondered with a displeased look what he was doing at his age in school, and did Julie really mean this when she said that she was going to work alone? He was taken aback when he heard someone gossip. The enraged protagonist noted that everything was just as terrible there. He added with an angry face that there was the same division by skill level. The guy clapped and asked to be quieter. He said with a satisfied look that there were enough places the protagonist could go through and they would begin. Moving around the room, Rick noted that the place had already been chosen. Climbing the stairs, the protagonist emphasized the fact that physical closeness promotes closeness in general. He will sit next to Adele. His gaze fell on the girl. Looking at her, he asked if he could sit next to her. Looking away, Adele replied that she was fine. The guy sat down next to her and asked if she knew where the training room was, because it was his first time there, and he didn't know a lot of things. Holding his head, he added that his next lesson was right there, after which he thought that it would be a good way to start a conversation. His part-time job as a consultant should pay off. Adele gritted her teeth in anger. She got up from the table. The girl looked at him and said that he didn't need to suck up to her, after which she clarified whether Rick thought that if he ended up in the same school with a celebrity, he could immediately impose himself as a friend. She was annoyed by those who took her classes so seriously. The dumbfounded protagonist apologized and mentally noted that he had screwed up his first attempt. The bells began to ring loudly. Moving along the corridor, he asked where the training hall was. The furious guy raised his head and asked again where it was. He approached the office, in which he could hear a man saying that Adele should remember her promise. If she did not finish this year, she would focus on acting. The girl stood in front of him and answered that she knew it. She stood quietly. Hiding around the corner, Rick continued to eavesdrop that Adele should not be stubborn, because she understood that at this rate the level of mana would continue to fall. The teacher imagined fire and asked to feel the flows of mana and draw a flame in her mind. The fireball hit the target. Holding his hand in front of him, the old man emphasized that they would then create a fireball. The protagonist was delighted with what he saw. He noted with a smirk on his face that this was great, and it was time. Stretching out his hand, he tried to release a fireball. Putting his hands in various seals, Rick continued unsuccessfully trying. Closing his eyes, he noted that it was useless. The guy watched the protagonist, who reasoned that he tried to use divine power. Maybe at least something would work. Apparently, magic only works with mana. The students began to laugh at him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was training. Adele turned his attention to him. She began to walk towards him. Turning around, the protagonist turned his attention to her. The girl stood in front of him and said that she had something to talk to him. He should stay after class. Evening came. Adele stood in front of the window and closed her eyes. She asked him seriously if he had no mana either, noting that it was impossible to watch him struggle without tears. The protagonist looked down upset. He asked her seriously if she thought it was time to stop projecting her problems onto others. The girl was shocked by what she heard. Adele turned away when Rick asked if it was true that she had mana deficiency syndrome, adding that with it she couldn't use her mana, no matter how much she had. She was shocked by what she heard. The girl, her hands shaking, asked him how he knew. Adele imagined Rick smiling at her and telling her that this was a rare, incurable condition that had destroyed her dreams. She didn't understand why the one who ended up in the same boat with her, instead of feeling a sense of community, had only made her hate him. Even if she had been doing this forever, this guy had only reinforced the idea in her that she would never become a great sorceress. No matter how hard she tried. Adele lowered her head and cried out that she still believed. She had always continued to try and believed that she could. She imagined the guy standing in front of her and telling her that she should just do what she was good at. Covering her face with her hands, the girl said that she was telling him all this. She was truly pathetic. She was taken aback when Rick said that he would help her start using magic. He asked with a satisfied look if she would agree to help him in return. A dumbfounded Adele screamed, saying that no matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. She did not understand how someone like the protagonist could help her. Extending a finger, the protagonist asked to give him a week. He calmly emphasized the fact that he would show her that he could use magic. Frowning, Adele asked him to stop talking nonsense. He was not even able to use basic magic. Looking at the window, Rick offered to check it out. Julie stood in front of him and said that he would learn magic in a week. Closing her eyes, she asked why he blurted that out. Looking away, the protagonist replied that he knew it was stupid, but he had no choice. She would not communicate with him anymore. The girl thoughtfully noted in her thoughts that she thought that this was a good way to get Adele's attention, because she was sincerely interested in magic. In any case, saying something like that was stupid. Holding the back of his head, the guy asked if that statement was a prophecy. Looking down, Julie began to reason that magical abilities are not easy to come by. It takes a long time to accumulate mana and learn how to use it. Even in his past life it took him 3 months. She imagined how flames engulfed the city and emphasized that they can use the secret part-time job. In 2 months the forgotten god of magic, Kalos, should appear. When he tries to destroy the magical city, the god of magic, Vincent, will post an ad for a part-time job. A job posting appeared in her imagination. Crossing her arms, she emphasized the fact that there is no other way to obtain magical abilities. Looking away, Julie thought that if Rick knows too much, it will slow down his development. They should wait, and then told him that in 2 months the gate will explode and release the forgotten god of Kalos. Holding his chin, the protagonist listened to her say that when that happened, he would take a part-time job from Vincent, so he should tell Adele that they should wait 2 months. that was the best solution. A smile appeared on his face. Rick, looking satisfied, said that they should act now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked not to worry, because he had everything under control. Extending his finger, the protagonist asked if she was saying that when the city was in danger, Vincent would post an ad for a part-time job, noting that they themselves would act as monsters, and he would post an ad for a part-time job now. Julie was shocked by what she heard. She stared at him. Imagining the city, she mentally noted that the magical world was very complex and confusing. Before its revival, everything went on as before. Smiling, she wondered how the protagonist could suggest anything different. She closed her eyes and replied that the plan was too complicated. If he was careless, he could die. Rick replied with a satisfied expression that it was no problem. He pointed his finger at her and said that she would be a fighter. After all, she was the strongest of them. The girl grabbed his finger. They arrived at Vincent's temple, near which many magicians had gathered. The guy said with a serious expression that there were more people there than he thought. He would hide there, and they would create a commotion. Nate was scared. He cried out with an enraged expression that Rick had said that he had fought with a god, and now he had decided to hide, to which he received the answer that no one had spoken of a battle, because they just needed to create a little fuss. The protagonist said with a mad expression that if the priest contradicted him, he could choose between dying there or dying at his hand. Nate went out to the square. The guy pulled out his staff and asked who dared to enter there. The protagonist's irritated student replied that he was just a slave, not a priest. Concentrating the fiery energy in his staff, the magician screamed that if Nate took another step, they would incinerate him. Gritting his teeth, he noticed that the two were simply mocking him. He rushed into battle. The dumbfounded magician screamed to start firing at him. A powerful stream of energy was approaching the priest. Swinging his katana, the guy cut through the flames. He screamed with an enraged look that he was a great snow-white cloud. When he mastered martial arts, they would bow before him. Nate rushed into battle. Notifications popped up that the protagonist's young priest had received the skill, Fire Destroyer. The study of fire resistance had begun. The skill, Fire Destroyer, had been studied. Rick thought with a satisfied look that if Nate could create a new skill, then he was definitely a genius. A cloud of mana gathered in his hand, after which the protagonist assumed that the finishing touches remained. He summoned fire wolves and asked them not to kill anyone, just to play a little. The stunned magicians cried out that monsters had attacked the temple. The sorcerer tried to close himself off from the wolves with a barrier. Julie appeared next to him. He began to hit the guys on the back of the head so that they would lose consciousness. The magician fell to the ground. Looking back, Julie noted that it was faster than she thought. Squatting, Nate asked if that was all. He poked the guy with his sword and clarified if the security there was too weak. The protagonist calmly said that after what they had done, he should show up. Sitting on the ground, he asked when Vincent would arrive. Adjusting his sleeve, the stranger asked what Rick had forgotten there. Turning around, the guy asked who he was. Vincent, with a serious look, said that he had asked the question first. Having risen to his feet, the protagonist thought that he needed to behave calmly. If they wanted to finish him off, he would already be dead. Perhaps Vincent just had not yet understood the situation. The guy listened to him attentively. Smiling, the protagonist said that someone had attacked the temple, and he wanted to check who these madmen were. This happens so rarely. They are both gods, and he thinks it is interesting for both of them. The stranger with a serious look suggested that Rick underestimated him. He grabbed the guy by the face and said that the temple was attacked today, but for some reason he decided that they were equal. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that this was not so. Vincent's eyes began to glow brightly. The guy began to smile. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the magician asked him to get up, because he was scared. With a smile on his face, he said that he was rude and apologized for such disrespect. A puzzled Rick listened to Vincent simply check if he was telling the truth. He did not feel any threat from him, so the main character is a god, whose existence he had not even heard of. Julie watched them. The magician looked back and asked if terrible monsters had appeared from the gate. A dumbfounded Nate asked what was wrong with him and whether the girl thought Vincent looked dangerous. He adjusted his collar. Julie suddenly jumped up, destroying the ground beneath her. She dragged the priest with her. Looking at the sky, the sorcerer said that they had escaped. They couldn't be caught at such a speed. Looking at him, Rick thought that he didn't think he would give chase. Touching the screen, he noted that in any case, he shouldn't let his guard down. If the sorcerer chased them, he would press this button. A projection about moving between dimensions appeared. Watching Vincent, who had a butterfly sitting on his finger, the protagonist thought that Julie agreed to this plan for several reasons. The first reason is Vincent's personality. He doesn't like battles, but is interested in magic and studying spirits. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he is from South Korea. The guy said with a thoughtful look that he had never heard of such a place. There was another god who came from a place called America, and he did not know if it was in the right dimension, after which Rick thought that someone from America came through the window between dimensions just like he and Julie did. The sorcerer looked at him and said that he would like to ask him for a favor. The surprised guy asked about the favor. Smiling, he noted that if it was about suppressing the gate, then he was ready to help. Closing his eyes, Vincent said that the main character sounded reliable, but that was not what he was talking about. Putting his finger to the butterfly, he stated that starting with the monsters at the gate, even a small insect has its own circumstances. Looking at the destroyed building, the sorcerer said that the temple can be restored. If he sees them again, he just needs to scare them a little and send them back. Smiling, Vincent emphasized that in fact, they have a miserable life. Sighing, the protagonist thought that now he understood why the magician was losing even with such a powerful divine power. He imagined the cross and noted that based on Julie's prophecy, it seemed to him that Kairos knew Vincent's personality well. He would ambush him and seriously injure him, and if this was not prevented quickly, the dimension would be absorbed by the gate. Releasing the butterfly, the magician said that his request was to merge with people and teach them magic. The monsters crawling out of the gate were like the flapping of a butterfly's wings for him. Images of people shrouded in a red aura appeared in his mind, and he said that for people these flappings were like a destructive storm. If the monsters from the gate were as strong as the previous ones, people would never cope with them. The upset guy said that he would go himself, but he needed to restore the temple. Looking at the wounded guys, he added that he would send his priests, but now they were unconscious. Rick was taken aback by the words that Vincent would thank him because he would have to teach people magic. He would make it easier to use magical power. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist cried out that he agreed, because he was an expert in this matter. People gathered in the backyard of the academy. The guys with a smile on their faces discussed that they had not seen that talentless guy for a long time. They closed their eyes and assumed that the protagonist realized that he had no talent and he left. They were sorry, because it was funny to see his sad face when he could not use magic. Crossing his arms, the guy cried out for them to shut up. Adele's face was upset. She turned away and thought that this was why she did not go to the set. Rick came there and asked if classes had already started. The students looked at him and began to laugh. The man's face was furious. He clenched his teeth. He happily noted that the protagonist had arrived. He shouldn't apologize for being late, because he should apologize for not picking him up personally. The students were shocked by what they heard. He pointed at the guy and said that he was the most valuable high priest of the great Vincent, who would teach them magic. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Looking at the guys, Rick asked what was wrong with their faces and whether he was the only one who missed them. The stranger, looking displeased, asked what the professor was talking about. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the priest cried out that everyone knew that he had no mana, and that he got into this school through connections. Looking at the professor's furious face, the protagonist asked him to calm down. The guy began to remove the glove from his hand with his teeth. He threw it at Rick, declaring that he would take care of it. The guy held out his hand and said that he would prove that the protagonist had no right to teach them and demanded a magic duel. The protagonist frowned. He stood in front of the sorcerer. The guy smiled and said that he would let him attack first. The sorcerer was furious. He created a powerful cloud of fiery energy. Rick held out his hand and began to absorb the magic. His opponent was shocked by what he saw. Holding the sphere of fire in his finger, the protagonist asked if it was his turn. He held out his finger and asked to be sure to block it. He remembered standing behind Vincent, who said that using high-level magic at the very beginning was difficult, regardless of talent, so he would share part of his power. The protagonist released a powerful stream of flame. The students were shocked by what they saw. The priest opened his mouth in surprise. He began to cry and screamed that he was wrong. The protagonist waved his hand. The stream of flame suddenly changed its direction. A powerful explosion was heard in the sky. Rick approached his opponent. With a smirk on his face, he asked to tell all the guys with sour mugs that from now on this mediocrity will be teaching them. Adele watched the girl standing in front of the protagonist, and saying how much she admired him. She noted with a surprised look that the main character really could do it. Hitting the table, she loudly asked if he was joking and asking to comply with these conditions. The stunned protagonist asked to calm down first. Looking at Nate, he mentally assumed that this was a normal reaction. Putting his hands in front of him, the guy said that the girl needed to calm down and listen to him. He would slowly explain everything. Sitting opposite, Adele closed her eyes. Rick listened with a satisfied look, saying that she did not like all the conditions. The embittered girl asked if she should always come to him when she called and if she needed to be a loyal dog. Frowning, the protagonist exclaimed that it would be like work for her. Closing his eyes, he noted that he would not call her in vain anyway. They just needed her power to stop the disaster that would happen in the future. Imagining the flows of mana, he said that for the upcoming battle, he would do his best to help her cure the lack of mana so that she could master magic. Taken aback, Adele asked again if he would cure the lack of mana. The protagonist stated with a satisfied look that there was no way yet, but he would do his best. Slamming his hand on the table, the girl emphasized the fact that this was a pure scam. If these were empty words, she too could call herself a magic god. Beads of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. The guy looked at Julie and asked if there was a way to fix the lack of mana right now, to which he received a negative answer. Looking at him, Julie thought that Rick had mastered magic so quickly and had come so far, but Adele was something else when it came to convictions. Looking at her, the girl noted that the weakness of the superstar, who envied no one, was only one, the lack of mana. Crossing her arms, she asked to give her time. Suddenly, the furniture began to shake. The guys were taken aback by this. Rick turned around. A stream of red energy flew out of the portal. The guys looked out the window. The surprised girl noted that this could not be. There was still a month left. She did not know why Kairos was already. The monsters were in the city. The girl saw a powerful beam. She asked with a dumbfounded look what was happening. The frightened protagonist asked what Kairos. She said that there was still a lot of time before his arrival. Looking down, Julie thought that Kairos had never appeared so quickly before. The same with the solar wolves. Something was clearly wrong in this life. The overall picture was the same, but she did not know what would happen next. Yellow energy hovered behind her. Turning around, the girl asked why the protagonist took out his sword and whether he had completely lost his mind. She looked at his back and shouted that Kairos was on a completely different level compared to the unstable Neptune. If they went against the prophecy now, it was unknown how it would come back to haunt them. A notification popped up about an urgent request for personnel to delay Kairos. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was time for a part-time job. The guys fought with monsters. Swinging his blade, the main character cut down a demon. He frowned and noted that there was no end to them. Julie calmly stated that it was still fortunate that they could get a reward just for this. He was a god who never made requests, the greatest god in the world. Looking down, the boy replied that he knew this, because he had learned it when he had to teach students. Julie landed in front of him, saying that since they didn't know how the situation would turn out, they had to continue holding off the monsters coming out of the gate. Standing in front of him, she noted that even if the situation was different from the prophecy, Vincent would not lose to Kairos. A thud rang out from behind them. Rick, taken aback, emphasized the fact that Kairos and Vincent should be far away from there. The boys suddenly stopped when they heard the voice of God, who said that everyone should listen to him. The situation was a stalemate. He lowered his head and suggested that this was unconscionable. But he amended his request. They should drop everything they were protecting right now and focus on evacuating the citizens. He would buy them time. A puzzled Adele raised her head. Surprised, Nate asked where the voice was coming from. A dumbfounded Julie said that it was Vincent's voice. The girl began to look around. She looked after the protagonist and asked what was happening and where they were all going. Adele flinched when she heard Vincent give them the order to retreat. Standing behind, she clarified what retreat meant. Looking around the city, the girl asked what would happen to their city and the people who did not have time to evacuate. Julie looked down and noted that she couldn't say for sure, because it was different from the prophecy. But this dimension would be destroyed by Kairos. Adele was shocked by what she heard. Looking at the raindrops, Nate asked if she was lying. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she was sorry, but they could not do anything. The frightened actress ran up to the protagonist and asked him to do something, because there had to be a way, at least something. She touched him by the collar. Falling to her knees, Adele asked why Rick gave up so easily. She looked at the guys and emphasized that even people who do not know about the gods fight. The man was dragging an injured student. Drops of rain flowed down the protagonist's face while he listened to him say that he was a god and the gods help people. He remembered how he looked at his reflection in a puddle with a sad look. The protagonist was sad. He saw himself from the past in front of him. The girl was kneeling. The guy clenched his fist. A blue light illuminated Adele's head as Rick asked to summon the God Shop interface. Julie frowned and addressed him, and the protagonist asked him to calm down, because he was not going to die. He pressed the buy button and emphasized the fact that he did not think he would use up the reward so quickly. A message popped up in front of him with information about Hercules' equipment. An enraged Julie screamed that he was an idiot. Rick turned around and asked him to take care of the others with a satisfied look. Vincent's clothes were stained with blood. Kairos was flying above him, asking if the god tried to extinguish his black flames with his dodge. Grinning, he screamed that he wanted to puke from the thought of being his student. Wiping the blood from his face, Vincent wondered if Kairos had forgotten what he had been taught, even though he had lost his way. Looking at the teacher, the boy cried out that he did not understand that he and the people of this world had lost their way. With an evil grin on his face, he asked why Vincent did not desire more. Spreading his arms, he said that only one thing is natural for a mage, entering the highest level. Dark streams of energy began to move towards him. Having created a cloud of blue mana, Vincent said that the black flame of Kairos exists only for destruction. This is not the truth that mages should follow. Gods must use their power to protect people. Their magic clashed. Kairos replied with a satisfied look that he spat on them. Stretching out his hands, he noted that people should feel the power of his dark flame. Holding his hands in front of him, Vincent came to the conclusion that he could not withstand. A stream of flame flew at the demon. Hellfire struck him. Rick came there and suggested that it was difficult for the guy to fight alone. Vincent was taken aback by this. Holding the mana sphere in his hand, he added that reinforcements had arrived. The enraged god cried out that with the protagonist's level, he had no business there. He could not give him more divine power, so he should leave quickly. The protagonist calmly said that he was not there for a reward. After all, there was nothing more valuable than human lives. The guy was shocked by what he heard. Holding a club in his hand, the protagonist said with a satisfied look that he had a plan. Grinning, Kairos asked what kind of pathetic creature this was. Looking at it, the demon assumed that Vincent was completely desperate if this was his new student. Swinging a cloud of black flame, he cried out that they would burn together. Vincent put up a barrier in front of himself. He tried to hold back the flow of dark energy. Frowning, he asked what the protagonist's plan was, because he would not be able to hold it back for long. Rick frowned and cried out that he only needed to strike once. That would give him a chance to disable him. The god, taken aback, replied that he understood that if this was the weapon, he could do it, but he wouldn't be able to protect him from the dark energy. Taking a step forward, the protagonist replied that that would be enough. He appeared behind Kairos and said that he also had an ace up his sleeve. Rick delivered a crushing blow. He was suddenly taken aback. Kairos surrounded himself with energy that the protagonist could not penetrate. The puzzled guy came to the conclusion that with his level of power, he couldn't even touch the demon with a finger. A powerful gust of mana threw him aside. A grin appeared on the demon's face. He held his face with his hand and laughed loudly. Vincent listened attentively to his student having already turned into a handful of ash. He calmly began to cast a spell. Kairos was bound by chains, and then he asked Vincent if he thought he could hold him back with such a cheap trick. The angry guy replied that this magic could only buy him a few seconds, but that would be enough for him. Rick pounced on the demon. A message popped up that Neptune's blessing had been activated, after which water enveloped the protagonist's body. Kairos turned his attention to him. A message appeared that the club's effect would stun any life form when it hit the head. The protagonist dealt him a crushing blow. The demon was on its knees. The protagonist landed in front of it. He stood over Kairos. Looking at his ally, the guy asked if he should finish him off. The god lowered his gaze. He remembered how he came across the guy lying by the tree and told him that it was raining then too, the day he met Kairos. It was completely different. Vincent looked at the boy's emaciated face as he explained that he had been struck by a curse that he would not wish on anyone, but no one would refuse his talent. The boy's eyes began to glow. Disappointed, Vincent said that when he himself began to teach Kairos magic, he thought about this. He remembered how he taught him and said that he had to change the fate of this child. Except for him, the greatest god, no one could do this. Now he understands that it was a rash decision. He did not understand how dark desires were growing inside him. Kairos held a clot of mana in his hand while the boy said that he did not understand how dark desires were growing inside him and helped him master the power of dark energy. Then he showed his true nature, but he did not dare to kill him, but simply banished him. Turning away, Vincent noted that even knowing that one day Kairos would return to kill him. Looking at him, he added that if only he had directed him on the right path, and not taught him dark magic, he had gotten used to this regret. Looking at the sun peeking out from behind the clouds, the guy came to the conclusion that now it was time to let him go. Upset, Rick lowered his gaze, and the plot told us that Vincent could not bring himself to kill Kairos until the last moment. Perhaps he still believed in him, or some regrets prevented him. Looking at many projections about him successfully delivering the final blow and absorbing the powers of the forgotten god, the protagonist said that he had become stronger, but for the first time he did not feel joy from it. He released dark energy from his hand. Looking at the mana, the protagonist thought that it was similar to how he used Neptune's blessing. Now he can use this power when necessary. Nate was surprised by such magic and cried out that it was amazing. A smile appeared on his face when the guy asked to teach him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist replied that he would teach him later. The priest began to thrash his legs and arms on the ground, shouting that he wanted it now. Adele grabbed his vest and asked him to shut up. Standing over him, the girl said that Nate should serve him and Rick would teach him when he had time. The protagonist looked at her and noted that she was already beginning to understand what a cool and brave god he was. Embarrassed, Adele said that he showed her everything and she simply realized that he was not some kind of liar. The protagonist was surprised by these words. Turning away, the girl said that if she had to become his priest, she did not mind. Looking at him, she added that she would like to stay there a little longer. Putting her hand on her chest, she emphasized the fact that she now understood that if she could not use magic, she was useless and wanted to find something in which she could be useful. Vincent, with a smile on his face, said that he could help with something. Adele bowed to him and listened that it was time to return the god she believed in. He was glad that he could help him. Rick hid his comrades behind his back. Julie looked at the protagonist and said that there was no need for that. God had already forgotten about that little nuisance. Everything was fine now and they wouldn't have to look for a cure for mana deficiency syndrome. Looking at Adele's happy face, Julie added that she would be more useful there. Holding Nate's head, the protagonist asked them to leave before they were caught. They teleported. Rick was suddenly taken aback. The ground beneath his feet was destroyed. The destroyed city was engulfed in flames. A monster in the form of an eye with wings was flying right across the sky and screaming loudly. Suddenly, a huge tiger monster attacked him, biting off his wing. Noticing this, Rick put his hand straight in front of him and, not understanding what was happening, used the howl skill. Standing right in the middle of the street, which was teeming with all sorts of monsters on all sides, the boy asked if there was really a dungeon breakthrough nearby and where the hunters and soldiers were. A moment later, a huge snake rushed straight towards the protagonist. Suddenly, Julie appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the monster. Then she landed on the ground right next to Rick. Puzzled, the girl with blue eyes noted that everything was happening much faster, and he asked what she was talking about. With a sad expression on her face, Julie explained that this was not a dungeon breakthrough, but a gate rupture. Looking menacingly to the side after hearing this, the boy thought that this gate rupture was at least at the level of rank C, and if so, everything was very bad. Looking at the gentleman standing behind her, the girl with blue eyes declared that everything was correct, and this meant that the forgotten gods were becoming stronger there. Dumbfounded, lowering his gaze downwards, the protagonist said that this could not be, because he only found 2 priests. With a serious look, Julie asked him not to worry, because she did not feel the presence of forgotten gods, well, just now. At that very moment, a helicopter appeared right in the sky. Upon seeing it, the guys immediately raised their heads up. Rick looked straight at the helicopter, which was approaching him. Suddenly, a man with glasses looked out from there, asking what he, Rick, Julie and Nate were, and explained that they were from the Control Bureau, so he asked to follow them. Immediately after this, the story moves to the tall building of the Gate Bureau. Sitting right at the conference table, the guys listened to a certain man say that he thinks they know why they gathered them there today. A man with a scar on his face looked menacingly straight ahead, declaring that 12 gates had simultaneously ruptured in the city, and civilian casualties had reached a record level. Looking directly at the rest of the people in the meeting, he would ask what the hunters in charge of the region had said, explaining that most were unavailable or late in responding. At this point, Iris's hunter, Sam, would straighten his tie, saying that he was sorry to hear that from his boss. Then the man with the glasses would hang his head, stating that it was unprecedented for so many gates to be torn down at once, and ask what the Bureau had been doing all this time. Sam would then add that they believed there was no threat, so they sat back until it came to this, and the man with the scar on his face would point out that they were now passing the buck to them. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand down on the table. It was Charles, who stood up from his seat and told the two to stop. Staring straight ahead, the white-robed old man concluded that they were not there to argue over who was right and who was wrong, and instead, it was time to take measures to prevent such situations from happening again in the future. Charles then went on to say that no matter why the hunters were there, they should not turn a blind eye to their country facing a disaster, but 12 out of 18 hunters were late today while the people there were feeling guilty. Adjusting his glasses, Sam stated that this was true. Taking a confident step forward, the white-robed old man stated that he had a proposal. Slamming his hand directly onto the map, Charles proposed that all the hunters present there join forces and begin a large-scale operation to suppress the gate. Hearing this, the other hunters were overjoyed and voted for the idea, noting that since it was Iris's guild's proposal, there was no reason to refuse. At this time, Rick looked straight ahead with displeasure, thinking that they all didn't care about the authorities, and this guild clearly had fans. Abruptly getting up from his seat, the boy announced that if all their discussions boiled down to suppressing monsters, then he would act independently. Walking right past him, Charles asked if he could find out the reason for his independence. Menacingly looking to the side, the protagonist said that he was the only one who could enter the gate. Imagining in his head a huge portal that appeared right above the city, Rick reasoned that this was only a temporary measure, and if the attack that happened in the magical world happened there, none of these people would be able to stop it, and the only answer was to end the war between the gods, which was the cause of all this. After he said this, Sam slammed his fist right on the table with displeasure, calling him an arrogant bastard. Watching the boy leave, the man with glasses told the guild leader not to pay attention to him, and he seemed to be proud of being a 6-star hunter, but in reality, he was just a child who thought he was special. At this time, someone ran down the hallway at a high speed. It was a man in a business suit, who suddenly opened the doors to the room, saying that they were in trouble. He then announced that the gate at the airport had been breached, and the protagonist, who heard this, was very surprised. At the same time, the others also looked straight at him in shock. Imagining the ruins of the current airport in his head, the informant stated that the entire area had been destroyed, and the damage was unpredictable. Hearing all this, Rick was very scared, thinking that such destruction could be the work of a forgotten god. Looking at the people who had lit up in the room with him, the boy reasoned that they could have handled this before, since there was a powerful god nearby, but with their current strength, they had no chance of winning. Suddenly, someone touched him. Looking to the side, the protagonist saw that it was Julie, and asked what she needed, and she answered that he needed to calm down. Staring forward with a serious look, the girl with blue eyes declared that there was no reason to worry, since there was not a forgotten god at the airport. Looking to the side in surprise, Rick saw a notification from the system that the subject's intentions were close to good. Immediately after that, the boy smiled widely. A moment later, the protagonist asked the boss, who was looking straight ahead in surprise, if a 6-star hunter could request a plane, and he did not understand why this was so sudden. Immediately after Rick suggested dealing with this gate, the story moves to a huge portal located right above the city. At this time, there was a dent from a strong impact right on the ground. The airport, which had recently been bustling with life, was completely destroyed. There were monsters in every corner, already fighting themselves. Rick passed by a battle between several monsters for food. The boy confidently looked straight ahead, thinking that he had spent a lot of divine power to summon the Cerberus, but he needed to finish it quickly and return to training. The protagonist did not pay attention to the explosion behind him, and he was wondering how things were going with the lack of mana in Adele Sharon. When someone appeared right behind him, Rick reasoned that he needed to prepare well before leaving. A moment later, the boy was very stunned, seeing a notification from the system that intuition was activated. Then the protagonist abruptly turned around. When something suddenly appeared right in front of him, Rick thought that someone was watching him. Immediately after that, Julie jumped out right in front of him. The boy was very surprised when he saw her. The orange-haired demon used his dark purple energy and asked the girl not to interfere. Looking straight at him menacingly, Julie asked Baron what he was doing. Looking straight ahead menacingly, the orange-haired demon asked her what she really thought. Nothing would happen if she stole the pet from the master of the underworld, and explained that there would be no second chance, so she should step aside, because if she interfered, she would die along with him. Hearing this, Julie brought her dagger right to the throat of her acquaintance. Coldly looking straight at him, the girl with blue eyes asked if he could do it. Then she would add that he was the one who had to go and give him one last chance, and the Baron, as if turning into dark purple energy, would remark that she had made a stupid choice, and who would have thought that she would protect an idiot who summoned a spirit from the underworld. He then told the lower-level god to enjoy his freedom, because in the end Hades would take his despicable life, and Rick, who heard this, was very scared. Immediately after that, the orange-haired demon would evaporate in his own energy, saying that he would look forward to his punishment in the underworld. Immediately after this narration, the stories moved to the training room. Standing right above Nate, who was lying on the ground, the boy would declare that this was all for today. Then he would add that for some reason he had been slow lately, while the boy with blue eyes would stare straight at the floor. A moment later, the protagonist student would ask if he knew how many hours they had been training today, explaining that they had been doing it for 17 hours already, having started at 5 a.m., and Rick, clutching his head, could not believe that time had flown by so quickly. Then the kid would remark that he had things to do, so he was leaving, and asked him to clean up after himself and leave, while Nate, looking straight ahead with displeasure, asked if he had really shifted everything onto him and was going somewhere again. Heading straight for the exit of the training room, the protagonist would declare that he needed to destroy the gate, so he could not even think about following him, because he was already tired of hearing from everywhere that he was connected to Iris. A moment later, Rick would slam the door, while his students silently watched this. Nate, rolling his eyes in displeasure, did not understand what had happened at the airport, why they were all so wound up. Getting up straight from the floor, the guy with blue eyes said that he was asking him, but he just ignored him and did not see his face at all, so he just went to play home. At that very moment, the protagonist student imagined the image of his evil teacher, who asked if he had cleaned up after himself. Immediately after that, Nate began to sweep the training room. The guy with blue eyes skillfully wielding a broom said that he was going to do it not because he was afraid of him, but because this was also part of the training. Suddenly, someone appeared right behind him and asked what he was doing, and the protagonist student, clearly angry about all this, stated that he himself told him to clean up there. This unknown person turned out to be Tyler, who, with his hands in his pockets, noted that it meant that he was really there, and Nate was clearly not happy to see him. The guy with glasses looked straight ahead with displeasure and asked why he had never even set foot in the guild before. But now for some reason he was cleaning there, and was this how members of a noble family acted? Because it was impossible, because his father valued him very much. Hearing his words, the guy with blue eyes grinned, saying that he thought it was something serious, and these little things did not bother him. Immediately after that, the protagonist student asked him not to tell him what to do anymore, because he would be on his side, and Tyler, angry at his words, called him an idiot. Menacingly looking straight at him, the guy with glasses declared that he had told him to humiliate Rick, and asked why he was following him, and Nate answered that he knew nothing, and repeated that he would be with his brother. Hearing this, Tyler was even more angry and asked if he really called him brother, stating that he had been with him for 10 years, but had never called him that. A moment later he grabbed his friend right by the hand. The guy with glasses led him with a displeased expression right behind him and asked him to stop this shit and follow him, because his father ordered him to take part in the destruction of the gate, which he did not agree with. Continuing to hold his hand, Tyler asked him to stop arguing and asked that he knew that just being there meant disobeying orders, which made the protagonist student very angry. At the same moment, the guy with glasses looked back in confusion, asking what he just said. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Nate asked him to let him go. Suddenly, Tyler heard someone say right behind him to look at him. Watching Rick directly on the big screen where the news was shown, someone was asking if this was an artifact that was on a completely different level. Our guys were also watching everything that was happening on TV, while the rest of the hunters were wondering what the Black Flame's skill was and if he could do fencing, martial arts, and long-range attacks. Right after that, Nate smiled, noting that he had something to learn, and asked why he should follow him then. Then the guy with blue eyes said that he was leaving, asking not to look for him, and Tyler, who was listening to all this, was shaking with anger. Looking directly at the protagonist, who was shown on the big screen, the guy with glasses was wondering why he was always ahead of him, and really wished that he didn't exist. At this time, Rick in real life was picking his ear and asking why someone was really talking about him. Looking at him with disdain, Julie noted that he was too carefree and asked if he had any thoughts, to which the boy replied that his ear was just itchy. Sitting down on the bench, the girl with blue eyes explained that they did not know when Hades would appear and asked if it was possible to destroy the gates so leisurely, to which the protagonist standing next to him replied that by not doing this, he increased his divine power and at the same time protected people. Joyfully looking around, Rick wondered if there were any reasons to stop doing good, since his divine power was already on the threshold of 100,000, and Julie, looking at him with displeasure, noted that if he wanted to increase it, he should get a part-time job, since this was a good option to avoid Hades. Taking a sip of cold coffee straight from the can, the girl with blue eyes stated that if she continued in the same spirit, it would only anger him, and asked if it would not be better to secretly travel between dimensions and gain strength. Looking at her with displeasure after everything he heard, Rick asked if she really intended to spend her whole life running away, and stated that then Ragnarok would get ahead of her, to which he received a question about his plan. Immediately after this, the boy stated that he had no plan, and if he wanted to see him, he would come to him himself, and Julie, who heard this, suddenly spat out coffee from her mouth. Then, right through the park where the boys were, the displeased words of the girl with blue eyes were carried, who declared that he was a complete idiot, and would definitely die if he met Hades. Joyfully throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist noted that his words really made such an idol as her choke on his coffee, and Julie asked him to stop joking and answer normally, because she was starting to get nervous. Then Rick pointed his finger up, declaring that they just needed to find a place where Hades couldn't kill him when they met. Folding her arms over her chest, Julia asked what kind of place would suit them then. In response, the boy declared that it was a banquet of the gods, while the system announced an announcement from Zeus about the 29,034th recruitment of part-time jobs to serve the god, where it was necessary to serve the hall and help in the kitchen. Immediately after this, the story's narration is transferred directly to a very high mountain. Then we get to Mount Olympus directly to the temple, where the entrance was made in the form of an arch in the Greek style. The centaur, with his hands folded directly in front of his chest, looked at his subordinates and ordered them to move at a fast pace, because there were less than 3 hours left until the banquet. Handing a basket of fruit to a guy, he declared that these were fruits and vegetables that Demeter had brought. When the centaur said that they needed to put all their efforts into the preparations, he gave the basket of food to the girl. The banquet manager ordered them to finish one task and start another task faster, while Rick's subordinates stood dumbfounded. At that moment, the boy appeared right behind his priests and wished them luck. In a moment, they were very angry, and Nate said that it was some important matter, interrupting him right from the game, and Adele declared that she was filming a movie at that moment, while the boy covered his ears with his hands, concluding that these priests were disappointing him. The protagonist would glance sharply to the side and declare that it was all for the sake of preventing Ragnarok and saving the world. At that time, the centaur would announce that the banquet was starting and would tell the service staff to leave, and Rick, who heard this, would raise his hand, intending to volunteer. At that time, the subordinate boys would clutch their heads, because they knew how it would all end, and did not understand why they had agreed to become his priests, while he would grin sarcastically and thank them for such an opportunity, because now all the problems would be solved if the banquet went according to plan. At that time, right at the banquet, there were a huge number of different gods who were communicating with each other. Rick took a confident step forward. Suddenly, a goddess girl noticed him, holding a glass of wine in her hands. The gods were watching the boy who was serving drinks, and said that he had come to the banquet in lion armor and looked very much like Hercules. At this time, the protagonist, looking around in confusion, could not believe that Hades had not come, and thought that this plan must definitely work. Suddenly, someone put their hand right on his shoulders and declared that he had been caught. It was Apollo, who, with a smile on his face, told his favorite student that he had a very nice outfit, and the latter noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, Poseidon appeared behind them, who noted that, speaking of a part-time job, there was something romantic about it. The god of the seas, smiling broadly, declared that they had last seen each other in the underwater kingdom, and therefore was glad to meet, asking if he still remembered his offer to join the ranks of the Knights of the Dragon Palace, and Rick greeted the gentleman in return. Looking thoughtfully straight at his acquaintance, the god of light asked Poseidon why he was interfering in the conversation with his favorite student. Menacingly looking straight ahead, he answered the god of the seas that Apollo should give him a place, because he needed to talk about a lot with his lower god. At this time, the deities surrounding them watched what was happening in surprise, asking who he was, because they were seeing him for the first time, and probably he was of low rank. But then it was unclear why he was so close to the gods of high rank, and it was definitely not normal that they were just watching this. Apollo and Zeus tore Rick apart, and each said that he was the first, while Rick asked them to stop. Suddenly, a voice said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was still in good spirits, and the boy who heard it suddenly looked to the side and recognized this voice. Turning around, the protagonist was happy about the arrival of Mr. Thor. Rick suddenly knelt down right in front of the deity, asking how he was doing and regretting what happened in the dungeon, and he began to laugh and explain that everything was fine. Suddenly, a man emitting dark purple energy approached them and said that it seemed that he was apologizing for the wrong reason. The man in black robes pointed his finger straight ahead, calling him a rat who found himself a place to die. Looking straight at him in fear, the protagonist realized that it was Hades. Holding his hand straight out in front of him, the Lord of the Dead said that he didn't know what he was thinking when he came there, even though he had saved him from unnecessary trouble, so he would accept his miserable life. Immediately after that, Rick was enveloped in his dark purple energy and couldn't do anything at all. A moment later, the boy began to choke from lack of air. Then Thor abruptly lowered Hades' hand down. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the red-haired deity asked that the strong could attack the weak. Waving his hand, the Lord of the Dead asked that he was really a child of Asgard, and declared that Olympus was there, so he should not poke his nose into other people's business. Grinning maliciously upon hearing this, Thor declared that the supreme master of this banquet, as well as all of Olympus, was Zeus. A moment later, the two released their internal energy. Immediately after this, the other gods at the banquet covered themselves with their hands, shouting that the main gods were fighting, so they had to run. At that very moment, a trident was thrust into the wall right between the two gods. It belonged to Poseidon, who looked straight ahead with a threatening expression and asked them to stop, asking why they needed bloodshed on such a day. Then the god with red hair broke the ground under his foot, saying that this was complete nonsense, because Hades was trying to intimidate and kill the weak. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, Thor added that he had also insulted the great warrior of Asgard, so in the name of Odin they would never back down. Then Apollo stood right in front of him, asking him to calm down, and he continued to call out to Hades, who turned away with displeasure. A moment later, someone hit the floor with their weapon. It was Poseidon who stood up for Rick and told Hades to stop, asking if he wouldn't calm down until he saw blood. The Lord of the Dead became very angry after hearing this, and said that he was tired of them. He then said that since they all wanted to die together, he would help them, while outside there was a solar eclipse, throwing all of Olympus into chaos. Then a huge number of dark souls rushed straight towards the boy. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Seas tried to fight off Hades' power, while the surrounding gods screamed that he had gone crazy. Meanwhile, the protagonist gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking that this bastard was doing all this during a banquet. The Lord of the Dead glared straight ahead, saying that he would kill him. Suddenly, a man surrounded by lightning appeared and asked what the noise was. With his power, he managed to push Hades. The yellow-haired man looked straight ahead with displeasure, stating that he had not expected a showdown when he called the banquet. Looking straight at Hades, who was displeased, Zeus asked what the underworld was doing there, since it was not a funeral but a banquet, and he replied that there had been a misunderstanding. Rick looked straight ahead in surprise, reasoning that Hades' power had dissipated in an instant before the supreme god. Standing right in front of his brother, the Lord of Lightning asked what kind of misunderstanding this was, and could he not see what was going on, to which the Lord of the Dead replied that the man who had stolen something from the underworld was there, so he did what he had to. Looking forward in surprise after hearing this, Zeus asked if he had really been robbed. Then he added that, judging by his actions, the thing was quite valuable, and Hades, who heard this, gritted his teeth in displeasure, but said nothing. Standing right in front of the supreme god, the Lord of the Dead said that it was Cerberus. When Hades said that he stole the guard dog of the underworld, Rick's hand was very tense. Then the Lord of the Dead added that this lower-level god stole it, and the other gods who heard this were extremely dumbfounded, looking straight at him. Puzzled, looking straight at Hades, the protagonist did not understand why he said that he stole him, because after the summoning, he was immediately sent back. A moment later, Zeus approached Rick directly and asked that this little one really stole Cerberus. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the Lord of Lightning wondered what kind of god he was. Frightened by such a question, the boy asked again what he meant, and the supreme deity explained that he was asking what side he was. Then the protagonist answered that he was the god of swords, and Zeus, looking at him in surprise, was very surprised. Immediately after this, the Lord of Lightning noted that, contrary to expectations, he looked talented, and Rick, who heard this, was very dumbfounded. Looking straight at the boy, Zeus declared that he was clearly a lower-level god, and therefore the question arises. Looking straight ahead, the Lord of Lightning asked how he managed to tame Cerberus, who even growls at him. Hearing this question, the protagonist was puzzled and did not know how to explain everything. Then the plot showed us the events of Rick fighting with a huge dog, and explained that he told the whole truth about the episode with Cerberus. Introducing Cerberus' collar, which Hades used to train him, the story also explained that the protagonist was telling how he forced him to go for a walk, how he pacified him, and how he found his leash inside the pillar of the gates of the underworld. After listening to Rick's entire story, Zeus suddenly laughed, asking how a lesser god could do such a thing. The boy looked straight ahead in surprise, not expecting this, and wondered if maybe if Zeus intervened, then his troubles with Hades would resolve themselves. A moment later, the Lord of Lightning smiled widely, stating that a duel was needed for the sake of purity. The protagonist, who heard this, was very dumbfounded and did not believe what he heard. Apollo, who was standing right behind the higher god, asked what kind of nonsense this was, because how could a higher god fight with a lower one? To which he replied that all divine power was excluded, asking if there were any objections. Zeus waved his hand, concluding that because of these two the whole banquet had gone wrong, so let them be responsible for it, and the deity of light asked him to wait. At that moment Rick was very surprised. The familiar gods surrounding him tried to calm him down. After everything that had happened, Hades turned his head away in displeasure. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the Lord of the Dead declared that his death date had been moved to, and asked to enjoy his last breaths. At that time the boy seemed to be crying from despair, arguing that he could use some resistance to blows now. Suddenly Julie appeared right in front of him, declaring that he had certainly gotten into trouble, and she had said that it was dangerous. Heading after his girlfriend, the protagonist asked what to do now, since he didn't know it would be like this, and the girl with blue eyes answered that they had to fight, to which he noted that it was easy for her to say. Suddenly, Rick turned around when he heard an unknown voice that said that it could help with training. It was Hercules from Greco-Roman mythology, who with a wide smile on his face invited him to come to Ares Stadium to train together. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the dilapidated Colosseum to Ares' training ground. Moving his hand to the side, the red-haired hero explained that this was the training ground of the god of war, and he could train there for the next month. Looking happily straight at him after hearing this, Rick thanked him, noting that he didn't think he would help with this. Smiling widely, Hercules stated that there was nothing wrong with that, since they were brothers in armor. Smiling back at him, the boy thought that they said he was the greatest hero of Greek mythology, an otaku Hercules in armor, and he must have taken a liking to him because of the similar armor. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something right to the side. Watching the unknown people fighting in front, Rick asked who was fighting. Thinking that they had very good fighting skills, Rick continued to watch the battle unfold. A moment later, the man fell right to the ground. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the warrior concluded that he was simply distracted, and this was not a loss yet. The girl with purple hair smiled widely, stating that he was distracted enough, and if this was a real fight, he would have died 10 times already. In response, the man stated that it was a draw because he had given in to it, so he should stop shaking his sword, and the boy, who was puzzled by all this, thought that, judging by their skills, they were not ordinary gods. Watching the two join hands, the protagonist did not understand why they were not at the banquet. At the same time, Rick was very surprised when Hercules called the man Ares, asking that he really lost to Athena again. Open-mouthed in surprise, the boy could not believe that they were really Iris and Athena, because among the 12 famous gods of Olympus, these two have titles related to war. At the same time, Julie, who was standing next to him, noted that this was great, because they were all good at fighting. At the same time, the god of war took Hercules into a choke, saying that he came at the right time, and was going to see who was stronger, while the latter asked him to calm down. Smiling broadly, the hero with red hair asked to let him go, because he was going to introduce a certain god. Looking straight at the guys standing in front, Ares asked what he was talking about those two. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Hercules said that they were always training and did not go to banquets, and asked if he knew who the most hotly discussed god was now. Then the ancient Greek hero concluded that this god had completely destroyed the banquet today and even started a duel with Hades, and the gods of war who heard this looked straight ahead in surprise and asked which of them had started this duel. Looking at the internal amount of energy of these two, Ares noticed that the girl had much more divine power, and the boy was kind of strange, and he saw such energy for the first time. A moment later, the god of war grinned, saying that this would be enough. Ares tightly clutched the handle of the blade in his hand, declaring that they should fight for credibility. Taking a fighting stance, the god of war concluded that the duel would show everything, and he would lend the platform to the strongest. Then Rick's girlfriend pushed him forward. Looking at her in fear, the boy did not understand anything and asked that he would really fight alone, and the girl with blue eyes explained that she was returning to Korea, because there was complete chaos with gates and dungeons. Looking puzzled straight ahead after hearing what the protagonist noted that nothing could be done about it now. At the same moment, Ares slowly walked forward, asking that it was really him, and noted that his aura was amazing. Releasing his inner strength, the god of war asked if he was ready. Watching everything that was happening with a sly grin on her face, Athena asked how he even got into a fight with his uncle, and Ares answered that it made no difference to him. Smiling broadly, the god of war noted that, apparently, he had the right character. Immediately after that, the man rushed forward with great speed. He was heading straight for his opponent, stating that if he wanted to survive, he had to train with all his might. Striking with his blade, Ares destroyed everything right in front of him. Looking puzzledly straight ahead, Hercules noted that he had taken up his own again, and the girl with purple hair standing next to him did not understand whether he was a fool or not. At that very moment, the entire battlefield was covered in dust raised into the air. Looking at Rick, who was pressed right into the wall, the god of war noted that he had good endurance. Then he grinned maliciously, getting ready to take the next step. With great speed, approaching the boy, Ares asked him to show his sword skills. He would then strike directly at the protagonist, who would deflect them with his blade, asking what he was doing and whether he was just going to defend himself. Rick gritted his teeth in displeasure upon hearing his words. Immediately after, the boy would swing his sword. Seeing this, Athena was very surprised that he could fight back, noting that it was not bad for a low-level god. The purple-haired girl, looking forward with a serious gaze, concluded that it was still not enough. The goddess of war would then look straight at the two and explain that it was not only about power, but also about speed and endurance, and although this was understandable considering that the fight was between a low and a high god. Ares then grinned maliciously, noting that he was having a lot of fun. Suddenly rushing straight towards his opponent, he asked to try to excite him even more. Noticing the approach of his opponent, Rick jumped back sharply. Frightened, looking straight at the blade of the god of war, the boy shouted that he surrendered, because the power was off the scale, and he could not withstand it. Madly looking straight ahead after hearing this, Ares declared that he knew nothing at all, so he had to fight. Athena watched their battle from the side, noting that he had been confronting the god of war for an hour, and had definitely exceeded all expectations. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, Hercules asked what could stop them, because Ares' eyes lit up. Directing her serious gaze forward, the girl with purple hair asked him to wait, because she wanted to watch some more. Assuming that he was reacting well, the goddess of war saw how Rick deftly dodged Ares' blow. Looking at Athena standing next to him, the red-haired hero noticed that the god of war was simply helping him, and she assumed that perhaps it was so, but it was unlikely that there were gods capable of blocking his blade. At that moment, the two crossed their swords again. The god of war gritted his teeth in displeasure, and did not understand what was happening. Looking straight at the protagonist exhausted from the battle, Ares noticed that he was blocking his attacks more and more, wondering how this was even possible. A moment later, the god of war rushed forward, declaring that, apparently, this puppy reliably hid his skills. At the same moment, Rick deftly destroyed his opponent's sword with a swing of his blade. Hercules and Athena, watching the outcome of the battle from the side, were very dumbfounded by what happened. At this time, Ares looked straight ahead in confusion. The boy, in turn, turned back and sighed heavily. Ares aggressively attacked Rick using his blade, and Rick parried his blows. The boy looked straight ahead in fear, thinking that thanks to his talent in fencing, the more he hits, the more clearly the god of war's skill is shown, and now he can definitely stop him. Suddenly rushing forward, the protagonist thought that with their abilities and the legendary weapons available in the god's shop, they do not even know what the true power of talent is. A moment later, Rick deftly destroyed the opponent's sword with his blade. Turning back, Ares asked if he had intentionally hidden his skills and therefore broke his sword. Then he rushed straight towards the boy, telling him to try to hold out until the end. Then Athena stopped his blow with her hand. Standing in defense of the protagonist, the goddess of war told her relative to stop. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the girl with purple hair asked him to calm down, because it was just sparring. Hearing her words, Ares gritted his teeth in displeasure. At this time, clouds were slowly floating across the sky, when Athena suddenly turned to the god of swords. Smiling maliciously, the purple-haired girl noted that his swordsmanship was cool. Looking straight ahead, Rick replied that it wasn't like that at all, and thought that Ares hadn't even used his godly power, and he was still thrown back. Looking straight at his hand, the boy thought that even though the duel was short, his sword skills had risen to a new level, and he wanted to learn fencing from them, then he would definitely defeat this Hades. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist realized that he needed to learn it at any cost. Immediately after that, Rick turned to Mr. Ares and Lady Athena, saying that he had a request to make. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy asked to be taught fencing. Looking straight ahead after hearing the request, the purple-haired girl asked why she would agree. Bowing his head, the protagonist stated that he understood that the request was sudden, but if they agreed, he would do everything in his power for them. A moment later, the goddess of war, slightly opening her mouth, said that despite the difference in strength, Ares was not disappointed. Then she added that this, on the contrary, helped to kindle his fighting spirit, and his uncle would not like it, while Rick looked intently straight ahead, listening to her. Suddenly grinning, Athena concluded that she was already sick of these monotonous trainings, so she thought he would not slip away, since he was so persistent, but asked to remember that he was learning from the gods of war, so he could die. Then the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when stones were flying right across the battle arena. These same stones flew right from the golems, which the boy destroyed with his blade. Looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, Ares told the boy that there were 10 minutes left, and if he didn't knock them all down, they would respawn again, so he had to work hard. Hearing this, Rick gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, thinking that there were too many of them, and that his divine power was running out. Looking straight ahead at the huge number of stone creatures right in front of him, the boy thought that if there was a little more, he would have used a wave cut on them. A moment later, the protagonist enveloped his blade in yellow energy. Immediately after that, Rick used the wave cut skill and destroyed all the monsters in front of him. The god of war watched all this in surprise. Looking straight at the fragments of stones lying near his feet, Ares asked what the hell this was. Looking ahead with a surprised gaze, the god of war asked if this was magic, and who he really was. At that moment, Rick, puzzled by such a question, answered that he was an ordinary god. Grabbing his student right by his clothes, Ares asked what kind of god would use such a primitive power, and was he really trying to impersonate Typhon, and he was very surprised, wondering what he was talking about, noting that it was just a misunderstanding. Looking menacingly straight at her relative, Athena asked him to calm down and not get excited. Directing her serious gaze straight at the god of war, the girl with purple hair asked that couldn't a god use magic power, and they say that at first, a god gave magic to people. Looking displeasedly straight at her, Ares asked Athena to leave and wondered what kind of god would use magic, they divine power, because only bastards like Typhon control this worthless power. Looking straight at them, Rick asked that then he just needs to prove that he is not Typhon. Grinning maliciously, the boy noted that he would hardly do such a thing, pretending to be a god. A moment later, the system announced a divine call, a call for priests, and out of nowhere, Nate and Adele appeared in that place. While the two priests looked at their god in surprise, the protagonist, pointing at them, asked if that was enough. After everything that had happened, Athena poked Ares with her elbow and said that she had told him, and now he needed to apologize. And he explained that he had been stupid, and that these Typhons were just very smart. A moment later, Adele, with a displeased expression on her face, asked if he was really laughing at her, and said that he himself had said that he would cure her if she became a priest, but in fact he was forcing her to work as a serf, and was interested in when he would cure her lack of mana, while Rick asked her to calm down and not to embarrass herself in front of such important people, ordering Nate to calm her down. Looking interestedly straight at his subordinates, Hercules asked if these were really priests who were friends with the god, and noted that this was something new, and the boy did not understand why he was looking at them like that. At the same time, Athena, with a smile on her face, noted that she should have said something about the priests earlier, because their power was closely connected with the power of the god. Looking at the god of war standing behind her, the girl with purple hair declared that if he trained with these guys, his efficiency would skyrocket, and he concluded that since there were 3 of them, the number of monsters should be tripled. Hearing this, Adele, dumbfounded, asked about the monsters, and a frightened Nate realized that he had probably screwed up. Then the priests asked who these people were and what was going on, and Rick was sweating with fear, asking for their forgiveness. At that moment, Athena snapped her fingers. Immediately after that, she summoned iron golems that surrounded the boys and said that they should try their best to survive the next month, while the sounds of indignation were heard right around the area. Then the narrative of the story is transferred a month later from the training of Ares, Athena and Hercules with Rick right to the half-ruined Colosseum. Coming right to the fighting arena, Julie noted that this day is already today. Seriously looking straight ahead, the girl with blue eyes noted that she was talking about the fight with Hades. Looking straight at the boy, who was sitting on a mountain of rubble, his girlfriend asked if he could handle it. Self-confidently looking straight at her, he declared that she had nothing to worry about, because he would never lose. The narrative of the story is transferred to the moment the fight between the student and Hades begins. The Lord of the Dead kept his hands in his pockets, asking if he really hadn't run away, and remarked that if he had, he would have pursued him to the death. But as a compliment to his courage, he wouldn't be too cruel. Hearing his words, the boy looked straight ahead menacingly. Then the angel flapped her wing, about to say something. Flying right above the two, she called herself Nike and explained that she would conduct a sacred battle between the two gods. Summoning an unknown magical symbol in her hand, the green-haired girl noted that, as was already known, the use of divine power was forbidden in this duel. Raising a laurel wreath right above the protagonist's head, Nike said that he would seal her for a time. Then she did the same with Hades, explaining that the duel would continue until one of the parties fell. When the goddess of victory wished them good luck, Rick tightly gripped the hilt of his blade. Then, the boy confidently took a step forward. A moment later, the system notified the use of the wind race skill, and the protagonist rushed towards Hades with great speed. With a deft swing of his blade, he managed to cut the enemy in half. Looking back, Rick thought that the training in the gladiator arena was paying off, and all sword skills had risen to rank A or higher, so the Lord of the Dead was finished. A moment later, the boy was greatly taken aback when Hades asked what kind of tricks this was. At that moment, the Lord of the Dead struck right at the enemy's neck. Pulling his bloody hand away from the enemy, Hades wondered if this was all his skill, and for this he was called the God of Swords. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the Lord of the Dead was about to send him to the underworld. Immediately after that, he pushed off sharply with his foot straight from the ground. Hades delivered several blows directly to his opponent, and he tried to dodge them. At this time, the god, who was right in the stands, was very surprised, noting that this was the end, although at first he held up well, and the man standing next to him noted that he still would not be able to defeat the superior without making mistakes. At the same moment, Ares, who was standing right behind them, declared that it seemed so at first glance, and he would never lose, and they asked whether he really came for this banality, and whether he really overheated in the sun. Directing his serious gaze forward, the god of war asked what was wrong with that, because he was just watching his student, and the other gods, hearing this, could not believe that such a bully like him took a student for himself. Continuing to watch the progress of the battle from the stands, Ares answered that it happened that way, so he was also curious. He wanted to see what this boy would show this time, when suddenly Hades brought his hands right to Rick again. Looking straight ahead seriously, the boy thought that he had gotten used to Hades' movements, but he didn't understand what kind of feelings these were. Staring forward with a menacing gaze, the protagonist realized that there was something else. At that moment, the Lord of the Dead exclaimed in displeasure that he was finished. Leaping right above his opponents, Hades wished for his death. Immediately after, the Lord of the Dead brought his hand right towards the protagonist, who thought about the advancements he had seen during his training. Suddenly looking straight ahead, Rick realized that there was something in them. Remembering the battles between Athena and Ares, the boy thought that although it was a sword technique, it looked a little different. Visualizing in his mind the moment when he watched the two gods of war fight, the protagonist thought that the tip of the sword always pointed to something. Imagining the gift of the god of war, who destroys everything right in front of him, Rick realized that it was the same place. Remembering how he fought directly against Ares, the boy suddenly activated the skill, the technique of the intangible sword. A moment later, the protagonist was right behind Hades, leaving only a green mark behind his blade. After the damage he received, the Lord of the Dead was very surprised. Then he fell right to his knees. The gods watching everything from the stands were very dumbfounded. At that moment, the sun brightly illuminated the image of Rick, who was right in the arena. Then Zeus began to laugh, saying that he had not had so much fun for a long time. Approaching the boy directly, the god of lightning declared that he was officially invited to the banquet, and offered to have fun properly. Joyfully looking right at him after hearing this, Rick thanked him for such an opportunity and thought that last time he was there as a service staff, and now he received the right to come as a god, and this is something new. At that moment, Hades rose from the ground and asked Zeus who he was inviting and since when he could attend the banquet without making mistakes, stating that he should at least be at an average level, and the highest god asked why he was so categorical. Then the Lord of the Dead asked if he was really going to break the oath on the river Styx, and Zeus, who heard this, was very displeased. Noticing his brother's reaction, Hades grinned smugly. At that moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of Rick. It contained a notification with congratulations that all the gods of Olympus learned his name, and the boy reading this news suddenly smiled. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the banquet of the gods. The protagonist was standing right next to the table with food and drinks. Looking straight ahead with a tired expression on his face, Rick noticed that he had overindulged in something. Suddenly, a girl with long hair peeked out from right around the corner, distracting Rick. Innocently adjusting her hair, Persephone noted that they had not seen each other, and the boy who saw her was very surprised. With a smile on her face, looking straight at the protagonist, the goddess of fertility said that she watched the fight and noted that he had become much stronger, and he was embarrassed by this. Looking down, Rick explained that he had nothing special to say, because it happened naturally, and to hope that he did not cause inconvenience, to which he immediately received a negative answer. Sighing with displeasure, the girl with long hair, on the contrary, said that she felt better, because when she tells him to calm his anger, he does not listen to her and has cooked up the mess, so now he should sort it out himself. Immediately after this, Persephone picked up an unknown box right from the floor, saying that it was for him. Holding out a golden apple right in front of her, the goddess of fertility declared that it was a gift from her mother. Smiling widely, the girl with long hair noted that she said that this apple would instantly solve all problems and praised it nonstop, and Rick took the gift, saying that it was a precious thing. Then the words of farewell from the two echoed throughout the banquet hall. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she saw that he liked the banquet. Turning back, the boy said that Julie had come just in time, and an ad for a part-time job had appeared in the morning. Immediately after that, the protagonist offered to go now, and the girl with blue eyes, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked why so suddenly. Then she noted that he was invited to the banquet, and wondered if he would find the key to solving Adele's mana problem there, and Rick grinned maliciously, declaring that he had also thought about it. Showing his girlfriend the golden apple, which surprised her greatly, the boy explained that now everything has changed. Then the protagonist called Sharon, who was standing in front. Rick continued to pronounce her name, when suddenly the girl looked back in surprise. At that very moment, she began to be sucked straight into the magic portal. A moment later, Adele appeared right in front of the boy and asked with displeasure if he had really gone completely crazy, calling her when she was right in front of him. Immediately after that, the protagonist shut her mouth with the golden apple. After biting off a small piece, the girl asked if he was completely crazy, and wondered what it was. A moment later, several system notification windows appeared, notifying that his priest was receiving the golden apple and now the lack of mana was extracted. Looking at herself in surprise, Adele noticed that she felt sleepy and warm, and wondered what this unfamiliar feeling was. At that moment, Rick, with a wide smile on his face, explained that this was mana returning to her body, and congratulated her on her recovery. Then he said the name of the sorceress Adele, and she looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. Adele created a magic ball right in her hand. The girl watched in surprise as she concentrated her magic and finally understood what mana was. Joyfully looking straight at her, Rick asked how she felt. Looking at her hands, enveloped in an unknown force, Adele answered that it was wonderful. Pressing her hands right to her chest, the sorceress declared that all her life she wanted to see this little flame in her hands. Suddenly bursting into tears, Adele concluded that her dream had become reality, and she had nothing to repay him with. At that very moment, Julie stood right between them, saying that it was not the time to say such things yet. With her arms folded, the blue-eyed girl explained that the golden apple only unblocked the flow of mana, and she was still far from becoming a true mage, so she was still useless now. Then Julie said that she understood that she was very happy now, but she still had a long way to go to improve her skills, so there was no time to waste, and the boy stated that she shouldn't be so cruel, asking if she really wanted to take away all her motivation while Adele was very depressed, noting that she was right. With a serious expression, the blue-eyed girl suddenly wanted to say something. Patting the newly minted mage on the head, Julie stated that she was able to use mana as soon as she felt it inside her, and it was a great job. Hearing her words, Adele was very touched. Immediately after this, the newly minted sorceress thanked her sister, and the girl with blue eyes, looking away with displeasure, asked Adele who she called her that, to which she replied that she wanted to say that she had become a real family for her, and had learned a lot. The protagonist watched their conversation with a smile on his face, thinking that it was really impossible to be angry with her at such moments. Looking at his two companions, Rick realized that she really was a strange girl, and it was hard to believe that they were the same age, wondering if she had really become so attached to her. Looking back sharply, the boy noted that since they had finished all their business, it was time for them to go. Looking straight at his priests, the protagonist told Adele that he thought she needed to return to her world and start seriously studying magic, and they would all go to work part-time. Nate put his hands behind his head and asked where they were going to get their new part-time job. Rick grinned sarcastically and said they were going to hell. Then a system notification window appeared, announcing the daily recruitment of workers for the hellish furnace and all the conditions of this quest. Immediately after this, the story was transferred straight to hell. A guy with blue eyes was standing on a tall building, watching the portal. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy noted that this was strange, because usually the system teleports people straight to the place of work, but apparently he was an exception, and wondered what was wrong with him, because there were no problems with other worlds, and that the system only gave them directions. At that very moment, the ground right under the portal began to shake. Then it began to collapse in all directions. The agent transmitted a message on the radio that the code was red and that the headquarters needed to be informed that the medium-sized gate had suddenly increased to a large size. Running quickly straight down the city street, the man asked someone for help. Hearing this, Rick pushed off the ground sharply. With a deft blow of his blade, the boy cut through a huge building. The protagonist saved an ordinary man who looked at him with fear. Looking at the saved guy, Rick told him to leave quickly, and he thanked him. Coming closer to the huge portal to another dimension, the boy noted that this was the gate to hell. Stretching his hand towards them, the protagonist told them to go quickly, before they were interrupted. When the guys were right on the other side of the portal, the system notified that they had passed through the gate. Rick looked straight ahead in confusion and read the notifications from the system that they had arrived at their destination, and was surprised, because he thought that this was the gate to hell. Looking at the dark mountains on all sides, the boy thought that it turns out that these gates led to hell, and therefore, the forgotten gods are not primo inside them, but in hell itself. At that moment, a huge monster appeared right behind the protagonist. It was a giant worm, which opened its mouth wide to swallow Rick. A moment later, someone was destroying the monster with their blade. It was Julie, who was using a blue blade and noting that everything needed to be cleared out, so they couldn't get distracted. Right after that, Rick saw several more of the same worms right in front of him. Grinning maliciously, the boy agreed with the proposal, saying that there was no need to waste time on nonsense, but rather to do more important things. Slowly walking forward, the protagonist noted that this was great, and they had finished with all the monsters. Then Rick made his way through the corpses of the monsters he had destroyed. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy concluded that there was only one left. Looking straight at the unknown purple barrier, the protagonist was going to find out what was on the other side of it. Touching this barrier directly, Rick noted that in all the cities he had been to, there was such a wall. A moment later, the boy began to use his divine power, saying that not long ago, he did not have enough ability to overcome it. Releasing all his internal energy outward, the protagonist declared that now was the time to fix it. Rick enveloped everything around him in his yellow energy, while the system announced that the abyss was staring at him. Staring forward with a menacing gaze, the boy understood that he had to destroy the barrier. A moment later, the magical wall right in front of him was destroyed. Turning back, the protagonist called out to Julie, saying that they were on the right path. At the same time, the girl with blue eyes looked straight ahead in fear and noted that she had a bad feeling, so they should turn back. Looking straight at her in confusion after hearing this, Rick asked why, since they had come so far, and when else would there be a chance to gain power over demons? Squeezing her hand, Julie explained that hell was a place where demons and demonic creatures could roam freely. Looking at the mountains surrounding them on all sides, the girl with blue eyes asked them to look around and stated that there was no one there, and this could only mean that there was someone at the top of the food chain in this area. As she added that no one wanted to mess with him, the boys noticed something right in front of them. Turning around sharply, Julie declared that it was too late and told Rick that they needed to destroy the gate core right now. At that moment, a huge eye appeared right under the boy's feet, asking who was disturbing his peace. Then the protagonist looked down in fear. Appearing right next to Rick, the huge demon wished him death. Looking at her friend in fear, the girl with blue eyes asked him to move. A moment later, the demonic eye headed straight towards the boy. Rick stood in the middle of an unknown space that seemed to consist of many puzzles. The boy looked straight ahead in surprise, wondering where he had ended up, because a minute ago he had been fighting some monster in hell. Suddenly, the protagonist looked back. He saw a girl leading the boy and telling him to run after her. Looking at the children happily playing, Rick assumed that they probably knew what this place was. Taking a step towards them, the boy asked the children to stop. Then the protagonist stepped right into the gap where the puzzle was missing. A moment later, he was enveloped in dark blue energy from all sides. Immediately after that, Rick found himself in a completely different place. Slowly walking forward, the boy asked where he was now. Seeing only devastation around him, the protagonist did not understand where he was and what kind of incomprehensible things were happening. Suddenly, Rick stepped on something. At the same moment, the boy apologized, when he suddenly noticed a corpse lying on the ground next to his feet. Upon seeing it, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Looking at this man covered in blood, Rick noticed that he had a familiar jacket. A moment later, he realized, and the boy could not believe it was true. Then, right next to him, a wounded Julie walked by, calling him by name. The girl knelt down and took the corpse of her friend in her hands, asking for forgiveness for not being able to protect him. At that moment, Rick tried to touch her and said that he was there, and that the man was just a fake. Putting his hand right on Julie's shoulder, the boy asked what kind of place this was. Immediately after this, the introduction seemed to break into pieces, returning the protagonist back. After everything that happened, Rick looked dumbfounded straight ahead. Then he quickly looked to the side. Right in the puzzle, he saw a reflection of himself being pierced by several blades. The boy was standing right in the middle of a puzzle, the different pieces of which showed his death, and did not understand what it was. The protagonist looked ahead in fear. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and screamed, asking what was going on. A moment later, Rick fell to his knees and asked to stop all this. At that very moment, the boy was transported somewhere again, which surprised him greatly. Immediately after that, the protagonist sighed heavily, while Nate, looking at him in shock, asked if everything was okay. The boy with blue eyes looked warily at his teacher, while he explained that everything was fine and he just needed a minute. Then the protagonist looked towards Julie and said that he needed to talk to her. A moment later, the guys approached the purple barrier. Looking straight at the girl, whose back was turned to him, Rick said that in his obsession he saw her. At that moment, the boy asked if she was sure that they had not met, and Julia, who had opened one of her eyes, suggested that it seemed that his memories were returning. Remembering how the huge monster had towered right above the protagonist, the girl with blue eyes thought that most likely it was connected with their encounter with that demon, because it was one of the 72 great demons of hell, known as the Sword King Asmodeus. Julie continued to reason that in Rick's past lives, this demon had caused him to die about 1,000 times, and it was not surprising that the memories began to return precisely after the encounter with it, and the boy standing right behind her asked her to say at least something to him. Lowering her head a little lower, the girl with blue eyes declared that she was very sorry, but there was nothing to say. Staring straight ahead, the protagonist asked what she meant and asked her to simply answer the question about Julia, asking for forgiveness, because she couldn't tell him anything right now. Imagining a demonic creature in her head, the girl with blue eyes thought that while the Eye of the Abyss was watching them, she couldn't do this. Looking straight at Rick, Julie noted that it was for his own good. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy thought that she was at it again, and however, the truth is not always useful, and apparently, she chose the lesser evil. Turning away from her, the protagonist said that he would not pry, because he thought she had her own reasons. Then Rick, with a smile on his face, asked if she was surprised that he had simply left her alone, and the girl with blue eyes answered that there was some truth in it. With his eyes closed, the boy explained that he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested, and mused that he was certain of one thing, and that this introduction wasn't fake, but the real future. Looking at Julie standing next to him, the protagonist asked if she would leave him. Looking straight ahead, the blue-eyed girl answered that of course she wouldn't, and the system notified that the target had good intentions towards him. Looking straight at the purple barrier, Rick asked what now, and noted that a high level of strength was needed to defeat the third guardian. Immediately after that, the boy asked if they should go back to, and Julie, thinking, answered that they couldn't do that, because Asmodeus was still somewhere nearby. Very angry from what he heard, the protagonist asked what it meant. She knew his name, and so she had met him before and could warn them. The girl with the blue eyes looked straight ahead, puzzled, and explained that she hadn't expected him to show up, and that they had always met him when he reached the top level before. Rick looked away with displeasure, and suggested that they probably couldn't rely on her foresight completely anymore, so they would have to find another way. The story then moved straight to a normal city, where a tall building stood in the middle of the street. We were taken to a film set, where a voice suddenly sounded, signaling a stop to filming. The director looked straight at Rick with displeasure, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Clutching a piece of paper with a script in his hand, the man said that it said something about a bulletproof vest from Company M that could withstand an attack from a 6-star hunter, and the boy replied that he had done what they asked. Looking straight at the destroyed mannequin, the director asked where he had done it and if he could see the hole he had made, stating that there would be a man in that place. He was there, he died at that very moment, and they were filming an advert for M Gear. A moment later, the man said there was no need to show off, and the protagonist, looking at him with displeasure, asked if he thought it was not entirely fair. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after hearing this, the director explained that there was no place for honesty there, and asked if he wanted everything to be as natural as possible, stating that he would regret it then. A moment later, the man announced that they needed to film a fight scene, when suddenly everyone there started to bustle about. Looking at the people in sunglasses, the director announced that these were 5-star hunters from M, so if he wanted it to be natural, these guys would shoot without warning. Immediately after this, the man announced the start of filming, and the warriors immediately rushed to the attack. The bandits were heading straight towards Rick, who was standing still. Noticing their approach, the boy only grinned maliciously. Imagining in his head a huge high-rise in the middle of the city, the protagonist reasoned about the scam created by the Midas Company and the Iris Guild. Visualizing this very skyscraper, turned upside down, Rick thought that it was designed to pump money out of novice hunters. Smiling broadly, the boy mentally apologized for dragging him into this plan. At that moment, the director was very stunned, noticing something in front. Seeing Julie on the set, the man stopped the entire process. The director asked Mr. Rick what he thought was the most important quality of a hunter is teamwork, and he, looking seriously straight ahead, believed that everything depends on brute force. Looking straight at the crippled bandits, the boy asked if they hadn't just seen it, and explained that no matter how good their teamwork was, in reality they would lose to the strongest opponent. The protagonist then stated that since they were hunters protecting citizens, it was logical to first improve themselves and then take up teamwork, while the director, who was listening to all this, clutched his head. Waving his hand smugly, Rick noted that it was useless to say that training and teamwork in a company was cool, and only hunters who could be strong alone, without relying on companies or guilds, would be able to protect both citizens and the country. At this time, more and more journalists lined up around, while one of them said that he would listen to his extremely personal opinion. After some time, the clouds stopped floating in the sky like before. Immediately after this, Rick walked straight out of the building where the filming took place. The old man standing at the exit remarked that it was an impressive interview from the hunter. Bowing to him, the stranger apologized for introducing himself late and said that he currently worked as the manager of the Karelian branch of the Midas Company, and their chairman would like to meet him, if he did not mind. A moment later, the story moved to a huge building standing in the middle of the city, which was the headquarters of the Midas Company. The blond man smiled broadly, saying that it was a great honor for him, and after all, they talk about him so much in the United States, since he was the first and only one to enter the gate. Smiling back at him, Rick noted that he spoke Korean very well and asked why he wanted to meet with him. Opening one eye, the representative of a large company was about to say directly that he would like him to retract all comments made officially on the air. Looking away smugly after hearing this, the boy thought that he was a scoundrel, and that in the United States of America there were also these idiotic hunters who did not care about the government, or the opinions of others, and no matter how you look at it, they were just big children. At that moment, Nicholas declared that if he agreed, they would thank him generously, and the protagonist, looking menacingly forward, wondered if they would really do it with toys. Raising his cup to his mouth, the foreign man listened to Rick say that it would not be difficult to retract his words, and he could not worry, because they would reshoot the commercial according to the script, and he thought that these hunters were too simple. Sitting directly in front of his partner, the boy said that there was a certain weapon that he was looking at, and it was a sword from England, the roots of which go deep into the past. While drinking tea from his mug, the company representative asked what kind of weapon it was, thinking that there were tens of thousands of 5-star weapons and above, and he only needed one. Then the protagonist said that it was called Excalibur, and Nicholas, who heard this, suddenly choked. A moment later, he was very surprised, and Rick, smiling widely, looked straight ahead, noting that he had said that he would reward him generously, and wondered if Excalibur was too difficult. Imagining a blade wrapped in energy in his head, the boy thought that Excalibur was the strongest sword that existed on Earth, and no one could find it, so there were only rumors about it, and it was an ancient sword of King Arthur, which was given to him by legend, so no one had seen it in reality. At the same time, the foreign man was very scared, reasoning that he had simply gone crazy, and he knew that they had Excalibur. Wiping the sweat off his face, the company representative thought that it was unlikely that they had leaked information, so they should probe him, and said that he did not understand at all. Immediately after this, Rick, putting his hands together, declares that he already knows everything, and his condition is Excalibur, so they should think carefully, while Nicholas continued to say that he really does not understand what he is talking about. Staring menacingly forward, the boy said that he needs Excalibur, and what they did to get it. Then the foreign man slammed his hand right on the table, asking him to stop talking nonsense, asking if he himself believed in this nonsense. Stopping him with his hand, the protagonist asked him to be calmer and take his time, and asked to let him just take a look, just 5 minutes. Then he added that if he allows, he will refuse his words, and will also promote the training program, and Nicholas, who heard this, looked down. A moment later, he moved his chair back a little. Getting up from his seat, the foreign man told Rick to leave, because he was out of his mind, and it was impossible to have a dialogue with him. Looking back, the company representative thought that he almost got caught, and he cannot admit that they can do it, even if he knows everything, saying that